Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, queen of soap opera romance and author of Emily Wins His Heart. This is an original audiobook written by me, narrated by a human, and produced by Novel Idea Publishing. Enjoy the story.
Emily Wins His Heart. Heartbeats and Halos, Book 2. Written by Nellie Steele. Narrated by Kaden, Catalina, and Spencer Brus.
Chapter 1. Victor. Sera Lightwood. I couldn't get her out of my mind. From the first taste of her blood, she'd taken a foothold in my brain and refused to let go. As I leaned against the rough bark of the oak tree, I glanced up at the moon, crisp and bright. It had started before the taste of blood, though. The bite had just intensified my growing obsession, as it normally does with vampires. I closed my eyes as I recalled the initial brush of her cheek, but nothing compared to the feel of her lips on mine, or the taste of that sweet, angelic blood. My nostrils flared as I sniffed the evening air. Sera had been gone for a while. I wondered if my bite had killed her. Laced with poison, I'd bitten her harder than I expected. But her delicate system must have withstood it. I opened my eyes and grinned into the night sky. I liked strong women. The scent of Sera grew stronger. I slipped around the other side of the tree, peering at the pathway nearby. Voices floated to me, as did the stronger scent of the delicious angel I'd set my sights on. I licked my lips in anticipation of seeing her. She stepped into the glow of the street lamp lining the path, sending my heart fluttering. It quickly twisted into a knot as I spotted another figure with her. Chris Wright, the human doctor who had pursued her and won. My fingers curled into fists as I stared at him. He grinned at her before he slid his arm around her shoulders and pressed his lips to her forehead. How had she fallen in love with a man like him? I stared at them as they passed, oblivious to my lurking, my mind trying to piece together the puzzle that I could not solve. Chris Wright was a talented doctor by some measure, but he was a lonely human. Not even a particularly interesting specimen. He couldn't offer her anything that a fellow supernatural could. In fact, he could only hold her back. Her scent started to fade, and I skirted the tree and followed them at a distance. They exited the park, crossing the street to Havenwood Manor, Chris's home. And now hers. I growled as I recalled the sight of his ring on her finger when I'd spotted her only days after our fight. But I was a man of action, and I would win her. I narrowed my eyes at the doctor who held the door open for her, that stupid grin still on his face, and I'd mow down any obstacle in my path, including Chris Wright. Humans were particularly easy to kill, although I had to be careful. I didn't want another vampire running around the city, and I did not want to give that pig the gift of immortality. My nose wrinkled as I spotted them through the window sharing a fireside drink before their dinner. He leaned closer as she sat in the armchair and kissed her lips, making my blood boil. I'd have to cleanse those lips before I kissed them. The thought of our lips touching brought a smile to my face. I watched them for a few more moments before I strolled away, plans whirling in my mind as to how I'd tackle the rocky road in front of me. Sera had been repelled by my more malevolent tendencies, only tolerating my presence to protect those pitiful humans she was so determined to save. The reminder erased any traces of a smile from my lips, but it also stoked a plan. With my grin restored, I shifted forms, changing from my normal appearance to mimic another human I'd just passed on the street. I approached a glass window, my reflection clear from the glare of the streetlight behind me. Perfect, I purred. With a new look, I changed direction, heading for the hospital. With this face, I could easily speak to any of the humans Sera knew without ever alerting them to my presence. Only Sera would detect me. But Sera wasn't the person I sought. The automatic doors of the emergency room slid open in front of me, and I strolled inside. "I'm looking for Dr. Lena Morgan," I said to the nurse at the triage station.
Are you sick?
The question made me want to grab her by the neck and squeeze, but I maintained my composure. "Yes, I am." She poked the end of her pen toward the uncomfortable-looking seats in the nearby waiting area, her gaze flicking back to her monitor.
Sign the sheet and have a seat. We'll call you up when it's your time.
I really hated humans. I lamented as I crossed to a chair and eased onto it. My eyes trained on the nurse who'd ignored me. She'd see things my way soon, though. My eyes pierced into her mind, but there wasn't much to uncover. Just a name for her next call and thoughts of a chicken casserole she intended to make the following day. "Call Valentine Noir next," I whispered to her brain, giving her my alias. Her features pinched, her eyebrows drawing together as she glanced down at the list. I'd been 6th, but I didn't have time to wait around until 6 more of these idiots were called back. "Call Valentine Noir next," I urged.
Valentine Noir?
She called, her features still twisted with confusion as the words came out of her mouth. With a pleased expression on my features, I crossed to the desk. "I'm Valentine,"
Oh, wait.
she said, glancing at the list as though she'd made a mistake. "There's nothing wrong with what you did, Carrie. You've been very helpful," I whispered directly to her mind.
Oh, I guess it's okay.
She relented.
Have a seat. Let's get your vitals. What brings you in today?
"Heart sickness," I told her.
Are you having chest pains?
"Something like that," I answered as I settled into the seat next to her for the standard battery of vital measures. I'd learned to use my mind control to simply have them enter information that made sense when needed. Vampires didn't have a heartbeat, a pulse, or a normal body temperature. But turning up dead to the emergency room wasn't going to help me at all. So after a little concentration, Carrie dutifully tapped in a slightly elevated blood pressure, a normal body temperature, and a racing pulse.
Okay, let's get you back to the doctor right away and get you hooked up to an EKG. We'll see what's going on with that heart.
I followed her back to an enclosed room, and after digging something out of a drawer, she tossed it on the sorry excuse for the bed.
Shirt off, put that on, opening in the front. Nurse will be in shortly with the EKG.
"Thanks," I said, staring down at the hospital gown with disdain. She tugged a curtain across the glass door that opened into the busy hallway. I clicked my tongue as I unbuttoned my shirt and slid it off. "What I wouldn't do for you, Sera." I shook my head at my own actions as I pulled the gown on and eased onto the bed. The next person to enter the room pushed a little cart with a machine on it. The EKG, I presumed. Sadly, she was not Dr. Lena Morgan.
All right, Mr. Noir, let's see what's going on with your heart. Can you just open your gown for me?
I bared my chest, disappointed with the new shape of it after my body shift. The nurse didn't seem to care as she stuck stickers all over me and started the machine. I stared at the flat lines racing across the screen. Her eyebrows pinched with confusion, and she tapped a few buttons.
Uh-oh.
She murmured.
Looks like I'm already dead,
I quipped. She shot me a fleeting smile.
Aw, now that's not a nice thing to say. Plus, you look pretty alive to me. There must be a problem with the machine.
That must be it. Perhaps just seeing the doctor will solve the problem I'm having.
Well, it's going to have to. I'll see if I can locate another machine, but until then, I'll have Dr. Morgan come right away to see you.
Great, I said as she peeled the stickers off my skin.
She won't be long.
The woman promised as she wheeled the machine from the room. I kicked back in the bed, awaiting Lena's entrance. Murmured words outside of my room announced her arrival as she questioned the nurse about the lack of EKG report.
It's not working. I don't know. I mean, it worked earlier. We took a reading off of someone else and it worked fine. This one just was a flatline the entire time.
Lena heaved a sigh.
All right. I'll take a look at him, but see if you can get another machine and test that one again on someone else. Yes, doctor.
The nurse answered before the privacy curtain fluttered and Lena stepped inside.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Morgan. I'll be taking care of you tonight. So, you're having some chest pains?
Hello, Lena, I said. She flicked her gaze up to me, her eyebrows pinching.
Hi.
Yes, I continued. I'm having terrible heartache.
All right.
She said, setting my folder down on a counter before she washed her hands and pulled on a pair of gloves.
Now, this heartache, would you say it feels like your chest is tight, or is it more like a racing heart? Or maybe a pressure and some heat?
Oh, I said as she shoved her stethoscope into her ears and warmed the other end. Often my heart races, yes. Sometimes my chest feels tight.
Have you eaten any spicy foods lately?
No, that's not the cause. She smiled down at me. The kind of smile doctors give patients who pretend to know more than they do.
Does it occur after any specific activities?
Oh, yes, I said with a nod. Yes, it occurs after I see the woman I love.
After you see the woman you love?
She asked. Yes, I'm heartsick, you see. Heartsick over a woman.
Oh, I see.
She said with a chuckle.
You're lovesick. Well, I'm not certain we can fix that, but I can make sure there isn't anything actually wrong with your heart.
She pressed the stethoscope against my skin. Her features scrunched after a second, and she shifted the stethoscope. After a second, she lifted it away from my skin and tapped on it before she replaced it. Having trouble detecting a heartbeat? I asked.
A little.
She answered. I'm not surprised. I don't have a heart, Lena.
Aw, now come on. You just told me you're lovesick, so that must mean you have a heart in there somewhere.
I used to, I told her. A long time ago. Although I'm certain now that what used to beat inside my chest is shriveled into a tiny black nugget. Yet a tiny part of it has started to work again.
Uh-huh.
She answered, her nose wrinkling as she stared at me.
Is this some kind of joke?
No, it's not a joke, I answered. She heaved a sigh as she ripped the stethoscope from her ears and hung it around her neck.
Did Chris put you up to this?
I chuckled at her, my grin broad. No, if Chris knew I was here, he'd probably go berserk, actually. She crossed her arms, her displeasure apparent.
So you know Chris?
I do, Lena. I do. That's why I'm here,
I knew it.
she said with a shake of her head.
How much did he pay you? And how did you get the 0 heartbeat to register?
I shook my head, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. Chris didn't pay me. I'm here because I need your help, Lena.
With?
She asked.
Look, if Chris was nasty to you when you were in the ER, we have a form for that. You can fill it out and—
No, I said, rising and morphing back to my normal form. Her eyes went wide, and she stumbled back a step.
No.
Oh, yes. I grinned at her as I reached for her, clapping a hand over her mouth to stop her from screaming as I held her tight to me. You see, I need your help. She shook her head, defiance flashing in her eyes. Funny, I thought you might say that. But unfortunately, Lena, I can't let you decline. She ripped my hand away from her lips.
I'll never help you.
You won't have a choice, I answered before I sank my teeth into her neck. I needed a way to clear the path to Sera, and now I had one. Like I said, I'll mow down every obstacle in my way until I claim what's mine.
Chapter 2. Emily. I twisted the tissue in my hands as another sob racked my shoulders. A warm hand rubbed my back. I felt like an idiot, but I couldn't stop myself from crying. I'm so sorry, I choked out. I really didn't expect this to happen. I don't even know why I'm so emotional.
Aw, Emily,
Sera said with a slight groan to her reassuring voice.
it's nothing to be sorry about. You're allowed to cry. You're allowed to be sad.
I pressed my lips together, trying to figure out how she was so gracious all the time. She always knew the right thing to say. But I found myself unable to speak, falling sideways into her arms as I continued to cry. She wrapped me up as I let my forehead press against her shoulder. I feel like such an idiot. Her gloved hand stroked my hair.
You should never feel stupid for giving someone love.
Well, I do, I choked out.
Yes, it can be very difficult,
she answered.
and I think you'll feel this way on and off for at least a little while. It's still so fresh.
I sniffled, letting a few more tears fall before I finally quieted, a sliver of strength taking hold inside of me as Sera soothed me. I stayed there for a few more moments before I pushed away. Gosh, I'm so sorry. She smiled at me.
I told you, there's no need to apologize.
I grabbed a few more tissues from the box and wiped at my cheeks before blowing my nose. You know, I really shouldn't be doing this. I feel so much better.
Without Max?
She asked. At the sound of his name, a fresh wave of grief smacked me like a physical blow. No, I sobbed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry again.
Sera slid a lock of hair behind my ear. It's okay. I fought hard to compose myself again. I meant Chris. He gave me this new lease on life, and here I am sobbing because this one minor thing didn't go my way. Sera offered me a consoling glance.
Being cured of a horrible, debilitating disease does not mean you have to happily accept anything that comes at you for the rest of your life.
Well, I feel like I should, I answered with another sniffle.
Well, it's just not true,
Sera answered.
Not at all. Emily, you've been through a trauma.
I barked out a laugh. Trauma? Hardly. Having Kalen's syndrome is a trauma, not breaking up with your boyfriend.
That's not true. They're both traumas, just different kinds.
I slapped a hand against my thigh with a sigh. I do not understand how you are so patient with me over this, especially when you're still suffering with your own condition. I poked a finger at her gloves. It's not that bad. Sera, I had an odd disease. I know how hard it is to navigate life like that. She shot me a warm smile. I've been navigating life just fine lately with it. Her eyes sparkled, and her grin broadened. I know, I just still can't believe it. Sera chuckled, tugging off her left glove to stare at the ring on her finger. Me neither. You and Chris are married already. When you know, you know, she answered before she wagged a finger at me. And when you know he's not the one, you break up with him. My shoulders slumped a little. Yeah. Honey, Sera said at my deflated voice. There's no shame in deciding someone isn't for you. It's very brave, actually. My features pinched. Then why do I feel so bad? Because you're grieving a loss. Max was a part of your life for a long time, and now he's not. And you've gotten used to having him in your life. The first time something exciting happens, you'll want to dial his number to tell him. Or when something goes wrong, you'll want to seek consolation, and he's not there. Her words weren't comforting me. They were only making things worse. I let my gaze slide down to my lap, twisting the tissue again. It's like someone dying, but it will get better, and you'll find your person. Do you think? I asked. She nodded. I know it. Look at me and Chris. Neither of us ever thought we'd find love. And we're married. In record time, I said with a laugh. And I don't know how you never thought you'd find love. You're so beautiful and you're so nice. You're an angel. She giggled at my statement, her eyes sparkling as she gave me a cryptic smile. You're exaggerating. It's just that Chris and I, we found each other, we knew, and we latched onto that. And you'll find it too. I wrung the tissue in my hands until it ripped in half as I blew out a shaky breath. Are you having second thoughts about breaking up with Max? My mind went over the reasons I'd made the call. It had started on what had been a normal Tuesday, when I'd had Kalen's syndrome, a rare disease that meant I'd continued to decline physically as I suffered from blinding headaches, shaky limbs, and more until the disease killed me. Things with Max had seemed good. After I'd started to recover courtesy of Dr. Chris Wright's experimental treatments, things had declined quickly with Max. He'd never seemed to mind my physical disabilities, but when my treatments debilitated me, Max had been nowhere to be found. Sera had taken care of me on almost every occasion, holding back my hair as I vomited, monitoring my temperature, and even rushing me to the hospital once. Eventually, Chris had modified the treatments to be less volatile on my system, and I'd finished them out with relative ease, growing stronger every day. And that's when my relationship with Max Harper started to fall apart. It started with small annoyances, building and building until we had a massive argument on a random Tuesday. The screaming match had laid bare all of our true feelings.
You haven't acted the same since you've been cured!
Max shouted at me. My brows furrowed. What's that supposed to mean?
It means that ever since you're not sick anymore, you seem to be a different person.
I am not. This is me, Max.
Is it? Or did this experimental serum change your personality too? Because I sure think it did.
I stood there for a moment, shell-shocked. I couldn't see how my behavior was any different other than I now enjoyed life more. I was able to go out more without headaches, didn't have shaky muscles that wouldn't let me walk after so long. But I was hardly a different person.
Yeah, Emily, you're a different person.
I'm not. I'm able to do more things now. I'm not trapped anymore.
I never thought we were trapped, Em. I mean, we both used to be so into just staying in and studying.
I still study. I want to be a doctor, so I have to study.
And you know my lab schedule is demanding, but last week, you asked to go see that new film instead of letting me have time to relax.
My lips parted at the words. I thought we both could relax at the movie. I thought it would be fun. I finally wouldn't have to duck out halfway through with a blinding headache.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to go.
Oh, and we're supposed to do everything you want to do? His jaw clenched as he huffed out a breath.
You're twisting everything around.
Am I asked, my voice incredulous. You know, I don't know if I never noticed this before or not, but it almost seems like you were more interested in being my boyfriend when you thought I was dying. He groaned, tossing a hand in the air, his frustration obvious.
Oh, come on, Emily. That's pretty low. Of course I'm glad you're not dying.
Are you? Because it really seems like you're not. It seems like you were dating me with this idea that you wouldn't have to deal with me for long. And then you'd have this excellent sob story to tell about how your girlfriend passed away, but how committed you were to her.
I can't believe you actually think that. And if that's how you feel, why were you ever with me?
I bobbed my head. Yeah, I have the same question for you, because you knew how limited I was and how much that bothered me, but you said you didn't care.
I didn't.
Is that what you really wanted? Someone who's just a wallflower? Someone with no life beyond sitting on the couch always studying? Because it sure feels like spending time together is an effort for you. He shook his head, his hands falling to his hips.
That's hardly the truth. I just want someone who shares the same goals as I do.
We do share the same goals. We both want to be doctors.
Yeah, but you want to party your way to it, whereas I'd like to actually study.
The words sliced me like a knife. Seeing a movie on a Saturday night because I can actually sit through it without having a seizure is hardly partying my way through life. You know what, Max? If this bothers you so much, then maybe we aren't right for each other.
I'm beginning to believe that.
He snapped. Fine, then let's break up. He didn't fight me on it. Instead, storming from my apartment and slamming the door behind him. I'd collapsed on my couch, my nostrils flaring as I fumed. In the next few days, he didn't call or text. I didn't hear from him at all. And that's when the sadness had crept in. I was reluctant to call Sera, but I finally gave in. She'd been wonderful, assuring me that she was happy to come over and talk through it. I raised my eyes to hers, my features squashing. I don't know. Okay, well, let's talk through it. Are you missing him, or the idea of him? I sucked in a shaky breath, trying to parse through the statement. The question struck at the heart of everything. Take your time. You don't have to answer until you're ready, Sera reassured. See, I don't know. I'm so mixed up. Can I ask another question? Sera asked. You can ask anything you want. You've been so great. Are you upset that you broke up with Max? Or upset that he never reached out after he walked out that door? Sera asked, her voice gentle, yet probing. That question struck me square in the gut, too. I'm definitely upset that he doesn't seem to even care that we broke up. I really thought I'd hear from him. Just something, anything. But he just walked out and never bothered again. I admitted, my voice trembling with emotion. And that hurts, she added. My features twisted again as I nodded, fresh tears stinging my eyes. Yeah, it really does.
I think that may be what hurts more than the breakup. This idea that it was so easy for him to walk away when you thought he'd invested as much in your relationship as you did.
Yeah, I said with another sob, leaning into her shoulder again. She wrapped an arm around me and rubbed my back.
That's it, Emily. Just cry it all out. It's okay to feel sad over someone you loved and trusted who didn't have your back.
When does this get better?
It really depends on each person, but you're strong, and you're smart, and you're pretty. And one day, probably soon, someone else is going to be so very glad Max walked out that door.
I choked out a chuckle mixed with a sob. And it'll heal my heart, right?
Something like that,
Sera answered with a reassuring smile.
He'll sweep you off your feet and make you forget all about Max.
I flicked a tear away, focusing on the words and a brighter future, wondering when it may come.
Chapter 3. Victor. A bit of blood tickled my chin, and I carefully used one of the paper towels from the dispenser next to the sink to wipe it away before I returned to Lena's side.
Doctor!
The nurse called from the hall.
Just a second.
I answered using Lena's voice before I turned back to her and stroked her dark hair. Lena, I need you to wake up. Her eyebrows knitted, and she groaned before her eyelashes fluttered open.
What happened?
I grinned down at her as she laid on the bed. We had a discussion about how you're going to help me.
What?
She tried to sit up but fell back onto the bed immediately, pressing a palm to her forehead.
What's wrong with me?
You were resistant to the idea of helping me.
Yeah.
She snapped, pulling her hands away from her face.
You tried to kill me, Chris, and Sera.
I did. But my plans have changed, and I need your help.
No way, I'm not...
Her voice stopped as I connected to her mind, willing her to do my bidding.
Okay. What do you need me to do?
I grinned at her again as the nurse called to Lena again. She snapped her gaze to me, her eyes questioning. Tell her to come in, I said.
Come in,
she called. The nurse slipped into the room, batting the curtain away as she stepped beyond it.
Dr. Moore...
Her eyes went wide as she spotted Lena on the bed. Dr. Morgan had a dizzy spell. I caught her before she hit the floor. She seems a bit weak.
Dr. Morgan?
The nurse hurried to her side, feeling her pulse.
I'm okay,
Lena answered, struggling to sit up.
I'm just a little... tired. I think I may have to go home.
Do you want me to page someone else?
Izzy,
she answered as she slowly rose, swaying a little before she steadied herself.
She's on call. Thanks.
Sure. Are you sure you don't need anything? Maybe run a fluid drip?
Her eyes landed on me, and she slowly shook her head.
No, I just need some rest. Thanks, Sera.
Sure.
Sera eyed her as she wandered from the room before she snapped her gaze back to me.
Thank you for helping out. You should be back in bed. I'll have another doctor in soon.
That won't be necessary. Turns out I'm doing just fine. Thanks anyway.
But...
Really, Sera, I answered, my eyes boring into hers. There's nothing to worry about. Dr. Morgan was able to solve all of my issues.
Oh, okay,
she answered. I shot her a wide grin before I strode from the room. Outside, I found Lena pulling on her trench coat hastily, her hands shaking. I slid my arm around her as we walked from the building into the night air. You weren't trying to escape now, were you, Lena?
Escape?
She asked. You can't. You know that, right? Whenever I need you, you will come to me and do as I ask, just as you're going to do right now." She swallowed hard, fear shining in her eyes.
What do you want?
"I need information on Sera."
To hurt her?
"No," I promised with a shake of my head. "Not to hurt her."
Will you hurt Chris?
That question was trickier to answer. "Not unless I have to,"
What does that mean?
she questioned. I tightened my jaw as her pestering began to annoy me. "You really are an infuriating woman, do you know that?"
I do.
she answered.
Ask my husband. He's been particularly infuriated with me lately.
"I can imagine," I replied, stealing a glance at the moon's luminous glow. "I need you to gather some information for me."
What are you going to do to Chris and Sera? I won't let you hurt them. I don't care what I have to do to stop you from controlling me, but I won't let you hurt them.
I heaved a sigh, lamenting the fact that Chris's closest friend was a mouthy female doctor with a penchant for being defiant. "You don't need to know my plans, Lena."
Then I'm not going to help you.
I let my head fall back between my shoulders before I straightened and poked my finger against her forehead. "What part aren't you understanding? You don't have a choice. Now, I want you to go to Havenwood and talk to your good friend Chris Wright. I want you to come up with a way to keep him distracted for a few days. Then I want you to propose a girls' trip with Sera." Lena shook her head, though she had no control over my request.
No. You're going to kill her again.
"Again?" I asked. So my bite had killed Sera. I'd felt her presence wane, but I hadn't realized she'd died. How had she convinced her heavenly boss to send her back?
Yes, again.
Lena snapped at me.
You killed her. And you nearly killed Chris, too.
I rolled my eyes at the words. "Please, he doesn't deserve her." Her lips parted as she studied me.
Oh, no.
I narrowed my eyes at her. "What?"
You're in love with her. You want her for yourself.
I grinned at her. "And I will do anything to get her, including disposing of your little friend, Chris Wright. He has no business claiming Sera."
Too late. And don't you think Sera should have a choice in this?
My nose wrinkled at her words. "Sera will be mine,"
She loves Chris.
Lena argued. Anger curled my fingers into fists, my nostrils flaring as my blood boiled. I shot a hand out, drawing her neck to my fingers like metal to a magnet. I squeezed a little as she gagged against my grasp. "I said, she will be mine. You are not here to question me. You are here to do my bidding. Now go to Havenwood. Make sure Chris will stay out of my way, and lure Sera to Chris's cabin in the woods. Do you understand?" She continued to choke as she bobbed her head, her bloodshot eyes growing wider by the second. "Good," I answered before I dropped her on the ground. She landed in a heap, coughing and gasping for air before she snapped her fiery gaze up to me.
Sera will never love you.
"Leave that part to me," I growled. With a deep frown, she scrambled to her feet and hurried away. "Lena," I called after her. She twisted to face me. "I can see everything you see, hear everything you hear. Remember that. If you betray me, I'll know. And my punishment will be swift and severe," I warned, my tone laced with a sinister edge. Lena pulled her trench coat tighter around her as she turned away without a word. I crossed to the oak tree I'd been at earlier when I'd spotted Sera and leaned against it. As beautiful as the night was, I had no interest in moon-gazing right now. Instead, I used my shared connection with Lena to tap into her consciousness and view the world from her eyes. It was a fascinating ability that allowed me to see life play out like a movie in front of me. I heard her hurried breaths as she crossed the park, heading toward the warm glow of Havenwood Manor. How I hated that house. Within minutes, she was knocking at the door. An old goat answered and allowed her entrance before he sought Chris. My lips tugged into a tight grimace as I spotted the man. I wanted to insist Lena raise her hand and slap him across the face. But I held back, not wanting to give away our connection and ruin my chance with Sera. "Lena, I thought you were working ER tonight," he said. The stupid smile stuck on his face. He had no right to be happy. Not with my Sera.
I was. I'm a little tired.
His features twisted with some concern as he led her into the living room. My heart leapt at the sight of my sweet Sera.
Hi, Lena. Are you okay? You look a little pale. I'm fine, really. I just need some rest, which is why I'm here.
"Can I get you a drink?" Chris asked.
No, I'm okay.
She answered. Chris refreshed his own bourbon before he glanced at her again. "Let me guess. You want me to cover some shifts while you play the sick card?"
Well, if you wouldn't mind. But actually, I'm not going to play the sick card. I was here to see if I could borrow your cabin for a few days to relax. Sera, I'd love for you to come with me. I really could use the company.
Sera exchanged a glance with Chris, and my fist tightened. How dare she defer to him, a lowly human? Chris screwed up his face. "So, let me get this straight. You want me to work all your shifts while you use my cabin for a girls' trip with my wife?"
That's the long and short of it, yep.
Lena answered. "What the hell, Lena? That's bizarre and completely unlike you." "Better think fast, Lena," I murmured as the scene played out. "You can't fail." From the bobbling view of the room, I could tell Lena was shifting her weight from foot to foot.
Yeah, I just, Lena,
Sera said, her voice soft and warm.
is something wrong? Yeah, actually. Look, I didn't want to say anything, but Aaron and I are having some problems. I need some time away and some company of the female variety. I know we don't know each other very well, but hey, if you can wrangle this guy into being a big old teddy bear, I bet you're a pretty good listener.
Lena chuckled a little at her own joke. "Oh, Lena, I'm really sorry to hear that," Chris answered.
You're not,
She shot back.
but that's okay. That's why I'm asking you to cover my shifts and Sera to go away with me.
Sera pressed her lips together, her features consoling.
I'd be glad to help in any way I can. Do you think you'll be okay alone for a few days?
I growled, sickened by her care for that stupid little man. "Well, I won't like it. At all," Chris answered. "But I'll try to survive." She grinned at him, tracing the outline of his chin in a loving way that caused bile to rise in my throat.
Sorry about this. I really need some help.
"Yeah, I get it. And contrary to what you believe, I do care. I don't like Aaron a lot, but I'm mellow now." Chris slid his arm around Sera. "I'm happy. And I want you to be happy too,"
Thanks.
Lena said.
So, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning?
Lena asked.
Sounds good.
Sera smiled, setting my heart on fire. Soon she'd smile at me that way. If I had to kill Chris Wright to ensure that, I would. But I'd start with wooing Sera and see where it led. Lena said her good nights, promising to text her schedule to Chris before she left. As she left Havenwood behind, I strolled toward the house, meeting her outside the gates. She grimaced at me.
Happy?
Extremely, I answered. Now, tomorrow morning you are to drive her to Chris's cabin, then leave. She stared at me with a look of disgust on her features.
What are you going to do to her?
Nothing, I promised. But I told you, she belongs to me, not Chris. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure that happens.
I hope she drives a stake through your heart,
Lena said as she pushed past me and stormed down the sidewalk. See you tomorrow, I called after her. I spent the rest of my night planning for my pursuit of Sera as I stood outside of Havenwood. Soon, my sweet Sera. Soon. As the sun rose, I readied for my plan to unfold, making my way to the cabin Chris Wright owned. Ironic. I'd used his own property to steal his wife from him. I waited behind a pine tree as Lena's car roared up the gravel drive. The two women climbed from inside, carrying several things into the cabin. As they disappeared inside, I emerged from my hiding spot and strode to the porch, letting myself into the rustic lodge. Sera's sweet scent filled my nostrils as I closed in on her location. I slid my eyes closed, inhaling deeply as a smile slid across my features. She emerged from a room in the back, stopping short, her sparkling blue eyes going wide as she spotted me. Immediately, her hands jutted out to protect Lena.
Stay back.
Hello, Sera, I said, drinking in the sight of her. She lifted her chin defiantly.
I'm not as vulnerable as I was before, Victor. I warn you to stay away from me and Lena.
Her rebellious spirit made me want her even more. I sent a silent message to Lena, preparing her for the next step. That's fine, I answered. But I can't stay away from you, Sera.
I won't let you hurt anyone anymore, Victor.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want you. Her forehead pinched as she cocked her head. I nodded at Lena, signaling her to proceed. With pained features, she cracked Sera over the head with a frying pan. Normally, the sound it made would have been music to my ears. But I hated the distressed look on her features before they went blank and slumped toward the floor. I raced forward and scooped her into my arms. Her scent, even stronger as I held her close, was intoxicating. Thank you, Lena. You did an excellent job.
I hate you,
she said, letting the pan clatter to the floor. Noted, I answered. Stay here for a few days, then return home. Tell them Sera got lost in the woods.
No,
she said with a shake of her head.
No, I want to stay with her.
No, I said. I need her all to myself.
I can help you. I can convince her to stay with you.
I laughed at her. No, only I can do that. By showing her everything I can offer her. So much more than Chris.
I just want to make sure she's okay. I'm a doctor, please. Take me wherever you're going.
I considered it. If I left her here, she could leave earlier than I'd intended. If I took her with me, she couldn't alert anyone. All right, grab my arm.
I don't need an escort.
Grab my arm or you will be left here. I'm not traveling by conventional methods. Her fingers wrapped around my forearm, fear flashing in her eyes. With a smirk on my face, I used my powers to transfer us to my private villa. This was where I'd convince Sera to leave Chris for me. This was where I'd win.
Chapter 4. Emily. My vision blurred with tears, the ache in my chest intensifying as I gazed at the picture of Chris and Sera on his desk. I flicked my eyes across the length of the research lab, the room swimming in a glassy bubble. Their happiness was a direct contrast to my misery. Sera had been so wonderful when she sat with me, holding my hand and wiping my tears. She had assured me that I'd find my happiness when the time was right. Those words had helped, but did little to squash the pain roiling inside of me over the breakup with Max. In fact, it seemed to be getting worse instead of better. I sat down with the list of tasks Chris had left behind for me to start on this morning, grabbing my purse and digging for a tissue. After blowing my nose, I stared at the list, not seeing it as my mind continued to dwell on my breakup. I felt as though I'd lost my best friend, though something in the back of my brain wondered if he'd ever truly been my best friend. For the 100th time, I glanced at my messages, noting the last one I sent to Max still sat at the bottom of the thread. He still hadn't reached out. Neither had I. As my hand hovered over the virtual keyboard, wanting to send something to him, the door opened, and Chris stepped inside.
Good morning, Emily.
He said, his voice hurried as he pocketed his keys and crossed to his desk. Hi, I said, shoving my phone back into my bag. I'm sorry, I haven't gotten started yet.
No problem. I'm just dumping my bag here. I hope I can get back to the lab later, but I'm covering Lena in the ER today.
I glanced over my shoulder at him as he stared down at his phone, his features pinched. Everything okay?
Sort of.
He answered.
I haven't heard from Sera. She's heading to the cabin with Lena for a few days, and I thought they'd be there by now.
Do you want me to keep an eye on your phone for you? I can run down to the ER and let you know as soon as she texts. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, likely preferring to keep his phone on him.
Maybe. Given that Lena's out, I'll be slammed in the ER. I won't be able to check my phone.
I'd be happy to keep a watch on it, I said with a smile. You and Sera have been so great to me. He finally glanced up from his phone, his features pinching with concern.
Are you okay?
Oh, I said, rolling my eyes at myself, certain I had a red nose and red-rimmed eyes. Yeah, I'm surprised Sera didn't tell you. I broke up with Max, and I'm just being a little weepy over the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The guy was a jerk, though. You're better off.
A chuckle escaped me at his words.
What?
He asked as he dug in his bag. It's just, your approach is much different than Sera's. He chuckled, glancing at his phone again.
Yeah, I'll bet. I'm sure she said something far more supportive and nice.
Well, she more or less said the same thing as you did, just in a more subtle way.
Subtlety is overrated,
Chris said as he tapped on his screen.
I'm just going to give Sera a call. If she doesn't answer, I'll leave my phone with you.
I nodded as he pressed his phone to his ear, pacing back and forth behind the desk. With a sigh, he lowered the device, rubbing his forehead as he cursed under his breath. Nothing? I asked.
No. Maybe they stopped somewhere, but you'd think she'd answer her texts.
He strode across the room and set the phone down next to me.
Let me know the second you hear from her, please.
I will. I'm sure she's fine. She's probably just talking to Lena. I know when we're together, she really gives you all of her attention. From the expression on his face, I could tell he didn't want to hear that. But he nodded.
Yeah, and apparently Lena's going through something, so maybe that's it.
Oh, Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, breakups are a thing this week, I guess.
Lena and Aaron? My eyebrows arched high. Wow, that's crazy.
Not really. He's a jerk, too. She just wasn't willing to see that.
I chuckled again. He's not that bad.
Listen, you dated Max for how long? You're not a very good judge of character, Emily.
He ran a shaky hand through his hair as he glanced around the lab.
All right. I guess I have to go down and treat sunburns and dig cars out of kids' ears.
Maybe you'll have something interesting again.
Yeah, right.
He answered with a roll of his eyes as he crossed to the door.
As soon as you hear from Sera...
I'll be right down, I promise. And I will get all of this done. I patted the list he'd left. With a slight smile, he disappeared, leaving me behind in the quiet lab. Only the hum of the air conditioner interrupted my thoughts as I started on my first task, my eyes flicking to his phone every few seconds. 15 minutes passed without an answer from Sera. I dug into preparing slide samples, checking back 30 minutes later, and still finding his notifications devoid of any contact from his wife. On a whim, I grabbed my phone and sent a text to Sera. Hey Sera, sorry to text since Chris said you were away, but he said he hasn't heard from you and he was getting concerned. I just wanted to see if you were getting his messages. My thumb hovered over the send button before I finally tapped it. I hated to bother her or seem like I was inserting myself into their business, but now I too was growing concerned. I crossed off the first 2 things on my to-do list before I moved on to the third task. It took me over 40 minutes to complete. When I finished it, I checked both of our phones. Still nothing from Sera. I found it difficult to believe that Sera wouldn't have answered yet. Even if Lena was having relationship issues, I couldn't imagine she hadn't had a moment to answer. With a sigh, I collapsed into my seat, staring at the display with a furrowed brow. I wondered if I should let Chris know that I hadn't heard from her yet, or if he had his hands full enough in the ER to not have noticed that 2 hours had passed. Before I could decide, the door pushed open, and Chris strode in.
Hey, nothing?
I shook my head. No, nothing. I even texted her over 30 minutes ago. She hasn't answered either of us. Chris screwed up his face.
What the hell, Sera?
Is there reception up there? Maybe she's not getting the messages.
There's Wi-Fi at the cabin, and her phone's on it. Even if she lost reception going up the mountain, she'd have it at the cabin. And they have to be there by now.
Maybe Lena's having a really tough time, I suggested. He swiped his phone off of the workspace table and stared at it.
I'm going to call Lena.
With the phone pressed to his ear, he paced around the lab, his features pinched. After a few seconds, he tugged the device away with a curse.
Nothing.
Do you think maybe the Wi-Fi could be out? I suggested, trying to fight the rising panic I was certain Chris was feeling. I couldn't deny that I had some concerns too. I was certain, though, Chris was already in full-blown crisis mode. His love for Sera had blossomed so quickly and so intensely, it had surprised everyone, including me. While I was happy they'd found their happiness, I wondered if I'd ever find anything close to what Chris and Sera shared. Chris tightened his fingers around his phone, his knuckles white.
I'm going to find out. I'm going up there.
Now? I asked, whipping around to follow his sprint across the room to his bag.
Now!
He said.
I'll have the ER call in a replacement. I don't like this at all.
Chris, I'm sure she's fine, I answered. I mean, I know this is concerning, but maybe we shouldn't panic just yet. He ripped his white coat off and hung it around his chair before he stuffed his phone into his pocket.
There are things you don't understand, Emily.
My features pinched at the words. Was their whirlwind romance not what it looked like from the outside? I couldn't understand what he meant by the words. They made no sense to me. "What do you mean?" I asked. He glanced at me as he lifted his bag.
I can't explain it. You wouldn't believe me even if I did.
Is there something going on between you and Sera? He heaved a sigh, shaking his head.
There's someone. He's not a nice person. He's after Sera. I'm just a little worried that they never made it to the cabin.
My brain tried to wrap around the idea of a man looking to hurt Sera. She'd never mentioned it at all, and we'd spent quite a bit of time together. How had she had all this trouble and never bothered me with it? She'd always tended to my needs. What? He's that dangerous?
He's extremely dangerous.
Chris's features twisted.
He's nearly killed her, and I'm afraid he'll do it again.
What? My voice took on a distressed squeal. He nearly killed her?
Yeah.
Chris said with a bob of his head.
The night you were hospitalized from your treatments. And I know he's not going to stop. I need to make sure she's okay.
He raced past me to the door. I grabbed my purse and hurried after him. "I'm coming with you."
What? No, Emily, you can't. Stay here and finish the lab work.
"I'm going. You're out of your mind with fear, and Sera's always been a good friend to me. I want to be a good friend to her." He shook his head.
Emily, this is way too dangerous. There are things at play here that you don't understand.
"Then tell me," I answered. "I want to help Sera, so just tell me how." He heaved a sigh and shook his head.
Come on, we'll take my car.
I hurried to keep up with his pace as he pressed his phone against his ear again, informing the ER that he had an emergency and to call in the on-call doctor. We left the hospital behind. I practically had to run at the pace he'd set to cross the short distance to Havenwood Manor. I puffed as he pushed into the house.
Sit down if you want. I just need a few things.
I collapsed on the bench on the foyer, wondering if he was retrieving a gun. Within minutes, he returned with a small duffel bag clutched in his hand.
Ready?
"Yeah," I said as I popped up from my seat. He led me to the garage, and we climbed into the car. Chris fired the engine and pulled from the garage, aiming for his cabin. Within 15 minutes, the city fell away and the mountains grew closer. I fidgeted in my seat, side-eyeing Chris. "So, this guy, do you know his name or anything?"
Victor Cross.
He practically growled out the name as his grip tightened on the wheel. Victor Cross. Right, why did he hurt her? What did he... Questions poured out of my lips. Questions I shouldn't be asking to a man searching for his wife and fearing she may be hurt again.
He's not a very good man. He nearly killed her more than once. The night of your first treatment, he found her.
Found her? Is he someone from her past? An ex or something?
No, just someone who decided she was...
He slammed a hand against the wheel.
I can't explain this. He saw her. He wanted her. He wanted to kill her. He lured her. He just...
Pain twisted his features. I imagined how horrible it must have been to find her near death at this man's hands, and how afraid he must be that he'd find her the same way, or worse again. "I'm so sorry," I said quietly. "I had no idea. Sera never told me."
I'm not surprised. Sera doesn't like to share a lot.
I huffed out a laugh as we started to climb into the mountains. For someone who people open up to all the time, she doesn't share a lot, does she?
Nope.
He answered. "But she does with you?" I decided to try to help him pass the time by trying to calm him a little, getting him talking about Sera and the good times they'd had.
Barely.
He answered.
I mean, yes, she does now, but that was a hard-fought battle to get her to do that.
I'll bet. But she must have really seen something in you that made her trust you like that. He laughed, the corners of his lips tugging into a smile.
Yeah, she did. Something no one else ever saw. Something I barely saw in myself.
Tears filled my eyes again, one rolling to my cheek, and I quickly brushed it away. Wow, that's really a love story for the ages. You know, Sera told me I'd find my own love story too. But I'll tell you, I don't think I've ever seen anything like yours.
Ours is special. There's a reason for that, but like I said, you probably wouldn't understand.
I opened my mouth to ask, but he veered off into a gravel driveway, slowing the vehicle. I peered around, finding a stately cabin in a clearing of a forest. A car sat out front. Is that Lena's?
Yeah.
He answered, his eyes focused on the open door to the cabin. He brought the car to a stop, throwing the shifter into park before he hurried out. I scrambled behind him, passing the car parked in front of us. He pressed a hand to the hood.
Cold. They've been here a while.
He took the porch steps 2 at a time before he burst into the cabin's open door.
Sera? Sera!
I rushed in after him, my eyes darting around. 2 suitcases sat near the front door.
Sera?
He called. I followed him across the room, entering a kitchen. Groceries sat out on the counter. It looked like they'd arrived and then simply vanished mid-task. Chris stared at the scene, his eyes wide before he ran a shaky hand through his hair.
They're gone.
He twisted to face me, panic on his features, his voice trembling.
She's gone. Chapter 5. Victor. I stared down at sweet Sera's sleeping form. Her blazing red hair fell perfectly around her alabaster skin. Her pink lips, slightly parted as she slumbered, reminded me of the kiss we'd shared before our epic battle that had claimed her life. Thankfully, they'd sent her back.
Do you really think she'll ever accept you?
My nostrils flared at the interruption as I twisted to find Lena meandering into the villa's great room. That's not your concern. It's mine.
You disgust her,
Lena said, her arms crossed as she eyed Sera. I didn't ask for your opinion. I didn't even ask for you to be here. I climbed to my feet, leaving Sera sleeping on the couch.
No, but you brought me anyway.
I curled my fingers into fists. The urge to smack the smarmy look off her face was overpowering me. Don't test me, Lena. You will not like my reaction. She raised her eyebrows.
Oh? Will you bite me again? Or maybe tie me to a chair so you can barter my life for Sera's interest in you?
As intriguing as the idea is, I want Sera to come willingly. She stared down at her slumbering form.
Too late for that. Luring her to the cabin, knocking her unconscious, then dragging her here really isn't willingly.
She needs time to focus, time to understand, to realize the mistakes she's made with that human. My lips curled with disdain as his image popped into my mind.
Chris is a brilliant doctor and a—
Waste of her time. She's an angel, a supernatural like me. She deserves far better. Laughter echoed in the room, and I turned to find Lena doubled over, clutching her stomach.
I'm sorry.
She said as she straightened.
Just the implication that you are far better is comical. You're horrible, and she knows that.
And I suppose you'll argue that Chris Wright is much better?
He is.
A man who'd sell out his own mother. You'd defend him?
He wouldn't sell out his own mother. He's different, but he's had a lot of trauma in his life. Sera sees past all of that.
Sera is far better than he is. She deserves someone who can match her energy, not someone constantly struggling to keep up.
Pretty certain she loves him.
Lena retorted.
And I don't think angels are the type to just give up on that because you developed a thing for her. Which, by the way, how did that happen? I mean, you were ready to kill her. You did kill her, actually.
Accidentally, yes. I wanted her from the time she traded herself for you and that other idiot human. Then I tasted her blood.
Ew.
Lena said with a wrinkled nose. Oh, it's very sweet. Just like her. And I knew then that she had to be mine. Lena stared at me, a disgusted expression etched on her features.
Ugh, whatever.
Perhaps you ought to return to Crescent Bay. You're annoying me. Lena's features twisted into an incredulous glance.
No. I want to be here to make sure you don't hurt her.
I wouldn't dare, I answered. But you are an added complication. Something I don't need to deal with. Your mouth, in particular, is quite annoying.
I'll be quiet,
she promised. I'm not certain you're capable of that. Before I could decide to return her, a slight groan came from Sera. My stomach jumped as I twisted back to face her. Her features pinched, and she thrashed her head back and forth before her eyes fluttered open. Her sparkling blue gaze took in her surroundings, confusion apparent on her delicate features. As her eyes slid to me, her muscles stiffened. She sat up, her feet kicking to send her scrambling backward away from me.
Victor.
I grinned at her. Hello, Sera. Her eyes flicked over my shoulder to Lena.
Lena, are you okay? I'm okay,
she answered with a nod, her features pinched with guilt. She's just fine, Sera. In fact, she's the reason you're here with me. Sera's features scrunched as she tried to work out the details in her mind. Let me help you piece this together, sweet Sera, I said as I eased onto the couch. She inched away from me, recoiling. I reached a hand toward her, but she stared at me with a grimace. Lena is helping me. She lured you to that cabin, and then knocked you unconscious. All so I could bring you here to my villa. Her labored breathing betrayed her unease.
To kill me? I won't be so easily defeated this time, Victor.
No, I answered with a shake of my head. No, I don't want to kill you. I want you for myself, Sera. Her features pinched. You have to know the effect you've had on me. From the moment we kissed, but especially after I tasted your sweet blood. The confusion on her features twisted her face.
No.
Yes, I answered. Sera, you must know that human is beneath you. You shouldn't have married him. Take his ring off. Sera stared down at the gold band around her finger before her features hardened.
No.
I clicked my tongue. Darn. I'd hoped you'd see things my way.
You can't possibly be asking me to leave Chris for you. What kind of game are you playing?
Chris is not worthy of you, Sera.
That's not for you to decide.
She shot back, heat entering her voice.
And how do you believe you are worthy? I've seen the things you've done. I know how black your heart is. You nearly killed me with it.
I drew my eyebrows together. My poison-filled bite had most certainly been deadly. But how had my black heart nearly killed her? I think you're confused, my dear Sera. I have a poisonous bite. She shook her head.
You have a poisonous soul, too. You nearly killed me when you brushed my cheek that day outside of the pharmacy. Had I not been able to drink in Chris's pure heart, I would have died.
A shiver shot down my spine at the words. You're a soul seer. She gave me a solemn nod.
Yes, and I have seen yours. You have no pure heart lurking inside of you.
And Chris Wright does? A man who uses any opportunity to profit or gain? I leapt to my feet, anger boiling inside me.
Chris Wright has the gentlest, purest soul underneath all of that.
The words brought bile into my throat as I paced the room, my fingers curling into fists.
I want no parts of you. I will never be yours.
Sera spat as she scrambled to her feet and hurried to Lena. Oh, but you'll protect the human who made it possible for me to take you? That's rich.
You've used her, bitten her probably, and I will protect her from you.
I gritted my teeth, displeased with her behavior. No, Sera, you will not. You will stay here with me until you've seen the light.
There is no light to see with you, Victor. You are cruel with dark desires.
She grabbed hold of Lena's hand, pulling the woman closer. Lena, you belong to me. You cannot let her leave, I answered.
Lena, don't listen to him. I know his pull is strong, but we can help you. I can help you fight him. Please, push him from your mind.
Sera said as she cupped the woman's face. Anger exploded from me in a violent burst of energy. It sent Lena flying across the room in one direction and Sera spiraling in another. Lena smashed into the wall, her body slumping to the floor as her eyes slid closed. Sera fared better, hitting the wall but remaining awake. She scrambled to her feet, her wings appearing as she prepared to fight with me. No, Sera, I answered with a shake of my head. We're not going to battle. I have no desire to harm you. You must know that from the tender kiss we shared.
That kiss was not tender,
She answered.
You wanted to consume my goodness, to eat my soul alive.
No, I said. And until you realize that, you'll need to stay here. She started to shake her head when I used my powers to conjure a cell. Iron bars trapped her in a cage. She clung to them, tugging against them.
Let me go.
No, Sera, I growled. Not until you've seen my side. Not until you are mine. Tears formed in her eyes as she struggled to free herself, her wings beating furiously to aid in her fight. But she could not break free from the prison I'd placed her in. I stalked closer, reaching for her. She scrambled backward, flattening herself against the back wall.
No,
She said with a violent shake of her head.
I don't want to see any more of your black soul. I'll die from it without someone here to counterbalance it.
It makes me sick to think of that man being any consolation to you, Sera. She firmed her jaw, lifting her chin.
I want nothing to do with you. You can keep me trapped for as long as you like. It won't change anything. And Chris will find me.
I doubt that, I answered. I'll make sure he remains oblivious to your whereabouts. I'll leave a web of deceit so intricate even these astute detectives wouldn't uncover the truth. In fact, I'll use my good friend Lena to lead him away from you. With a vicious grin, I strode across the room and yanked her from the floor, slapping her cheeks until her eyes opened. There you are. Good, I need your help.
My head.
She groaned. Sera's eyes went wide as she stepped closer to the bars.
Lena, are you hurt?
She's fine, I answered, propping her on her feet. I need you to do something.
I don't want to.
Lena answered with a whine in her voice. A sharp slap across her face knocked it out of her. "Stop whining and buck up. I need you to go to Chris. Tell him Sera is lost in the woods. Occupy him. Keep him away from us. Do you understand?" With glazed-over eyes, she nodded.
Yeah.
"Whatever you do, do not let him know I have Sera. In fact, you can tell him that she's having second thoughts."
No!
Sera cried. She suddenly has realized that he's not the man she thought he was, that she wants to get away from him. You tried to convince her to stay, to work things out, but she ran off. Now, can I count on you?
Yes.
Lena said with a nod. Her features still crinkled as she rubbed the back of her head.
Yes, I'll handle Chris. I'll make sure he doesn't find you.
Good, I said with a grin. Now let me send you back to the woods outside of the cabin. She bobbed her head again, her eyes struggling to focus as I shoved her away from me. She disappeared from my sight, transported back to the area near Chris's cabin. I smiled as she dissolved from sight. I twisted to eye Sera, upset etched into her face as she stared at the space Lena had stood in moments ago. It's just you and me now, Sera. I have you all to myself.
Leave me alone,
she said, a sob in her voice.
Get away from me. I'll never surrender to you, no matter what you do.
But I don't want to. I want you, Sera. Every fiber of my being craves you. I want to possess you completely, to bask in the beautiful light you have. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make certain that happens. Tears slid down her cheeks, but they didn't touch my heart. They didn't make me feel pity for her. They simply drove the fire that fueled me, angering me and thrilling me at the same time. I loathed her resistance, yet reveled in the challenge. Soon she'd give in. She'd turn to me when she had no one left. When no one came for her, she'd wear down. And then I'd make my move. Before long, Sera Lightwood would be all mine.
Chapter 6. Emily. The panic on Chris's features made my stomach twist into a tight knot. I forced my mind to think through the possibilities. I had to counteract Chris's emotion-fueled hysteria at Sera's absence. He ran trembling fingers through his hair as he desperately dialed her number again. Tears welled in his eyes as a ringing phone sounded from across the room. Her purse, sitting on the entryway table, muffled the noise slightly.
No.
He gulped, half spoke, half sobbed. He pulled the device from his ear and tapped on the screen. Seconds later, another phone jangled from a handbag on the couch.
Oh, no.
He moaned, his voice breaking.
No, I can't handle this again!
Okay, I said with a deep breath. Let's just take a step back and calm down.
Calm down?
He cried as he shot me a tear-filled glare.
No, I won't calm down. You don't understand. He took her from me once before. I didn't think she was coming back, and now he's done it again. Oh, Sera.
He collapsed into an armchair, sinking his head into his hands. I'd never seen him like this before. Dr. Chris Wright was always so cool and confident. He rarely showed emotions beyond annoyance. But with Sera, he seemed unable to process things rationally. I licked my lips as I crossed toward him, unsure of how to help without angering him. Chris, there could be 1,000 explanations for this.
No,
he said with a shake of his head as he sniffled.
No. He has her. I know it. I can feel it. Something is wrong. She wouldn't do this. She wouldn't leave her phone.
Well, do you think he took both her and Lena? Chris's forehead creased.
Maybe. Probably.
He pressed his lips together as his lower lip trembled, and a tear rolled down his cheek. I sat perched on the couch, my features pinched as I tried to think of a way to console him without seeming trite. He sniffled, wiping at his cheeks.
He'll use Lena to get her. He'll just...
My eyebrows knitted at the words. What sort of man was this? Okay, look, maybe they went into the woods to—
No!
Chris said with a shake of his head.
No, they're not here, Emily. Sera wouldn't leave her phone behind. She wouldn't just wander into the woods.
Maybe they went for a walk and they wanted to unplug. Maybe Lena was having a tough time.
No!
His sharp voice cut through the air, startling both of us with its strong echo off the walls.
I'm sorry. She didn't do that. She wouldn't do that. Especially up here. It's colder here. Cold could kill her.
Because of her disease? Chris stared at the floor.
Yeah, the disease.
I heaved another sigh, desperately trying to piece things together. I understood his upset, but I couldn't understand his thought process because he seemed to be holding something back from me. Okay, so... I pressed a hand against my forehead. Wait, I didn't see any tracks in the drive.
He doesn't need a car. He doesn't need anything except to rob me of Sera like he did not that long ago.
Do you think he'd take her to the same place again? Chris chewed his lower lip.
I don't know. He didn't take her there before. He lured her and...
Wait, what? How did he lure her?
I can't.
Chris said with a shake of his head. I rose from my seat, determined but trying to be gentle. Look, I understand that this may be difficult for you to talk about, but if I knew more of the details about this person and what he did before, maybe I could help find her.
He's evil, Emily, okay? That's what you need to know. And he feeds off her goodness.
He was speaking in riddles, it seemed. I wasn't certain if it was the fear that was twisting his words, but it sounded odd. I was concerned about his mental health, since he didn't seem to be making cognizant sense. Okay, Chris, I think you need to sit down and take a breath.
We don't have time for that. He could kill her in an instant.
He paced the floor, rubbing a finger against his lips.
Last time we were at Celine House. Maybe he'd take her there again. I don't know, that seems too obvious.
Okay, well, we could check there. Chris slid his eyes closed.
Or is that where he'd think I'd look? And then it's a waste of time driving back to Crescent Bay only to find the place abandoned.
A curse escaped his lips as he slammed a fist into his palm.
Why did I let her go with Lena? I never should have let her out of my sight.
You can't blame yourself, I answered.
I can, because I knew better. I knew he'd be a problem. I knew he would come after her again as soon as he smelled she was back.
Smelled her? His strange talk was starting to scare me. I wondered if the shock of Sera being missing had caused him to break with reality. He pressed a shaky hand against his mouth.
I shouldn't have brought you here. She'll kill me if she finds out I exposed you to this.
He barked out a laugh.
If she isn't already dead.
Don't worry, I'll tell her that I insisted. He huffed out another chuckle.
You don't know Sera. She holds me to a high standard.
All right, well, why don't we go out and see if maybe they ran out of the house and are in the woods? Do you think that could have happened? I mean, it looks like they left in a hurry, but maybe this... what was his name again?
Victor.
Victor didn't take them anywhere. Maybe they got away and they're waiting for help. Before we could decide anything, footsteps pounded toward us. My heart skipped a beat as I wondered if it would be Sera returning from wherever they were. Both of our gazes snapped toward the door. A wide-eyed Lena stumbled in, looking more or less okay, outside of the fear etched in her eyes.
Lena!
Chris shouted as he rushed to her, clamping a hand onto her arm and dragging her inside as he glanced out the door.
Where is Sera?
She snapped her gaze to me before she shook her head.
Where is she? Did Victor take her? Where is she, Lena?
Easy, I said as I crossed the room to take a gentle hold of Lena's other arm. She looked scared. Lena murmured. We got lost. I don't know where she went. She's in the woods. There was an animal. We split up and... Lena's clipped words and breathy tone told me that she was near panic, possibly in shock. Are you hurt? I asked. She shook her head. No, I'm... okay.
Which way did Sera go, Lena? I have to find her.
I'll help you, she answered. We can retrace our steps. We'll look for her. He straightened to stand with a bob of his head.
Let's go.
Wait, she's still in shock, I protested. I'm not sure this is a good idea.
I don't care what she is. We need to find Sera.
Chris answered as he tugged Lena to her feet. I'm okay. I'm ready, Lena answered. We proceeded to the door with Chris more or less strong-arming Lena back to the gravel driveway.
Which way?
This way. Lena pointed a shaky finger toward a path leading away from the house into the dense trees. We followed it, calling out to Sera as we went, but received no answer. The dense canopy cast ominous shadows over the forest floor, giving the woods an otherworldly glow. Each rustle of the branches sounded like a whisper from unseen specters, sending shivers down my spine as I trailed behind Chris and Lena.
Was she hurt?
Chris asked. No, she's okay. Maybe a little scared by the animal, but unharmed. At least, when we parted. Chris snapped his gaze to her, his eyes narrowing.
What kind of animal?
I don't know. We just heard something and... Chris's jaw tightened before his gaze rose to the sky above, though I couldn't figure out why. A second later, he focused on Lena again.
Are you lying to me?
Why would I lie? She asked, her voice breathy.
Lena, what really happened to Sera?
I told you, we were walking in the woods.
After you went into the cabin, left groceries out on the counter, left your purses there and the door wide open?
We heard something and went to investigate. Then we heard the animal and got separated. Chris shook his head.
No, that makes no sense. You're lying.
Why would she lie? I asked, though the same questions ran through my mind. Lena's story didn't add up. Why did they leave their phones behind? Why did they not bother calling or texting? It didn't make sense.
Sera could have found her way back more easily than you could.
Maybe she's searching for me,
Lena suggested.
Then why isn't she up there?
Chris poked a finger skyward. I screwed up my face at the nonsensical words, figuring maybe Lena could counterbalance him better than I could.
I don't know. Maybe she didn't want to be seen.
Lena's reaction made my nose wrinkle with confusion. What were they talking about?
I don't buy this, Lena. What really happened? Was it Victor Cross? Huh? Did he take her?
Lena refused to look him in the eye as she shook her head.
That's ridiculous. No, we were just walking and heard something.
You said you heard something, then went out of the house. Not that you were walking.
Well, both.
Nope.
He said with a shake of his head.
You're lying, Lena. Why? This could mean Sera's life.
She'll be okay, Chris,
Lena said, her features pleading.
Look, let's just take a look around and see if we can find her.
Chris's nostrils flared as he stared at her for a moment before he nodded.
Fine. But I swear to you, Lena, if anything happens to her...
It won't,
she promised. We continued through the woods, calling out to Sera with no response. The strange exchange between Chris and Lena played over and over in my mind. While he'd made valid points about the state of the cabin and how it didn't fit her ever-changing tale, what had he meant about Sera being up there? I couldn't figure it out, and Lena's response had been even more puzzling. She'd answered without skipping a beat, or even thinking what he'd said had been odd. Was it some sort of secret code?
Let's split up,
Lena said as we reached a fork in the trail.
Emily and I will go right. You go left.
I don't think...
Chris, it's faster. Just go that way. We'll meet back here in a few minutes.
Lena grabbed my arm and tugged me along with her. I wondered if she'd fill me in on Chris's weird behavior. Maybe she was as concerned as I was, but able to hide it better after years of being friends with Chris. She tugged me along, shooting a wild glance over her shoulder before she slowed to a stop.
Okay, I promised him I wouldn't tell Chris, but I never said I wouldn't tell you.
My features pinched tight. Tell me what? Promised who?
Victor. He has Sera. Chris is right. I can't say a word to him. I'm stuck. He'll kill me.
Lena's voice wavered as she spoke, her words tumbling out in a rush of desperation. A chill snaked down my spine, making my arm hairs stand up. What?
Yes, Chris was right to panic. He has Sera. I don't think he'll harm her physically. It's different now than it was the last time, but he still has her, and he's not going to let her go.
We have to get to her. We have to help her. Tears formed in Lena's eyes.
I know. I wanted to help her so much, but I can't. He controls everything I do. I'm surprised I got this far. He must be focused on her instead of me.
I couldn't understand a word she was saying. I began to wonder if everyone around me was going insane. Lena, you're not making sense. What do you mean he controls you?
I mean, he can make me do things.
She offered me a pleading look as I stared at her, confusion etched into my face. Before she could finish, the wind whipped around us. From behind a large pine tree, a dark-haired man emerged. His dark eyes bore into Lena, and she started to tremble all over.
Victor,
she pleaded.
I did what you said. Chris is running around the woods looking for Sera. He'll never find her.
Quiet!
The man snapped.
You lied. You told her about Sera.
I didn't know who this man was, but I wasn't about to let him get away with harming Sera. I took a step back, opening my mouth to call to Chris. But before I knew it, my feet were sliding forward, and my throat closed. My features pinched as I stared at the trees, wondering how I was moving.
You aren't going anywhere, and you won't alert Chris.
I will, I shot back. Chris! His features twisted with confusion, but in another instant, he clamped his hand around my arm, and the trees around us disappeared. When the surroundings filled in again, I found myself in what looked like an Italian villa. Soft curtains blew on the warm breeze from the open doors leading to various verandas. I tried to stop myself from trembling as I yanked my arm away from his grasp. How had this man just moved us to a new location without even taking a step? But that wasn't the only shock I'd need to deal with. I twisted, searching for an escape, my eyes going wide. Trapped in a cell, Sera gripped the iron bars surrounding her, a pleading expression on her features. "Sera?" I whispered. "Please, Victor," she said as a tear rolled down her cheek. "Don't hurt her. She's innocent. You have to let her go." I snapped my gaze back to the dark-haired man, wondering if I'd just signed my own death warrant.
Chapter 7. Victor. I narrowed my eyes at my beautiful captive. Somehow she was even more lovely when she cried. Her fingers tightened around the bars, the light glinting off the diamond on her left hand. My fingers curled into fists as anger heated my blood and flared my nostrils. "Take that ring off!" Sera's glassy eyes fell to her own hand before she released the bar, hiding her hand behind her back.
"No."
"You're not his anymore. You never should have been." She swallowed hard, raising her chin.
I know you don't want to hear this, but you need to. I love Chris. I will never leave him. And he will never stop searching for me.
"He'll never find you, either." My voice took on a razor's sharpness. Each word meant to cut through the bravado she wore like armor. I had to shatter her belief that she could ever reunite with that simpering human. "You deserve so much better, Sera."
I love Chris.
She answered again. The words, like a knife to my stony heart, enraged me. With a loud growl, I reached for a nearby vase and hurled it across the room. It smashed into a million pieces with a loud crash.
You can act out all you'd like. That will never change it, Victor.
"Won't it?" I lunged toward her, and she backed away from the bars, pressing herself against the back wall of her cell. "Come here, Sera," I taunted. "One touch is all it will take to change your mind." She shook her head.
No, your touch won't change my mind.
I cocked my head. "Then why are you afraid?" Her features twisted a little.
I'm not afraid. I'm disgusted.
The last word from her lips, spat out like she'd tasted something foul, twisted my gut into a knot.
You have done truly horrible things. Your darkness nearly consumed me once. Chris saved me that night.
I huffed out a sarcastic laugh, slapping my hands together slowly in a dramatic display. "Well, let's give the man a medal, shall we?"
I gave him one.
She answered.
My heart. Something you will never have.
The statement wiped away any of the levity I faked. "Careful, Sera. You are pushing me to do something we may both regret."
Like you did over a century ago.
I swallowed hard at the words. I'd done a lot of things in the eons I'd spent walking this earth, but a few of them still haunted me. Was she referring to one of those incidents, or was she merely searching for my weak spot? I don't know what you mean.
You killed that girl, Victor. You know you did.
I've killed a lot of people, I shot back, the knot in my stomach twisting a little tighter as I worried she'd found my weakness. Her features relaxed a little as she raised her chin.
But most of them didn't bother you the way Juliet did.
My body stiffened, each muscle going taut, stretching as even the utterance of her name sent shockwaves through my body.
You killed her. She was so innocent.
Memories of Juliet, the sweet woman who had made the mistake of smiling at me as she crossed the street, of her rosy cheeks, her alabaster skin, her soft auburn hair, swept through my mind unbidden. I'd been consumed with desire for her. I'd wooed her, but in the end, I'd proved to be too much for her. The image of her lifeless body, still and pale, the rosiness robbed from her as she lay dead in front of me, still haunted me. Before I could respond, a dull ache pinged the back of my brain, stemming from the base of my neck and spreading upward. I clenched my teeth, letting out a low growl. Someone was betraying me, and my built-in warning system was giving me a heads-up. I knew exactly who it was. Lena. I tapped into my connected vision, viewing the world from her eyes. My heart skipped a beat as the details filled in. A brunette stood in front of her, her features pinched with concern as Lena blabbed on about how I had Sera in my captivity. My own heart stopped as I studied her features. No, it couldn't be. My mind was playing tricks.
Chris was right to panic. He has Sera. I don't think he'll harm her physically. It's different now than it was the last time, but he still has her, and he's not going to let her go.
Fear reigned in the brunette's eyes.
We have to get to her. We have to help her.
My own worldview turned glassy as the puritanical Lena started to cry.
I know. I wanted to help her so much, but I can't. He controls everything I do. I'm surprised I got this far. He must be focused on her instead of me.
My irritation grew with each passing second. That do-gooder fool. She thought she could skirt the rules. I would deal with her and make certain she never betrayed me again.
Lena, you're not making sense. What do you mean he controls you?
The woman asked.
I mean, he can make me do things. He's a...
She'd never finish that statement, as I appeared in the forest near her and stepped from behind the large pine tree. My eyes pierced hers, causing her to shake violently. She immediately began her ridiculous pleading.
Victor, I did what you said. Chris is running around the woods looking for Sera. He'll never find her.
Quiet! I snapped at her. You lied. You told her about Sera. The eerily familiar brunette next to her opened her mouth, preparing to cry out for help as she backed from the scene. My gaze whipped to her, and I stopped her, pulling her closer to me like metal slides toward a magnet. You aren't going anywhere, and you won't alert Chris.
I will,
She retorted.
Chris!
My forehead creased. How was she still able to exercise her free will while I was attempting to control her mind? I'd worry about that later. Instead, I needed to prevent her from ratting me out to the human idiot Sera seemed to treasure. I yanked her closer to me and clamped a hand down on her forearm before I pulled us both back to my private villa. As we arrived, she glanced around before she yanked her arm away from me, terror in her eyes. Turning, her eyes went wider when she spotted Sera in her cell.
Sera? Please, Victor.
Sera sobbed, a tear rolling down her cheek.
Don't hurt her. She's innocent. You have to let her go.
The woman snapped her gaze back to me, gulping as she studied me. For some reason, that look stabbed me directly in my withered heart, stirring a conflict within me that I hadn't expected. Why had this woman been able to escape my mind control? And why was I reacting the way I was to her fear of me? Normally, I reveled in it. The shrinking away from me that came with the territory of flashing my fangs, or exerting some other undue influence on people thrilled me. But this time it didn't. She looked at me like I was a monster, and I detested it. My nose wrinkled as Sera continued her pleading.
Victor, don't hurt her, please.
I didn't want to hurt her. But I couldn't let Sera or this woman know that. I needed her to. Suddenly, my plan to break Sera's will, to take her for my own, waffled a little as Emily's attack smacked me harder than I'd expected. I firmed my resolve, shoving aside whatever weakness this woman brought out in me. Give me a reason not to, I answered. Sera swallowed hard, her lower lip trembling as her eyes darted between me and the woman. Without warning, the brunette shoved at my chest with a strength that surprised me before she darted toward the cell.
Emily, run!
Sera shouted.
Run away as quickly as you can and hide. I'm not leaving you.
Emily answered as she reached the bars and tugged against them. Sera thrashed her head back and forth.
You must. He's dangerous, Emily. He'll hurt you. Badly. Please, run. Try to find Chris. Try to...
Her words cut off as I grabbed hold of Emily and wrenched her away from the bars. You aren't going anywhere.
Let Sera go.
She shouted at me, defiance flashing in her eyes. No, I don't think I will, because Sera belongs to me. Her brows knitted as she shook her head.
No.
I scoffed at the simple statement. And I suppose you believe she belongs with that uptight human doctor? Emily curled her fingers into fists.
They are in love.
I don't care about love, I answered.
Because you are evil.
The implication hurt more than I wanted to admit. I shoved it away with a laugh.
What sort of man would imprison someone like this? Because you believe she belongs to you? You're a caveman.
Not exactly, I answered with a closed-mouth grin before I flashed to my fangs. She shrank back in horror as Sera shouted at her to run again.
What are you?
Emily stammered. What does it look like?
Emily, run!
Sera repeated.
He's a vampire, and he will kill you or hurt you very badly.
Emily shifted her worried gaze over my shoulder to Sera.
He'll do the same to you. No, Emily, I'm different.
I chuckled as confusion reigned on Emily's face, her mind desperately trying to piece together the puzzle. Show her, Sera. Show her what you really are. I could feel the fear rolling off Emily like heat streaming from an oven.
Don't hurt her,
Sera warned me.
Put her in the cell with me.
I already told you I needed a reason to do that. I flicked my gaze to Sera, arching an eyebrow. Are you willing to give me what I want? Sera licked her lips as she slowly nodded her head.
Yes. I'll trade myself for both Emily and Lena.
And Lena? No. I shook my head. Lena and I have a special bond.
You bit her!
She cried, her voice thick with venom.
That's not special. It's sick.
You say potato, I say potato.
So I'm not worth it?
She asked.
You wouldn't trade Lena for me?
The coy minx was testing me, needling at me to show how badly I wanted her. I could bend you to my will, you know. I could keep Lena, Emily, and have you.
Then why haven't you done that?
She asked. A fair question, and one I would address while I sidestepped the truth. I want you to come to me willingly.
That would never happen,
she answered.
I would never willingly give myself to you for no reason other than to save someone else. You know that.
Then I suppose I'll just have to break you.
Try it,
she taunted. Her barbs were needling at me, as they were intended to. I've already killed you once. You know I can do it.
You can't kill me, nor break me or bend me to your will.
I stalked closer, my nostrils flaring. You were nearly consumed once by my darkness. What makes you so certain you won't succumb to it again? Chris isn't here to save you. As we traded our derisive statements, an arm wrapped around my neck and tugged me backward as weight bore down on my back.
Open the cell and let her out, you lunatic!
While Sera and I had argued, Emily crept closer and leapt onto my back in a desperate attempt to help her friend. I gagged as she choked me before I grabbed hold of her arms and flung her across the room. She landed in a heap against the wall, crumbling like a rag doll on the floor. I adjusted my collar as I formed a cell around her. That should do. Sera rattled the bars of her own prison.
Let me see her. She could be hurt.
I stalked closer, easily passing through the iron bars and pressed 2 fingers against her throat, admiring it. Yes, I was the throat man, as were most vampires. She's alive. She'll be fine. I rose and approached Sera's cell again.
Don't you hurt her.
I slid inside the bars as Sera backed toward the wall again. I already told you how to buy her safety. Sera tightened her fists at her sides.
But you've hurt her and imprisoned her. Let her go and I'll play your game.
This isn't a game, Sera, I answered as I closed the gap between us. This is very real. I want to make you mine. But I don't trust you. Not yet. Prove to me that I can trust you.
How?
She asked. I held out a hand to her. Touch me. She stared at my outstretched fingers as though they were sharp knives pointing back at her. Her lips curved down in disgust, but she tugged a glove from her hand. She trembled as she reached toward me. Finally, her soft skin brushed against mine, and I basked in the small wind. She gasped, undoubtedly seeing more of my soul than she'd seen before when I brushed her cheek. I could feel the power coursing through her, the warmth of goodness, something I wanted to consume wholly. Her features twisted before they changed, the fear lingering in her eyes, shifting to confusion, then hope. My own brow furrowed as she uttered words I'd never thought I'd hear, stirring a flicker of hope within my darkened soul.
You still have goodness within you.
I stared down at our clasped hands, my blackened heart offering a minuscule thump. Was it possible that I could be saved?
Chapter 8.
Emily. Pain bloomed in the darkness around me, and for a moment, I feared I'd died. My chest constricted as breathing became difficult. The dull pounding in my head clouded my thoughts. I didn't see any bright light. Had I gone somewhere I had hoped not to go after death? My lower lip began to tremble and a groan escaped me. Another sound pierced the black silence around me.
Emily? Emily, can you open your eyes?
I recognized Sera's voice calling to me, though she sounded miles away. I tried to call her name, but I couldn't force the words past the lump in my throat.
Emily, open your eyes,
she repeated. For the first time, I realized I'd had them squeezed shut. I forced them open, my surroundings spinning around me and making me nauseous. With another groan, I rolled onto my side.
Emily?
Sera called again. I let my eyes slowly open again, curling my fingers into fists as the vertigo made the room spin. I breathed through it, desperately trying to fight past the nausea until everything settled. I found myself in a cage across the room from Sera, the bars surrounding us a stark reminder of our imprisonment. She clung to the iron bars, preventing her from getting to me, her knuckles white.
Hi, how are you feeling?
I swallowed hard, searching myself for the answer. A little rough.
I imagine. You took a hard hit. Emily, please don't try to fight with Victor again. He could hurt you very badly.
Details of what had happened, how I'd ended up here, flooded back into my mind. My pulse raced as the unbelievable specifics of my situation rattled through my mind. I'd been searching for Sera along with Lena when she'd confessed that Sera had been kidnapped, just as Chris had suspected. Seconds later, a man had appeared, and strange things had happened. I'd managed to be snatched by a vampire. I tried to climb to my feet, but my wobbly knees wouldn't hold me.
Easy,
Sera said, reaching toward me as far as the bars would allow.
Don't go too fast.
My features pinched, not only from the pain, but from concern for Sera. As I raised my gaze to her, my eyes turned glassy. Did he hurt you?
She shook her head. No, he didn't. And I won't let him hurt you either. Emily, if you get the chance, you need to run, okay?
I finally forced myself to my feet, shaky but able to stand, and shook my head vehemently. No, I won't leave you.
Emily.
Her voice was a warning, filled with tension and unspoken fear. You don't deserve this either. We'll figure this out together. You've always been there for me, both you and Chris. Now, I want to return the favor.
This is too big of a favor, Emily. I held your hair while you vomited from the treatment Chris gave you. I didn't fight a vampire for you.
I licked my lips. Hearing her say the word vampire made it too real for me again. I'd seen his fangs, but I still couldn't believe it. Is he really?
Yes, and a very dangerous one. Emily, please. If you get the chance, run.
My shoulders slumped. Every fiber in my being told me she was right, but I couldn't leave her here. I couldn't let her be tortured by this creature. My mind turned to Chris, frantically searching for her, beside himself with worry, and rightly so. I couldn't go home and tell him his wife was still trapped here with a vampire. I tried to imagine the conversation. He'd probably think I was insane. The scientifically minded doctor would never believe in such things as vampires. I can't leave you. I won't, I insisted, my voice wavering with determination and fear. I'm not going to face Chris and tell him I left you here with that monster.
He'll understand. Believe me,
Sera answered. Well, then you should do the same, I said. If you get the chance to run, run. You said you'd protect me, but you should get away too. She shook her head.
No, I'm different. I can handle it. You can't.
My brow furrowed as she said those words. She'd said them earlier, before I'd tried to wrangle a vampire with my bare hands. Victor had made a cryptic comment, too.
Show her, Sera. Show her what you really are.
His voice echoed in my head as my features pinched more. What do you mean?
I can handle things because I'm different.
A cold heat washed over me. Are you a vampire? My frantic mind searched for clues. I'd seen her during the day, hadn't I? I'd never seen fangs.
No,
Sera answered.
no, I'm not a vampire, but I am different.
How? I asked. Her features softened as she studied me, before giant wings sprouted from her back. My eyes widened, and my jaw went slack. What? I choked out.
I'm an angel,
She answered.
see?
Her wings fluttered a few times. I squeezed my eyes closed before I opened them again, testing my vision to see if I was making it up. Angel? Disbelief colored my voice as I struggled to comprehend the enormity of Sera's revelation. Sera nodded.
Yes, so I can withstand his torture.
You cannot. Now, please, Emily, wait, I interrupted, still trying to wrap my mind around what I was seeing. What? I don't understand.
I know. It's a lot to take in, and you've been given a very rushed introduction to all of this. But Emily, I promise you I will survive this. I'm concerned you won't.
I bit into my lower lip, recalling all of the times she'd cared for me. I'd never known an angel was tending to my needs. No wonder she'd been so good at comforting me during my worst times. I glanced up at her, studying the feathery wings again. Does Chris know? My question brought an unexpected chuckle from her before she bobbed her head.
Yes, Chris knows.
My eyebrows raised toward my hairline. Chris knows? He's never... I didn't think he'd believe in anything supernatural. I stammered, trying to reconcile my perception of Chris with the newfound knowledge of his wife's celestial nature.
It's kind of hard to ignore when I've shoved my wings in his face.
Wait, I said with a shake of my head. No, this doesn't make sense. You and Chris are...
Married.
She answered with a nod.
Yes. It's okay. It's not forbidden for angels to fall in love. Just uncommon.
I considered it for a moment, recalling some of the early moments when I dealt with Dr. Chris Wright. He was a difficult man, especially when you hadn't gotten to know him. Even then, he could come across as hard and unwavering. I guess it makes sense. Chris isn't...
Easy? Well, it's a bit easier when you can see his true heart.
She tugged off her glove and wiggled her fingers in the air. My forehead creased. I thought... Wait, is the painful touch thing not real?
Just a cover. I'm an angel with soul glimpsing. It means if I touch someone, or they touch me, I can see their lives, their hearts, their souls.
I quickly searched my mind for any times when our skin had touched. Had she seen my soul?
I haven't seen your soul, Emily,
she answered, reading the look on my face.
I never touched your skin. I was careful.
Did we meet by accident?
No,
Sera said.
I was assigned to help you, to make sure you survived. And while you did, and my mission ended, I still feel responsible for your well-being. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Make sure I survived? So, angels...
Help people. Just like you were taught in Sunday school, yes. We walk among you, and most people don't even realize what we are. Things just got a little complicated for me with Chris.
I pressed my lips together, wondering how her life had unfolded and how a mere mortal, a particularly grumpy one by my standard, had captured the heart of an angel. But I couldn't be happier, she added with a grin. I swallowed hard as I wondered if their romance would be short-lived. That's why I have to make sure you get back to him. Sera, he was beside himself. And now I know why. Everything makes sense. He kept saying odd things, but this all makes sense now. Yes, I imagine he is. He doesn't do well with loss. But he won't lose me. But again, Emily, you don't understand what we're dealing with here. A vampire. Are you immune because you're an angel? Not immune, no. Victor Cross killed me once already, but I was sent back. Sent back to stop him from wreaking more havoc. I'm still working on a way— Killed you? I cried. What? I told you he's very dangerous. But I came back with some new skills and a new immunity to his poison. I'll be okay. You, on the other hand, may not be. But it's you he's after. Her features wilted into a frown as her nose wrinkled. He says that, but that's not what's in his heart. What do you mean? I was missing pieces to the puzzle, and I needed them to help brainstorm ways to save us both. She licked her lips. When I first met Victor, he was filled with darkness, brimming with it. It nearly killed me when he touched my cheek. Chris saved me, but— She hesitated, her features scrunching before she continued. When I touched him earlier tonight, things were different. Different? How? Her breathing turned labored, and she seemed to be avoiding eye contact with me. He isn't filled with darkness anymore. A nugget of goodness exists, but— Then you can reach him. Maybe you can save him. You're an angel, that's what you do, right? You help people. I am supposed to stop him from continuing on his path, but— But what? I couldn't understand her hesitance. Whatever solution she'd found seemed to bother her, but I couldn't see the reason why. Sera, if you saw goodness, why are you so upset? She finally raised her sparkling green eyes to meet mine. Worry clouded them, and her fingers tightened around the bars again as she drew her lips into a thin line. Emily, you are the goodness I see in him. I screwed up my face at the words, confusion and disbelief warring within me. What? A chuckle followed the single word I uttered as I continued to be unable to follow the conversation. How am I the goodness in him? The same way that Chris and I complement each other. He's filled with goodness, but you'd never know it because it's buried under a mountain of pain. But I could still see it. And with you, he strives to be good. Realization dawned on me. I finally understood all those times people said someone brought out the best in someone else. But my sudden understanding devolved quickly into confusion again. But how— How are you Victor's goodness? There is something in you. Something he cherishes, admires, loves even. But Emily, this is too dangerous. You can't be the one to save him. I swallowed hard at the words. What existed in me that appealed to this dark man? I wasn't special. The only thing unique about me had been my Kalem's syndrome, and I'd been cured of that. I had no special skills or radiance. I eyed Sera across the room. Her insistence that I was Victor's goodness seemed unwavering. And one thought burned through my mind. What if I'm the only one who can? The possibility weighed on me, both thrilling and terrifying, pressing down like a physical force I couldn't shake. Was I special enough to be the only person to save this dark, tortured soul? And was I strong enough to survive the challenge?
Chapter 9. Victor. My chest constricted, and I pressed a hand against it, feeling the odd, barely there thumping of my heart. I glanced down at my own chest, my nose wrinkling as I tried to make sense of it. Sera's words echoed in my mind.
You still have goodness within you.
No, I growled, certain she'd been wrong. She's lying. I had no goodness left in me. She was merely attempting to give me hope where none existed. After she'd uttered the nonsense, I ripped my hand from hers, a sneer on my lips. You're lying. She backed a step away, staring at her own flesh as though it had betrayed her.
I'm not,
she whispered. A lump formed in my throat as the vision of Juliet danced in my mind. I had no goodness left in me. None. My muscles tightened, a familiar ache gnawing at me as Sera's words continued to play in my mind like a haunting melody, stirring up memories I'd long buried. I clung to the darkness within me, pushing back against the faint glimmer of hope that threatened to break through. I had no light in me. In fact, I had only the opposite. Emily intrigued me. So much so, I'd stuffed that interest away, intent on my mission to break Sera. And during the course of that, I'd harmed Emily. A strange twinge of an emotion I'd long since shoved away had roiled inside me when her delicate body had smacked into the wall. I had nothing to offer her but pain. Juliet was evidence of that. I still recalled her eyes, filled with disappointment in the moments before her death. I shoved the memory away, refusing to confront the pain it brought. So when Sera had suggested otherwise, I'd fled, shutting myself in my private space until I could regain my senses. My scattered thoughts continued to badger at me, though, as I stared at the full moon dancing in the night sky. My restarted heart lent credence to Sera's theory, but I couldn't trust it. I'd felt this once before, and it ended in what little remained of my heart being ripped into shreds. The pain had been unbearable then. I couldn't live through it again. And I wouldn't, I vowed, my fingers curling into fists. Sera Lightwood would not win. I would prove to her that I had no goodness left, that she would admit her folly, and my heart would cease to beat once more, sparing me any of the pain that came along with such complications. With a silent promise made, I lifted my chin, sucking in a deep breath as I made my plan. With a newfound angle, Sera would be harder to control, but I had a way. A cruel smile spread across my features. I knew exactly how I would break her and prove to her that I was evil to my core. Before I acted on my devious plan, I savored this moment of anticipation, the thrill of the impending win. You'll regret your game, Sera, and so much more. I lost myself in the words, clinging to them as I shoved any emotion away that wasn't negative. The further I was from the incident, the more stable I became. Finally, when my thoughts no longer raced and I'd played the scenarios out several times in my mind, I took a final glance at the moon before I transported myself to Crescent Bay, arriving outside of Havenwood Manor. A dark cloud obscured the moon as I arrived and hid in the shadows, tuning into Lena's vision to take in the chaos that ensued within the Gothic house's walls. Chris's jaw tensed again as he stalked back and forth in front of the fireplace, a scotch clenched in his hand. Lena, I'm not going to ask you again. What happened to Emily and Sera?
I don't know,
She insisted.
I was with Emily 1 minute, and the next, she was gone. Maybe she stumbled upon Sera and...
No! Chris shouted before he whipped his glass at the fireplace, shattering it into a million pieces. I don't believe that! 2 of them missing? He took them! I know Victor Cross has Sera! Well, no one can accuse you of being stupid, I murmured as I delighted in his anguish. It brought a measure of peace to my black heart.
Maybe he took them both,
Lena answered. How could you let Emily out of your sight?
I didn't know he'd take her.
Lena shouted.
We were just spreading out to search for Sera.
Chris eyed her, and I could see the distrust floating in his eyes. He knew her well enough to realize something wasn't right. I just find it strange that first Sera went missing while she was with you, and then the same thing happened with Emily.
What are you accusing me of? Kidnapping them? Helping Victor take them?
Chris's pinched features glared at her for another second before he answered. I don't know. I'm just... He scrubbed his face before he slid his eyes closed. I'm beside myself with worry is what I am. Boy, it's really going to kill you when you realized your best friend betrayed you, I mumbled to myself. Well, hopefully it won't kill you, because I'd like that pleasure.
I know,
Lena answered Chris as she slid a hand onto his shoulder while he stared at the flames dancing in the fireplace.
I know that.
Stop it. He shook her off, putting distance between them. You can't fix this with your pity. No one can fix this. His voice broke as emotion overcame him. He took her from me once before. I can't live through this a second time.
She said she was stronger this time, right?
Lena asked.
That she could withstand more.
Chris twisted, his eyes shining with unshed tears. Do you think that matters to me? Do you think I'm okay with the fact that Sera can withstand his torture? He flung his arms in the air. Oh, sure, no need to worry. This time he won't kill her, he'll just put her through hell. Lena remained silent, unable to offer any platitudes that would alleviate any of his pain. I, on the other hand, could do that. With a spring in my step, I pushed through the creaky gate leading to the property and marched my way to the front door, ringing the doorbell. The crusty old butler opened the door a moment later. I kind of liked the guy. Once Chris Wright was no more, I may ask him to be in my service. But I had other things to attend to first. Hello, I need to see Chris Wright. Dr. Wright is not accepting any visitors at the moment, sir. May I take a message and leave it with him? Nah, I want to speak to him personally. I'm afraid that is impossible. Is it? Tell him it's about his wife, Sera. See if that changes his mind. The butler's bushy eyebrows climbed to his forehead. Just a moment. Come in. I ask that you wait here in the foyer. But of course, I said with a grin as I stepped over the threshold. It was always a pleasure when someone invited a vampire into their house. It made it so much easier for us to wreak havoc. With giddy anticipation for my upcoming chat with the doctor, I rocked on my heels while studying the old woodwork. It wasn't bad at all. It would be a nice home on the coast for Sera and me once I broke her. The bonus was it would be filled with memories of her old life. Nothing crushes someone's spirit like having what they lost thrust into their face. The doors to the living room burst open a moment later, and a red-faced Chris appeared. You! Hey, buddy, how's it going? He lunged at me, but I disappeared, manifesting myself on the opposite side of the space and clicking my tongue at him. And here I thought we could have a civil conversation. "Where is Sera?" His nostrils flared and his fist tightened at his sides. "She's at my villa. She's fine, just a little trapped." His jaw flexed and a little vein popped out on his forehead. "So you admit you took her?" "Of course. I didn't come here to lie. That would have been fun, but not nearly as fun as what I have in store for you." I grinned at him. "If you hurt her—" "What?" I goaded. "You'll do what? Curl up in a ball and cry for your mummy? Kind of like what you've been doing all night." The slight crease of his forehead tipped me off to the fact that he'd caught that subtle clue about my ability to see into his private conversations. "Yes, I know how beside yourself you've been." I tapped my temple. "I have first-hand knowledge of it, in fact. I can see every move you made. Your panic. Your worry." "How?" he asked, his voice in a low growl. I motioned toward Lena, who hovered in the doorway to the living room. "My eyes and ears." I crossed to her, sliding my arm around her shoulders. "She's been my inside man." Chris's lower lip began to tremble, but I couldn't tell if it was from anger or the upset of the betrayal. "You helped him?"
Chris, please.
Lena began as a tear rolled down her cheek. "You're lying," Chris answered, defiance flashing in his eyes. I chuckled at the words. "Except I'm not. Lena did all the hard work for me, including conking sweet little Sera on the head, to knock her out so I could safely abscond with her to my villa." He searched her face for the truth, trembling as he realized I wasn't lying. "How could you?" he hissed.
I didn't have a choice. He controls me.
"Bull!" Chris screamed at her. "As much as I'd love to watch a fight, especially between friends, I'm in sort of a hurry. Let me explain before you two drag this out longer than it needs to be." I grabbed the scarf around Lena's neck and ripped it away, showing the 2 puncture wounds in her throat. I bit her, and now she can't say no to me. So she absolutely did what I wanted her to. Sweet Sera is my captive because of Lena's handiwork.
Please don't hurt her,
Lena begged. "I don't plan on it." I took a step closer to Chris. Him, on the other hand, well, that's a different story.
No.
Lena swung around, placing herself between me and Chris, a feeble attempt to protect her best friend. I rolled my eyes at her. "You're joking. Do you really think you can stop me from doing anything? I have Sera and Emily because of you." "Emily has nothing to do with this. Let her go," Chris said. "Wow, you really are turning into a world-class sap, aren't you? Before Sera, you wouldn't have cared what happened to Emily, but look at you now, worried about someone other than yourself. She isn't a part of this. You're coming after me. Then come at me, not her." I winced, pretending to waver as I considered the suggestion. If it's all the same, I'd like to keep her around just in case I need her to really drive home a point with Sera. Before Chris could counter my statement, Lena lunged at me, scratching her fingernails down my face.
Run, Chris!
"Ow! You little minx!" I shouted before I shoved her aside, wiping at the scratch marks as Chris shot past me into the living room. "Run like the coward you are, Chris, but you won't escape your fate." I followed him inside the space, finding him fiddling with something inside the cabinet. He twisted a second later, aiming the gun at me. I burst into laughter. "You're joking, right? Go ahead. Shoot me." "They're silver bullets," he growled. "Now, take me to Sera." I narrowed my eyes at him, gauging whether or not he was telling the truth. Silver bullets weren't as deadly as most people thought, but they could inflict enough damage that I'd be sufficiently maimed beyond anything I felt comfortable with. "You're in luck, friend. I came to do just that. Oh, but you're going to have to put the gun down if you want me to transport you to her." "Fat chance, friend," Chris barked. "I don't trust you as far as I could throw you." "Looks like you lose, then. I'll gladly return to Sera and tell her you didn't want to see her." "She'll know that's not true." "She might," I answered. "She'll keep believing in you until I've taken the last shred of hope away from her. And believe me, I plan on doing that as quickly as possible." Chris's hand trembled as he gripped the gun with white knuckles. After a second, he released the death grip on the weapon, raising the barrel toward the ceiling before he set it aside. "Fine. Take me to Sera." "I knew you'd see it my way." I grinned at him as I glanced over my shoulder at Lena, who stood trembling in the corner. "Why don't you come with us?" A tear slid down her cheek as she, against her will, inched closer to me. I grabbed a hold of her arm and dragged her toward Chris, clamping a hand around his wrist. The room faded away, and within seconds, the villa filled in around us. Sera clung to the bars as we appeared, her eyes widening as she spotted Chris.
Chris!
"Sera!" he called, taking a step toward her before I yanked him back. "Oh, what a sweet reunion. But I don't think so. Touching is not allowed." He fought against me, his focus on his wife. "Sera, are you okay? Did he hurt you?"
No,
she said with a shake of her head.
but you can't stay here. You have to go and take Emily with you.
She poked a finger across the room where Emily stood in her own cell, now awake. I flicked my gaze away from her, a ripple of emotion bubbling inside me as I caught sight of her eyes. I didn't need that distraction now. Maybe I should let her go. She distracted me from my goal. "You know, Sera, you have a point." I lifted the bars from around Emily, freeing her. "Beat it, kid. You're no longer needed."
No.
she answered, parading herself across the room to stand in front of Sera's cell.
I'm not leaving until we're all safe. Emily, we talked about this.
Sera said.
You have to go. I said no.
She answered, her eyes boring into me. My features pinched as I refused to meet her gaze, but I could still feel the intensity of her stare. My heart thumped harder against my ribs, reminding me of its presence and twisting my stomach into a knot. "Go away, Emily. You don't want to witness what I'm about to do."
I'm not leaving until all of my friends are safe. Victor, you don't have to do this,
Sera said, her voice calm and reassuring. Angels really could be annoying at times. "Don't try to dissuade me," I growled, tugging Chris backward toward me as I revealed my fangs. "It won't work."
Don't!
Sera shouted at me, fear dancing in her eyes. "You can't stop me. None of you can stop me. I'm going to kill Chris Wright, and no one is going to stop me." I railed against their fake concern for me, bolstering myself with my own words as my fangs lingered just above his skin. Once I injected my poison into his system, the chaos and upset that would ensue would recharge my negative batteries. All I had to do was kill this man, and I'd be fine. I just needed to kill Chris.
Chapter 10. Emily. Fear sent my fight-or-flight instincts into overdrive as I struggled to stop my knees from buckling. I'd still barely managed to wrap my head around the idea that vampires and angels existed, but Sera's feathery wings and Victor's sharp fangs couldn't be denied. But now I stood staring into a precipice,
one I wasn't sure I would be able to escape. The vampire stood in front of me with his fangs bared, ready to sink them into Chris's neck. Would the bite kill him? Or would he turn into a vampire? I didn't know the answer to that question, but Victor had used the word kill. Moments ago, Sera had warned me to leave, but I couldn't let her deal with this alone. The loss of her husband stared her in the face, while she stood in a prison of Victor's making, unable to do anything to help Chris. But it wasn't those things that made my stomach twist into a tight knot. Despite the danger staring me in the face, Sera's words echoed in my mind. You are the goodness I see in him. I still didn't comprehend fully how that could be. Was it similar to her relationship with Chris? Her inherent goodness brought out his. Was that what would happen between Victor and me? Or would his darkness swallow me whole and destroy me entirely? I had no answers to these questions, but my mind still insisted I may be the only one who could stop Victor Cross from continuing down his path of destruction. My lower lip trembled as his fangs hovered a hair's breadth from Chris's skin. Please, don't. My voice, which I had hoped would be filled with authority, came out as weak, breathy, and pleading. Victor's eyes shifted from Chris's neck to me, his nose wrinkling. My heart raced against my ribs, pounding out a frantic rhythm. I had just caught the attention of a dangerous man on the brink of a heinous act. Would I now be the focus of his ire? I held his gaze, his dark eyes boring into me. My mind clouded, as though I couldn't manage my own thoughts. Suddenly, Victor's voice filled my head, loud and inescapable.
Say you want me to do it.
No! I shouted, a tear rolling down my cheek. No, I don't want you to do it! I won't say that! His features scrunched a little, as though he was surprised by my response, though I couldn't see how. His gaze intensified.
Emily, say you understand why I need to do this.
His lips never moved, but I clearly heard his voice ringing in my mind. I clamped my hands over my ears, my lips tugging into a wince. Stop it! Get out of my head! Leave her alone, Sera said. Emily, please go. Run. No, I insisted with a vehement shake of my head. Lena, who had hung at the fringes of the room, suddenly burst into a run. Racing toward Victor and Chris, she raised a poker in her hand, retrieved from the fireplace set. Before she could slam it down against his head, he shot a hand out. Lena spiraled across the room, slamming into the wall with a sickening smack. Stop it! Leave them alone! I shouted. His lips curled with disdain at the words.
I can't. Don't you understand?
No! I cried. No, I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
If you don't understand, then I'll show you.
He growled before he lunged at me, gripping my arm tightly and yanking me toward him. No! Sera yelled from behind me, but her voice faded along with the image of the room around me. My pulse raced as blackness surrounded me. After a few blinks, I began to make out details. The glow of a full moon cast an eerie light on the newly formed leaves that created a canopy over our heads. Where are we? I whispered. Victor didn't offer a response other than to drag me away from the wooded haven we'd landed in. As we emerged from under the trees, a village spread out in front of us. Stone cottages with thatched roofs lined a narrow street. The sleepy hamlet resembled a scene lifted straight from a storybook. Had Victor been born of some sort of fairy tale with a witch's curse?
Watch.
He growled, his voice filled with a mix of emotions. I swallowed hard, staring at the lines etched in his face, before I shifted my gaze toward the village again. Hooves thundered, shaking the ground, and before long, black horses, their masked riders wielding torches and weapons, raced down the tiny street with whoops and hollers. Someone hurried from within one of the thatched cottages and was immediately struck down by the slice of a sword. He collapsed to his knees, the disbelief and shock on his face twisting his features terribly until he collapsed into the dirt, his eyes staring ahead, but no longer seeing. Was Victor the killer? Did he ride with this band of rabble-rousers? One man tossed a torch onto a roof, and it immediately caught fire, the flames shooting high into the night sky. The others dismounted, kicking in doors and murdering people in their homes, or dragging them into the streets to finish the job. I pressed a trembling hand to my lips as I watched the chaos unfold. The attack lasted mere minutes, but led to the destruction of most of the town. With it burning and blood running in the streets, the men mounted their horses and left the ruins they'd created behind. I slid my gaze sideways to the man next to me, wondering if he'd been the cause of this. Instead, he dragged me closer. My heart hammered as I resisted, digging my heels into the dirt. What had I gotten myself into? Was Victor truly capable of such darkness? No, I don't want to see what you caused.
I didn't cause this.
He grunted as he strong-armed me closer to one of the huts. He shoved me in front of a window.
Watch.
My trembling fingers wrapped around the sill and peered through the filmy window into the one-room home. 2 bodies lay sprawled across the floor, bloody and broken. One a small child, the other a young woman with an eerie resemblance to me. I wondered if he'd killed her. Was that the reason he'd had such an odd reaction to me? A scratching noise broke the silence of the night, making my heart skip a beat. I crinkled my brow, scanning the interior of the house for some sign of what caused the noise. From under a small wooden table, a man crawled out. He climbed to his feet and raced toward the child, collecting her into his arms before he dropped to his knees next to the woman. He cradled them both before he threw his head back with a loud cry. As his face became visible, I gasped. It was Victor. The woman, I assumed, had been his wife, and the girl, his daughter. The men had killed his family but left him alive. I didn't know why, but this must have been what had broken him. Had this been what turned him so dark? I twisted to face him, my features questioning.
Watch.
He growled again, his rough voice a desperate attempt to match the hurt he relived. I turned back to the window, peering inside as footsteps sounded. A dark shadow loomed across the floor. It drew Victor's attention away from his slain family. His tear-streaked face raised to study the newcomer. The man, his cape brushing against the ground, strode closer to Victor.
Are you back to finish the job?
Victor's past self asked.
No.
The man answered simply, his eyes glowing red in the darkened house.
Kill me.
Victor said.
Please, kill me. Do you really want that?
Yes.
he answered.
I have nothing left to live for. Kill me! Let me go with my family! I can offer you something better,
The caped stranger said. My brow furrowed as I wondered what he meant.
There is nothing that can end my pain except death.
Victor answered him.
What about the deaths of those men who did this to your wife and child?
Victor's forehead creased as he flicked his gaze up to the man.
I can give you that. They will beg at your feet, grovel for their lives, and you will have the power to end them easily. I would never survive the fight they put up.
The man chuckled, his yellowed teeth glowing in the dim moonlight.
I assure you that you can. That you will bring them all to their knees. They will beg before you, plead with you.
No, I whispered. Revenge won't heal you.
And I can make them pay for this?
Victor asked the man. The man nodded.
And they will pay dearly. They will suffer as you do now, and you can end their lives whenever you choose. What must I do?
Victor asked. No, I protested. This won't help. The caped man grinned at him before he flashed his fangs. Victor's anguished scream pierced the night, a haunting melody of pain and regret that seemed to reverberate through the very air. In that moment, I glimpsed the depths of his torment and the scars that etched his soul. It rattled me to my core, and I found myself trembling all over as Victor's hand clamped around my arm. "What are you doing?" I asked as a new space filled in around us. This time, I stared at what appeared to be a castle dungeon. Men lined on their knees, cowered, as another man paced up and down in front of them. Victor, now well-dressed, the former meekness I'd seen in his cottage completely replaced by an arrogant confidence, stopped in front of one of them. The man uttered a sob, bowing his head.
No, please! I think my wife said the same thing before one of you stuck a sword into her belly.
He growled.
I didn't do it!
The man stammered, poking a finger down the line.
It was Amos!
You rode with him. You will pay the price too.
I gasped as Victor grabbed him in a chokehold before sinking his teeth into the man's skin. The cry he let out was horrifying, as was the gurgling sound that followed it. I clapped my hand over my mouth as my stomach rolled, as the man's body collapsed to the floor in a heap. Blood ran down Victor's chin, and he flicked it away, drunk from the power he held over these men. "I don't want to see any more," I begged him.
But you must. You must see. See that the revenge only made me hungrier for blood, led my soul to become darker and darker, and now there is no saving me.
"That isn't true," I argued. "Sera said she saw goodness in you."
Sera is a liar!
He growled at me, his features pinching. "She isn't. I don't think angels lie." His eyebrows shot up.
So she told you.
I nodded. "She did, and she told me that she sees goodness in you. I believe her."
Do you?
His low voice rattled me to the core, but I stood my ground. If I was the one to save Victor, to challenge him, I had to do it. I fought to stop my lower lip from trembling. "Yes?" My single-word answer came out more like a question than a statement. He tugged the corner of his lips back into a smirk.
Are you willing to bet your life on it?
I lifted my chin, curling my fingers into fists. I am. You won't hurt me.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I trust that there is still goodness in you. What happened to you was terrible. I can't imagine the pain you went through when you lost your wife.
Emilia.
My eyebrows raised at the name. So similar to mine. His features slackened a little, grief clouding his eyes.
Her name was Emilia.
Losing Emilia must have hurt. But you don't have to keep doing this. Don't you see that it solves nothing? It only makes things worse.
I don't care.
He growled.
I revel in the darkness now. There is no light for me.
No, I started when he grabbed my arm.
Yes, and soon I will consume Sera's light. I will snuff it out like the weak flame on a dying candle.
My mind raced as we were transported back to Victor's villa. What had I just witnessed? Could Victor truly be saved? Or was he beyond redemption? The questions swirled in my mind, threatening to overwhelm me as we returned to the present moment. Chris madly tried to free Sera from the cell as Lena helped him. The moment Victor spotted the rescue efforts, he let go of me and pulled Chris into his grasp.
I don't think so, Doctor. There is no saving her, and there is no saving you.
That isn't true, I said again, hoping one time the words would resonate.
Leave it, Emily. You can't save me. None of you can.
But we can, Victor, Sera answered. Chris can save you. He can reverse what happened to you. The words stunned me. Was she telling the truth? Or merely feeding him false hope in a desperate attempt to save us from the dire situation? Could Victor Cross be saved?
Chapter 11. Victor. With my insides still twisted into a knot, I pulled Emily back to my villa. She'd witnessed what had led to my demise and subsequent rise into the powerful entity I'd become. I'd been a simple man once, but that was before the blackness had eaten away at my soul. First, the death of my wife and daughter, and then the perilous journey of my revenge that had consumed me entirely. Addicted to the power, I continued to spiral out of control, driven to snuff out as much light from this world as I could. I wallowed in a prison of my own making, unable to escape. As the details of my breezy living room filled in around us, I spotted Chris desperately attempting to free Sera. He never would. Rage burned through me at the outpouring of love between them, and I released my grip on Emily, reaching out for Chris. As my fingers tightened around him, a voice in the back of my mind, one that I hadn't heard in such a long time, whispered doubts. Was this really what I wanted? Was my continued path of revenge worth sacrificing any chance at redemption? I pulled him into my outstretched hand with the power of my mind. I don't think so, Doctor. There is no saving her, and there is no saving you. Darkness consumed me, drowning me in a sea of blackness as I desperately sought to quench my thirst for revenge. My happiness was ripped away from me, so no one else should have any either.
That isn't true,
Emily cried with a shake of her head. The sound of her voice grated on me, tearing my heart into two. When I looked at her, all I saw was Emilia, and I couldn't face that. Leave it, Emily. You can't save me. None of you can. Sera pressed her face through the bars.
But we can, Victor. Chris can save you.
He can reverse what's happened to you.
I froze at the words as she spoke them. Was she lying? I don't believe you, Sera. I think this is a desperate attempt to save your beau's life, and it's not going to work.
It's not.
Sera answered without hesitation.
Chris can find a cure for your vampirism. We can give you a normal life back.
I scoffed as I kept a firm hold of the good doctor who could supposedly cure me. And why would I want that, Why would I give up this glorious existence to return to a pitiful human one? I spat, my voice dripping with disdain. I gain nothing from it.
Is it really that glorious?
Sera asked.
The blackness in your soul spreads like a disease. It eats away at you, making you more and more depraved by the second. What kind of existence is that?
I shook Chris before I set my dark eyes on her. Better than a pitiful, fragile human one.
Is it?
She held my gaze, not shrinking away. My view changed as Emily slid between us, her eyes pleading.
Let them help you.
Why? I growled.
Because this isn't a life. And it's not the life you wanted. It's not the life Amelia would have wanted for you.
The mention of my wife's name, the sound of it coming from Emily's mouth, twisted my stomach into a tight knot. I felt the cold lump of my heart pound a little harder. But I shoved all that away. I couldn't return to a human existence. And I couldn't give in to my heart's desire, though it burned through me, begging me to accept their help. I wouldn't put myself in that vulnerable position again. I had loved once and lost. I couldn't do that again. No, I answered firmly. This is the life I chose.
Do you really want it, though?
Emily asked. She's got a point, the doctor said, his voice shaky but sharp. It's pretty inconvenient to need blood like you do. It's not that hard to find, Doctor, I answered. I'm about to have a feast now, courtesy of your veins. The creases on his face told me he's still worried about that possibility, but he continued to argue with me. My blood's probably not that great. I'm pretty salty. Then I'll stick you in a cell and drain Lena instead.
Don't you touch her!
Sera shouted from her cell. You can't stop me, I shot back.
Stop!
Emily cried with a shake of her head.
Stop this right now! Victor, you once weren't like this. You had a family, a wife, a child.
And they were ripped from me! I shouted at her. Slain in front of my eyes because they had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But now, I said, raising my free hand in the air, men cower in front of me.
Yet you cannot find any peace.
Emily answered quietly. A frown settled on my lips as I eyed her. I wanted to hate her. I wanted to rip her to pieces, to destroy her. But I couldn't. Instead, a quiet challenge buzzed through my brain. For a second, I imagined a normal life. No bloodlust. No darkness consuming my brain, driving me to do horrible things. Things that, when I really thought about them, disgusted even me. My gaze fell on Emily. Her sweet features pleaded with me. But I couldn't chance it. I couldn't let hope into my heart again. It would likely be destroyed, just as my first life had been. My peace was ripped away the moment Amelia and my daughter were murdered.
I know it's hard,
Emily continued.
but loss is a part of life. You didn't turn dark because of that. You turned dark because of the revenge.
You don't know anything! I shouted. She shrank back, my demeanor frightening her. I tried to find some pleasure in that, but I found none. I was quickly growing fond of the woman who reminded me so much of my gentle Amelia, that I was losing all of my senses. "Look, Victor," Chris said before he cleared his throat. "I know a thing or two about loss. I get it. I get where you're coming from and how hard it is to hope, but I promise you, I won't let you down. I still fail to see why I would allow you to cure me. I gain nothing from it."
You gain the ability to live a normal life,
Sera paused before she added,
to find love.
I scoffed at the words. "Love? Love is for suckers," Chris finished for me, his voice questioning. "We're more alike than you think, Victor. I felt the same way before I met Sera. And then you became a fool. We may have gotten along before you began to worship at the altar of love, Doctor, but now I find you simply a nuisance in my plan to snuff out Sera's light from this world." "I'm not going to let you do that without a fight," he shot back. "It won't be much of one," I answered. "I will break you in two before you can even scratch me."
We all understand your power, Victor.
Sera said.
But Chris makes a good point.
"Quiet!" I snapped. "I don't want to hear any more of your promises. You cannot fix me, and we are nothing alike." My eyes burned as I stared at the doctor, my next victim. "I can fix you. I fixed Emily. She had a life-threatening condition when I met her. Most thought it was incurable, but I cured it. And I can fix you, too." "Explain how, because I fail to see what you can do." "All right. Would you mind letting go of me so I don't have to do it while dangling from your iron grip?" My nose wrinkled with disdain. "I do mind." Chris swallowed hard as he gave a half shrug. "Okay, fine. Have it your way. When you bit Sera... When I killed her, you mean?" "Right, yes. When you killed her, and nearly killed me, by the way, because I was pretty devastated, so I do understand how you must have felt when you lost Amelia." "Stop babbling!" I said, shaking him again. "Sorry. When you killed Sera, I took a sample of her blood. I managed to not only isolate the poison you injected into her system, and create an antidote, so that I could easily save her if you ever tried that again, which, I must say, was quite brilliant of me." "Stop!" I said with another violent shake of the man. Okay, here's the point. Your blood has some sort of abnormality to it. It must be from the vampirism. If I can figure out a way to reverse that, I can restore your humanness. I can cure you. If, I spat back, if you can figure it out. Well, when? I'm pretty brilliant. He shot me a cocky grin that made me want to punch him in the face. Chris Wright was everything wrong with the world. Yet you fell in love. Not very smart, Doctor.
Love is a beautiful thing.
Emily answered. Not from where I am standing.
Then maybe you should try a different view.
Emily said.
Life doesn't have to be this way.
I narrowed my eyes at her. If you are such a firm believer, then I challenge you to prove it to me.
How?
She asked with a shrug of her shoulders. Marry me, I said, a challenge in my voice. Replace Amelia. Give your life to me.
No.
Sera answered with a shake of her head.
No, Emily, you do not need to agree to this.
Sera's right. You shouldn't do it, Chris answered. I tossed the doctor across the room, smashing him into a wall. He landed in a heap, but still conscious. Quiet, Doctor, no one asked you. With a groan, he climbed to his feet. Don't do it, Emily. Victor is a dangerous man. Yet you claim you can fix me. Turn me into a real swell guy. I didn't say that. I only promised that you'd be human again. Niceness does not come with the package. I offered him an unimpressed stare before I switched my gaze to Emily. What do you say, Emily? I will allow them to attempt this treatment if you will give your life to me. One sacrifice for another. Emily swallowed hard, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at me. She sucked in short, panicked breaths as she mulled her choices.
Don't do it, Emily,
Sera said.
Victor, I'll take her place.
Will you? I asked, a grin spreading across my features. This was turning more amusing than I'd expected. Well. How do you feel about that, Doctor? Your wife is willing to leave you to become mine.
I'll do it,
Emily said, her voice rushed. I pulled my chin back toward my chest, raising my eyebrows. Just a moment. I've got a shot at an angel.
Emily, no.
Sera said with a shake of her head.
I'll do it. You don't want Sera, you just want to destroy her light. But you won't feel that way after Chris fixes you.
As Emily accepted my proposal, a cold knot of dread settled in my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that this decision would lead to consequences far beyond what any of us could foresee. But I pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the glimmer of hope that flickered in Emily's eyes. Chris won't fix you if you lay a hand on my wife, the doctor grumbled from across the room. I flicked a glare his way. You play by my rules, Doctor. I'm in control here. Well, then make your call so we can move on. This is getting old. I really didn't like Chris Wright at all. I shifted my gaze back to Emily. Despite her fear, she raised her chin, locking eyes with me, a silent promise passing between us. I tore my gaze away from hers, too mesmerized by her to think straight. All right, fine. If you are willing to make the sacrifice, I will allow the good doctor to attempt his experiments. But I warn you, Doctor, if you cannot solve my problem, I will destroy you. Slowly, while I drain the life from Sera right before your eyes. That's not going to happen, Chris said. I can do it. I just need some time, some equipment, and a few attempts. His words portrayed confidence, but his shaky voice didn't. I found myself wondering if I'd just been duped. But the tiny thump inside my chest is what really made me worried. Despite myself, despite the centuries of life as I was, and the reign of terror I'd brought down upon this earth, a small part of me hoped that Chris Wright could fix me. A small part of me wanted to find love again. Would I? Or would I end up in a darker place than ever when I destroyed every living soul in this room when they failed?
Chapter 12. Emily. My heart pounded against my ribs as I considered what I'd just agreed to, and how it may alter my life. In a matter of days, I had gone from weeping over a man who'd left me behind to somehow being engaged to a man who could destroy me, my body and soul. Was I making a mistake? Doubt gnawed at me, but Sera's words echoed in my mind. You are the goodness in him. If that was true, I had to do this, didn't I? I wavered, wondering if I had made an incorrect decision. It had worked for Sera and Chris, but then again, Chris wasn't a centuries-old vampire with an axe to grind. Victor's dark eyes bore into mine, and I struggled to stop myself from trembling. Emily, Sera began, her voice rueful.
Quiet, Angel. She has made her choice.
Victor growled at her.
Or do you not support free will like you say you do?
Of course I do. But I don't think Emily's will is being done here. I think it's yours. His lips curled into an amused smile.
You think I used mind control?
You have the capacity, Sera shot back.
Not with Emily.
He answered.
No, her decisions are all her own, aren't they, Emily?
My eyebrows pinched together as I considered it. Had he used mind control? He'd tried to before. I'd heard his voice in my head, but I hadn't listened to it. In fact, I'd argued against it. The decision is mine. You're controlling her now. Victor chuckled, holding his hands up in the air.
But I'm not.
It's true, I answered. He's not. I hear his voice in my head, but I don't feel compelled to do anything. Victor shot Sera a haughty glance. You are immune. Sera's voice trailed off as she processed the information.
Yet she still chose me. Isn't that interesting?
Victor asked.
Perhaps the Halo Club doesn't hold as much appeal as you think it does. Now I must prepare for our impending nuptials. Come along, Emily. No.
Chris answered from across the room.
I need her here to help with my research.
I don't think so, Doctor.
Victor shot back.
I am not leaving her here with you.
Well, then you're not getting cured.
Chris said with a shrug.
I need help. I can't do this alone. I also need another sample of your blood to work with.
Victor's jaw flexed before he rolled his sleeve up.
You can have the sample. You cannot have Emily.
I need help.
Chris answered.
She's my research assistant. I mean, you could give me Sera.
You have Lena.
Victor answered.
Use her. Lena is an okay doctor.
Hey! Lena interjected, her in her voice.
What? You're not a brilliant researcher like me. Emily is used to research. She's used to assisting me. This will go so much faster if you give me the tools I need to do this job.
I would like to help him. I'd like to help you, I interjected. Victor glanced at me, then heaved a sigh.
Fine.
Oh, I also need to go back to Havenwood. I need to collect the other materials I'll need.
No. You will do your research here.
Okay, fine, but I still need my stuff.
Chris held out his arm.
So if you want to, do your little magic trick and take us back there, I can grab my gear and set up shop here.
Oh, you are trying, Doctor. It's little wonder why it took an angel for you to find love.
Victor waved a hand toward Lena, imprisoning her in a cell before he glanced at me, reaching a hand toward my cheek.
Wait here.
I wrapped my arms around my midriff as I nodded. Victor clamped a hand around Chris's wrist, and they disappeared from our sight. Emily, don't do this, Sera said. Her voice rushed with panic. I twisted to face her, determination and regret swirling within me. I have to. You said... I know what I said. That doesn't mean that you need to marry him. Emily, he could destroy you. But I'm the only shot he has. My eyes clouded with tears as indecision roiled inside me. We'll find another way, Sera promised. What way? Sera, you don't know the kind of darkness in him. I do. More than you know. I've witnessed it firsthand. I've had it eat me up inside. That's how I know this is far too dangerous for you.
And it's dangerous for all of us if I don't try. Sera shook her head at me. Emily, he nearly killed me with his darkness. But he still has goodness within him. And I'm the only one who can bring that out. It may not be enough. Sera's features pinched, and she shook her head. Emily, please, run. Let Chris and I sort this out. How can I do that? I can't leave you here, not when Victor could hurt one or both of you. Let us worry about that. I'm inclined to agree with her. Lena answered from her cell. I'm helpless. He showed no mercy when he bit me, and then used me to hurt two of my best friends. And I can't even fight back. Ironic he brought up free will when he allows no one around him to exercise theirs. Sera said. I am exercising mine, I assured them both. He doesn't have any hold over me. With a sigh, Sera let her forehead fall against the bars. Oh, Emily, this is not what I hoped for when I told you that you'd find your true love. I bit into my lower lip, understanding her sentiment, but not agreeing with it. It hadn't been how I'd expected to find love either, and maybe I wouldn't. However, I felt a strange attraction to Victor Cross. I saw beyond the darkness, noting the sadness that danced in his eyes almost constantly. And while his strange abilities could strike terror into my heart, I forced myself to believe that he wouldn't harm me. I was the one person who could make sure he didn't harm Sera or Chris, too. I had to stick with my plan. It's done, I said. Let's just hope Chris can make good on his promise to cure Victor. If anyone can do it, Chris can, Lena said. He's right when he says he's a brilliant researcher. With my lips pressed together and a silent prayer heading for the heavens, I eased onto the soft cushions of the couch, awaiting Chris's return. My mind spun with how he would formulate a cure for Victor. We waited 20 minutes in tense silence before Chris and Victor returned. Victor led us to another room in the villa with several tables and shelves, perfect for our research.
I expect results, Doctor.
He answered as Chris set up his microscope and laid out a variety of other equipment.
And you'll have them.
Chris promised as he readied a needle to collect a sample of Victor's blood. His eyes flicked up to Victor's.
But if you hurt Sera...
Victor scoffed at the words.
I'd still like to know what you'll do besides curl into a ball and weep.
Chris's nostrils flared at the taunt. Please don't hurt her, I said. She's important to me, too.
As long as Chris does what he promises, Sera is safe. It's entirely up to the good doctor what happens to her.
Chris heaved a sigh as he jabbed the needle into Victor's arm.
Did anyone ever tell you that they don't like you? I'm certain it's not more people than have said it to you.
Victor answered. I fluttered my eyelashes at the silly display between them as Chris filled 2 tubes of blood, handing the first one off to me.
I need a sample prepared,
he said.
I want to see that before I start anything.
Victor eyed us as Chris removed the needle from his arm and discarded it before he took a seat at his microscope, waiting for the slide.
That's it. We don't need you anymore.
I'd like to stay,
Victor said as I worked to prepare the slide.
Well, I'd rather not have you breathing down my neck while I'm trying to work. It makes me nervous because you're kinda creepy.
Fine. Now go spend time with Sera.
Victor answered in a veiled threat. Chris heaved a sigh, but allowed it to pass and Victor finally left the room.
That guy really is an...
Don't say it, I answered as I delivered the slide to him.
I don't know why. Emily, you can't be seriously considering marrying him. Please, tell me this is just a time buy.
I'm afraid that may not be possible, I answered as I sank onto the stool next to him. Chris focused on the eyepieces, adjusting the microscope a few times before he glanced away, jotting down a few notes.
Why not?
I don't think he'll want to wait.
Make him wait. You seem to be a weakness for him. Just keep putting him off. I just need a little time here.
Chris made another notation before he tapped the pencil on the paper, chewing his lower lip. What are your thoughts about counteracting the vampirism? I asked.
None.
He murmured.
But I do have a few thoughts about resolving this situation.
My brow furrowed as I sorted through his words. What do you mean? He snapped his gaze to me, his features questioning.
Emily, you can't be serious.
I don't understand, I answered, confusion pinching my features further. He huffed out a laugh.
I have no intention of curing him. I'm going to kill him.
My heart skipped a beat as disbelief and dread coursed through me. While fear and regret had made me question my snap decision to marry Victor, this had sent shockwaves through me. A protective instinct rose within me, battling the panic swirling, and I shook my head. No, Chris, you can't!
What?
He screwed up his face as he studied me.
Are you serious? Emily, we're all better off with Victor Cross dead, you included.
You can't do this, Chris. I won't let you. The words came out with such conviction, I surprised even myself, wondering if Victor really did control my mind. Sera wouldn't want you to do this.
Sera is a sweet, innocent angel, one who Victor Cross has killed once already. I'm not going to let him destroy anyone else. I'm going to end him before that happens.
I shook my head. Chris, no! You promised to cure him.
I'm not wasting my time searching for a cure to vampirism. He doesn't deserve to live, not after what he did to Sera.
He'll let her go as soon as he's free of this curse.
Until the next time he wants to torture her. Emily, you weren't there when he bit her. You weren't there when he used me to lure her, tormented her by threatening us, then injected enough poison into her system to kill her. You didn't have to watch her die. You didn't have to see those beautiful eyes go blank.
Tears formed in his eyes as he spoke.
You didn't face a life without the only person who...
He stopped, his voice breaking before he blinked a few times and focused on the microscope again.
He doesn't deserve to live.
I laid a hand on his arm. I know that must have been hard, but...
But nothing!
He said, slamming his hands against the makeshift desk.
I'm doing this, whether you like it or not, so either get on board or get out of my way.
My heart leapt into my throat, and my stomach twisted into a tight knot. Chris and Sera were my friends, and I didn't want them harmed. But I didn't want Victor harmed either. The strange protective instincts I had toward him confounded me. But they existed all the same, and I couldn't shake them. I'm not going to let you do this. I rose from my seat and crossed toward the door.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Chris bounded from his seat and raced toward me, grabbing my wrist. I'm going to tell Sera. Maybe she can talk some sense into you. I answered, my voice turning heated.
You're not going to tell Sera anything.
So you don't think she'll agree? Then why risk it?
Because what's done is done,
Chris answered.
She'll understand my heart was in the right place.
By killing someone? Killing someone is the right thing to do?
Killing a vampire, a dangerous creature who preys on innocent people. Yes, killing him is the right thing to do.
I disagree. He can be saved. We owe him that chance.
I don't owe him anything after what he did to Sera.
Chris growled, anger burning in his eyes.
I finally have a chance to repay him for that horrible night.
No, I said, emotions welling inside of me. No, Chris, this is exactly what destroyed Victor. The need for revenge. It will turn your heart black. He didn't answer. Instead, flexing his jaw as he refused to back down. If you think this is the right thing to do, then you shouldn't mind me telling Sera.
I said no.
He answered.
Sera thinks she can save him. She's wrong. I know he can't be saved.
And are you willing to hurt me to make sure he pays the price for what he did to Sera? Chris screwed up his face.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to tell Sera about this. You can't stop me. Unless you're willing to hurt me too.
Emily, don't be a fool. I'm helping you. I'm saving you from having to marry him.
I didn't ask you to save me, I shouted, frustration evident in my raised voice.
Is there a problem here?
My eyes went wide as both of us flicked our gaze to the doorway where Victor hovered inside. Chris's fingers tightened around my wrist, his eyes giving me a silent warning. If I told Victor his plan, Victor would kill him. But if I said nothing, Chris would kill Victor. No matter which way I played things, I'd betray someone. The question was, who did I forsake? And what would be the fallout?
Chapter 13. Victor. With a final glance over my shoulder at the intrepid yet annoying doctor, I forced myself to leave him and Emily behind in the makeshift laboratory they'd set up. Every fibre of my being screamed at me to take Emily with me, but an equally loud part of my nature fought vehemently against it. I needed time away from her, time to think about what I'd just done. She'd agreed to marry me after I pushed for a show of deference to my will. In reality, I wasn't certain what my motives were for asking. Was it to trap her? To tie her to my side in an irreversible way? Was it to rival Sera, who desperately sought to protect her? Or did I have another motive that even I didn't want to admit to myself? Each time I looked at her, I saw more and more of Amelia, the woman I once loved and lost. It wasn't just the physical resemblance, though her eyes held a spark that echoed Amelia's warmth. It was the way she moved, the gentleness in her spirit, the ability to look beyond what I'd become and find some compassion in her heart for me, a creature of the night. I stopped in the hall, my fingers curling into fists. What was I thinking? For centuries, I'd lived as a feared man, wreaking havoc anywhere I went and snuffing out the light and goodness in my path. But now, I shook my head. I needed time away from Emily to find clarity. I had to know if her presence swayed me too much to think straight. If it did, I would have to do the unthinkable. I would have to remove Emily Thompson from this earth before she ruined my existence, or broke me even further. With a lick of my lips, I'd firmed my resolve, preparing to do what needed to be done if it came to that, as I forced my feet to carry me to the living room. Sera clung to the bars that held her captive, her eyes searching mine.
Is Chris working on the solution?
That's what he tells me. He's a thorn in my side, though. One misstep and I may be forced to act on all this pent-up aggression rolling inside me. I've been a good boy for too long. Sera offered me a disappointed stare. Don't give me that look, Sera. You could have prevented all of this, but you lacked the backbone to do it.
I'm not the one lacking in character, Victor.
I shot my eyebrows up. Oh, I suppose you mean me.
I do. What are your plans with Emily?
What are you, her mother? I shot back with an amused chuckle. She tightened her grip on the bars, her frustration evident.
You know what I mean. You forced her hand, and she had to make a terrible choice.
I tugged my lips back into an amused wince at the words. I think I'm a fairly good choice, to be fair. I'm rich, powerful, and I've been told on several occasions that I'm handsome.
This isn't a joke.
She shot back. No, I growled. It isn't. I'm still not certain I should even be considering your husband's plan. I don't trust him or you.
But you do trust Emily, don't you?
She countered. The words stopped me in my tracks, my nostrils flaring as I tried to tell myself that it wasn't true. But I failed. Failed miserably, in fact. Was I beginning to trust this woman? Was I wrong to? I locked eyes with her in a silent battle of wills, my voice dripping with venom. That remains to be seen. But don't think you've won, Angel. I will dispose of Emily if she becomes a problem, just as I will of your precious doctor, and even you. Sera studied me, her gaze unwavering, but a flicker of fear danced in her emerald eyes.
Chris can save you, but you must give him the time to do it. He is a brilliant researcher.
Yes, I know you are rather fond of him, but I think you overestimate his abilities.
I don't.
She answered with a shake of her head. The conversation began to annoy me. Hope was blooming in my withered black heart, and I didn't want it to. It scared me more than what I'd become. And what I had become was an awful thing. There is a reason vampires don't have mirrors in their homes, and it has nothing to do with not having a reflection. It's because when we look at our reflection, we can only see the monster dwelling within us. The last time I'd entertained a glance in my mirror, what I saw turned my stomach, so I merely stopped looking. Well, I'm tiring of your company, Sera. I flicked my gaze to Lena, who sat with her knees hugged to her chest in her cell. And she's useless. I think I'll go check on the progress your esteemed husband has made.
Wait.
Sera called after me.
He needs time, Victor.
I grunted a response as I left the living room behind. Something didn't sit right with me, the way Sera wanted to keep talking, the way she didn't want me to check on Chris. I wandered down the hall, my soul warring within itself, half of it wanting to hope and the other half clinging desperately to the life I'd become accustomed to. A shout came from the lab down the hall, the sound of Emily's raised voice making my pulse race. As I turned into the doorway, I stopped dead, my brows knitting at what I found there. Chris, his hand wrapped tightly around Emily's wrist, and his features taut, grimaced at her. With pleading eyes, she stared back at him. "Is there a problem here?" I asked. Both of them shot me a terrified glance, and I struggled to pick apart the motives behind the emotion floating in their eyes. Silence stretched for a whole second before Emily yanked her wrist from Chris's grasp with a shake of her head.
No problem.
That's not what it looks like, I answered. Well, you always have a negative view on things, Chris answered as he shuffled back to his workstation. My nostrils flared at his attitude, but I kept my eyes locked on Emily, gauging her reaction. There usually is reason for it. There's not, but I get it, he answered as he plopped onto his stool. I'm a pretty negative person myself, and I'm getting more and more so with every interruption. I can't get anything done if you're constantly popping in here to spread your doom and gloom. I heard Emily shout, I answered. Emily, why did you cry out?
I didn't. We were in a heated discussion about the best way to proceed with options for your cure.
The words didn't sit right with me, and I cocked my head as though the action would provide me with more understanding. Is there some question? Emily set her gaze on Chris, her eyes prodding him for some unknown reason.
Yes, this is delicate work, and I advocated that we be more cautious. Chris prefers to take a chance that I don't agree with.
Chris clicked his tongue, avoiding her stare.
Chris prefers to finish this before the creepy vampire hurts someone we care about.
Why did you ask for her help if you planned to ignore her advice? I questioned.
I didn't ask for her advice. I asked for her work. That's it. She's a lackey. Prep slides, manage samples. She doesn't do the hard work here. I do. No one asked for her uneducated opinion on this.
The way he spat the words out sent fury racing through my body. I lunged at him, grasping him by the throat and ripping him from the chair. My features twisted with anger as I raised him in the air, pressed against the wall. His feet dangled, kicking as they searched for purchase. Apologize, I growled.
For what?
He choked out.
Everything I said was fact.
I said apologize. A soft pressure wrapped around my arm, and I twisted to find Emily at my elbow.
Victor, don't.
Leave it, Emily. I'll handle this.
I don't need him to apologize. We had a disagreement, that's all. It's over.
I gritted my teeth, keeping the pressure against his throat firm before I finally released my grip, letting him drop to the floor in a heap. He coughed and choked as he scrambled to his feet, running a shaky hand through his hair.
That wasn't called for at all.
I disagree. The next time you decide to malign Emily, maybe you'll think twice.
No one maligned... Never mind.
He shook his head.
Will you please get out of here so I can actually get some work done?
No, I retorted. I think I'll stay. If there is some question about how to proceed, I'd like to oversee things.
Like you would know what was going on. You wouldn't know the first thing about creating a serum to reverse the effects of vampirism. Neither does Emily, hence our argument.
I want to hear more about what Emily believes is the best course. Emily sucked in a breath before biting into her lower lip.
Actually, I may have misjudged Chris's original option. I'm not certain you're wrong. But I still think mine may be the better way.
Which way is that, Emily? I asked.
It's very technical. Chris is right. You probably wouldn't understand the details. Why don't we leave him to begin his work?
I stared at her, trying to make sense of her words. What subtle dance was playing out in front of me, with the coded words being passed between them? With narrowed eyes, I assessed the situation, determining that I wouldn't learn anything else from either of them in the current state. Fine. Emily, why don't you and I enjoy the moonlight?
All right,
she answered, a subtle shake to her voice that made me both pleased and unhappy all at once. I offered her my arm, and she slid her hand around it, uncertainty floating in her eyes as I led her from the room. Before I stepped into the hall, I twisted to eye Chris, who righted the stool we knocked over earlier and eased onto it. I expect results, Doctor.
You'll have them.
he assured me with a nod. I didn't miss the way Emily's eyes lingered on him, a silent message passing between the two of them as I led her away. What had truly happened between them? I had to find out. With my powers, I whisked her to the woods near Chris's cabin, far from any prying eyes or listening ears, and far from any help.
I love the scent of pine in the air here,
She ventured. But small talk wasn't what I was after. I wanted answers. What happened between you and Chris in the lab? What aren't you saying? She lit her lips, guilt floating on her features.
Like I said, just a disagreement. Chris likes to go straight at a solution, and I prefer to look at all angles.
I closed the gap between us, my eyes boring into hers. Are you lying, Emily? She shook her head, a soft
No.
escaping her lips. I think you are, and I think something else happened. And now you're going to tell me what it is. I concentrated hard, invading her mind to search for the answer. What happened, Emily? I probed silently. Her lower lip trembled for a second before she clamped her jaw shut, flexing it as she raised her chin. Defiance danced in her eyes. Her mind, like a steel trap, wouldn't allow me to see anything. I cocked my head, intrigued but frustrated by the turn of events. How could she resist me? It presented a delicious challenge, but also one I didn't relish.
I have already told you what happened, Victor. Stop probing my mind.
The strength in her voice surprised me. Most humans crumbled under the weight of a vampire's mind probe, but Emily seemed unfazed by it. As I considered my next move, the pine boughs rustled behind me. I twisted, catching a scent on the breeze that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something was in these woods. I flared my nostrils, taking in another whiff. Just as my mind pieced together the familiar smell, the creature shot from between two trees. Its hulking form bore down on us. The beast used its massive hind legs to propel itself forward, teeth bared and glistening with saliva. But its wild yellow eyes weren't trained on me. Instead, they focused on my fiancé. The creature brushed past me, leaping into the air and pouncing on Emily. She shrieked as claws scratched at her skin. The teeth threatened to pierce her flesh. I stood motionless for a full breath as I witnessed the carnage. My mind refused to accept what was happening. My fiancée, a woman who reminded me so much of my precious Amelia, had been struck down just as Amelia had been. But this time, she'd been harmed by a werewolf.
Chapter 14. Emily. Moonlight cascaded over the trees surrounding us. Despite the warm evening breeze, I fought the urge to shiver. The confrontation between Victor and Chris had been intense, the effects still lingering on me. Victor's short fuse and violent nature made him a threat, just as Chris had argued. I'd wavered in my convictions about Victor, though stood by my earlier assessment that Chris should not create a formula to kill him. No matter how violent he was as a vampire, he deserved help, but I understood Chris's instincts. The revelation that Victor had killed Sera once before made me understand his impulse, but I still couldn't shake the growing attachment I had to Victor. An attachment I couldn't understand, but also couldn't deny. In the short time I'd known him, I'd seen the depths of his pain, but I'd also seen a possible redemption. The question was, could I stay alive long enough to save him? Sera warned me against it, though even she had said that I was the goodness in him. I couldn't give up, though every fiber of my being screamed at me to flee from Victor's darkness. It was the sole reason I had asked Victor to leave the villa behind, my hope hanging by a thread that Chris would find a way to save him from the abyss, rather than plunge him further into it. But it didn't stop me from feeling uncomfortable as his dark eyes bore into me, prompting me to break the silence between us. I love the scent of pine in the air here. He used my words to segue abruptly into a conversation about what had happened between Chris and me in the lab. I did my best to skirt around the conversation, unwilling to admit Chris's nefarious plan. Despite my feelings toward Victor and my deep desire to give him a second chance, I would not be responsible for something happening to Chris because of one misguided moment. After a few moments of conversation, a burning sensation preceded a throbbing in my temples. I could feel his questions pushing into every corner of my mind, searching for answers. But I held his gaze, raising my chin as I stopped him from finding them. His head cocked, his brows furrowing as if he couldn't understand. I have already told you what happened, Victor. Stop probing my mind. I kept my voice firm, surprised at my own strength. He stared at me, his gaze uncomfortable but bearable. We were at a stalemate, it seemed. I wondered how he would proceed. Would he take me back to the villa, or find a new way to seek answers? After a second, his brows knitted again, and he twisted toward the trees behind him, sniffing. I wondered if vampires had an amplified sense of smell, but before I could ask or consider it any further, something large shot from between the pine trees, their boughs straining as the creature barreled past them. My heart skipped a beat as the imposing form barreled toward us, using thick back legs to race forward. Wild yellow eyes focused on me, and I struggled to comprehend what this animal was. It was wolf-like, though it seemed larger than any wolves I'd seen before, and its eyes held a distinctive look. I didn't get to study it further. It leapt into the air, hurling toward me, and before I could move, it landed, shoving me to the ground. Its hot breath, rank with the scent of blood and decay, washed over me as it pinned me to the forest floor, its weight crushing my chest and stealing my breath. My heart hammered against my ribs as I struggled to free myself, but the gargantuan weight pressed down on my chest made it impossible. The beastly wolf's claws penetrated my arm, and I cried out as hot blood ran down my skin, dripping onto the forest's floor next to me. Massive yellow fangs appeared as the wolf raised its hackles. Thick saliva dropped onto my cheek, twisting my stomach into a knot as tears burned my eyes.
Emily!
Victor shouted. I glanced to him, finding his own fangs showing as he strode toward us.
Get off her, werewolf!
He growled. Werewolf? The word echoed in my mind as I glanced up at the colossal wolf hovering over me. I struggled to believe such things existed, but I'd just been transported from one place to another by a vampire. It made sense. The wolf was roughly the height of a human if bipedal, and the eyes had a distinct human quality to them. The wolf twisted to eye Victor, snapping at him before it returned its sights to me. With a howl at the full moon, it reared back, jaws ready to tear my throat apart. My eyes went wide, and my lower lip trembled as the wolf lunged toward me. I squeezed my eyes closed, preparing for the pain. But nothing came. Instead, the weight lifted off me. I snapped my eyes open, finding Victor and the wolf sailing through the air, limbs locked, until they slammed into a tree. The wolf scrambled to all fours as Victor rose to his feet, spreading his arms to each side in a defensive crouch. The wolf snarled, and Victor answered with a hiss of his own.
"Run, Emily!"
He said.
"Run to the cabin!"
I climbed to my feet, unsure of what to do. I had no idea how the hierarchy of supernatural creatures worked. Could Victor fight the werewolf alone? Or would the animal tear him to shreds?
"Go, Emily!"
He shouted. Will you be okay? I asked as the wolf snapped at him, using Victor's momentary distraction to his advantage. Victor cried out as the wolf's teeth grazed him before he sidestepped the animal. It twisted around to face him, ready for another assault.
"Go, Emily!
Victor!
Go!"
He shouted as the wolf galloped toward him and slammed into him again, pinning him against a tree. He struggled to free himself, managing to do so but sustaining a few scrapes.
"Emily, please. I can't lose you too."
The panic in his voice surprised me. As he and the wolf separated, the creature twisted, setting its sights on me.
"No!"
Victor shouted, grabbing hold of a tuft of its fur before it could stalk any closer to me.
"Emily, please!"
The wolf's attention made me stumble back several steps before I turned and ran as fast as I could to Chris's cabin. I tripped up the steps, my feet moving faster than I could comprehend, and barreled through the door, closing and locking it behind me. My breaths came in intermittent gasps as I struggled with a mix of emotions ranging from fear to disbelief. My wide eyes stared at the door, waiting to see if the wolf would burst through at any moment. Only silence surrounded me, with the pounding of my own heart echoing in my ears. After a moment, my knees buckled, and a sob escaped me, the weight of the experience pressing down around me like a heavy weight. Tears streamed down my face as I lamented the world I'd entered into. When I regained my senses, my mind turned to Victor, the thought quickening my pulse. Could he withstand a werewolf attack? I climbed to my feet and hurried to the door, unlocking it and cracking it open. I struggled to listen for any signs of the epic battle, but nothing floated on the light breeze. I twisted back toward the cabin's interior, searching it. My eyes landed on the fireplace tools. I raced across the room and grabbed the poker, wrapping my fingers around it until my knuckles turned white. With it in my hand, I left the cabin behind, venturing back into the woods. I wondered if I would be able to retrace the steps I'd taken in my panicked flight from the clearing. But after slipping beneath the canopy of trees, snarls reached my ears. What I didn't hear was Victor's voice. My stomach clenched, a lump forming in my throat. Had he already succumbed to the werewolf's attack? I hurried forward, pine branches scratching my arms and cheeks as I pushed past them, seeking the most direct route to the clearing. When I arrived, I found Victor and the wolf still engaged in the fight. Victor, bloody and breathing hard, sneered at the wolf, who still appeared unharmed. The wolf crouched, preparing for another attack, when I burst into the clearing, waving my weapon. "Don't!" I shouted.
"Emily, get out of here!"
Victor growled. "I can't!" I shouted. We locked eyes for a moment, a silent understanding passing between us. That solitary moment, though, would cost me more than I expected. The wolf, likely sensing my vulnerable human nature, shifted and dashed toward me, its fangs bared. My eyes went wide as I scrambled to dive out of the way, but my foot caught on a stone, tripping me. I hit the ground hard, grazing my chin on the pine needles. Before I could move, the wolf landed on my back, and searing pain shot through my shoulder as its fangs sunk into my flesh. I screeched in pain, but the sensation didn't last long. Victor raced toward us, yanking the wolf from my back. The wolf snapped its jaws at Victor as they tumbled across the clearing in a tangle. I struggled to rise to my feet, the pain in my shoulder clouding my thoughts. I managed to stand, cradling my arm against my belly as I followed the fight as it unfolded. A pine tree stopped their progress as they rolled across the ground. The wolf landed on top and wasted no time digging its fangs into Victor's neck. He shrieked in pain, stopping my heart. I searched for the poker in the area around where I had fallen. Picking it up in my good hand, I forced myself to rush toward them. With a high swing, I brought the poker down on the wolf's back, pulling his attention away from Victor and focusing it on me. I backed away with wide eyes, holding my breath as I tried to gauge the wolf's next move.
No.
Victor said, his voice breathy and weak. He struggled to rise from where he lay, but couldn't manage. What had the bite done to him? Mine remained painful, but hadn't disabled me. I flicked my gaze to him before returning it to the wolf, who darted forward without hesitating. I jabbed the sharp end of my weapon forward in the air. "Go away!" The wolf growled at me, assessing my moves. "Go!" I shouted, banging the poker on the ground. But the werewolf had other ideas. It paced back and forth before it inched closer. I wildly thrust the poker at it again, only clipping its fur. This emboldened it, and it lunged forward at me. I clutched the poker close to my body, preparing for the inevitable. As the wolf sailed through the air, my muscles flexed. A sharp yip, followed by a gurgling, sounded. The wolf never made it to me, instead skewering its chest on the poker. It shrieked again as it fell to the ground, the poker skittering across the dirt, bloodied. I snatched it up, my eyes wild as I whipped around to face the wounded wolf. It climbed to its feet, its back curled as it struggled to breathe. My lower lip trembled as I prepared to fight again. But the wolf slinked into the woods, leaving a trail of blood behind it. I dropped the poker and raced to Victor's side.
Emily.
He breathed, reaching for my cheek and smearing blood across it. "Victor, what's wrong?"
Poison.
He wheezed, his voice strained with pain. His once fierce eyes now reflected a vulnerability that struck me to the core.
Werewolf bites. Poison.
"Poison?" My brows knitted. "But I'm not poisoned." He shook his head.
Only vampires.
"Werewolf bites are poisonous to vampires?" My breathing turned ragged as I searched for a solution. "What can I do?"
Nothing.
He answered.
I'm sorry.
"No!" I sobbed, my voice breaking with desperation. "No! Can you get us back to the villa? Chris can help you!" Tears blurred my vision as I clung to him, my heart wrenching with the realization that I might be losing him.
I don't know.
He answered.
I'm weak.
"Try," I said, sliding my hands into his. "Please, try." He slid his eyes closed and nodded. The world turned fuzzy around us. but failed to fade away. My breath caught in my throat as I worried we wouldn't make it. But eventually, the forest fell away, replaced by the living room of the villa. Sera paced in her cell, her eyes going wide when she spotted us. She raced to the bars, grasping them as she stuck her face through. "Emily, what happened?" "A werewolf attack," I answered. "I have to find Chris."
Werewolf attack? Lena asked. They can be fatal to vampires,
Sera told her as I raced from the room, the pain in my shoulder amplifying as I hurried. I ran headlong down the corridor toward the lab, bursting into it, my eyes locking onto Chris's. He screwed up his face as he spotted me.
Emily, what happened? Are you okay? Did Victor do this?
"No!" I cried. "We were attacked and Victor's dying. Please, you have to save him. You have to help him." Chris sat unmoving, staring at me as I pleaded with him, hoping he'd find it in his heart to save this man. Victor deserved a second chance, just like he'd had with Sera. But would Chris understand that? Or would he leave him to die?
Chapter 15. Victor. Pain seared through my neck as the wolf bit into my flesh. I couldn't hold back the scream that ripped from my throat. I would be useless in the fight soon. I could already feel the poison coursing through my veins, seeping its way into every crevice of my body and slowly killing me. Across the clearing, Emily grabbed hold of the makeshift weapon she'd brought when she'd returned. How I wished she'd stayed away. I couldn't watch her be mauled and maimed by this disgusting beast. Yet that would be my fate. Despite the power I'd amassed as a vampire, I would once again be forced to watch the woman I loved die a painful, harrowing death. Emily raced toward me, the poker held high over her head before she brought it crashing down against the wolf's back. "No," I cried out, my voice weak. The battle between them continued as I struggled to join in, but found myself unable to move. Weakness already gripped my muscles, rendering me useless to save her. The scene faded in and out as my senses ceased to function with any reliability. Blackness tinged the edges of my vision, and noises muffled. A guttural cry broke, and my stomach clenched as I prayed it wasn't Emily. A second later, she appeared at my side. "Emily," I breathed as I struggled to reach for her, a streak of my own blood smearing across her pale skin.
"Victor, what's wrong?"
"Poison. Werewolf bites up. Poison."
"Poison?"
Her features distorted. Her voice garbled as she spoke.
"But I'm not poisoned."
"Only vampires," I explained. Tears formed in her eyes, making her possibly the only woman to ever cry for me, as she asked what she could do.
"Can you get us back to the villa? Chris can help you."
I didn't know if I could, nor did I believe Chris would be able to save me. Warm liquid fell onto my skin, peppering it as tears dropped from Emily's chin.
"Try,"
she cried.
"Please, try."
I wrapped my bloody hands around her arm, sliding my eyes closed as I concentrated with everything I had left in my dying body. Pain racked through me, making the task more difficult, but I managed to pull us away from that forest. We arrived in the villa's living room, and Emily raced away to find the good doctor as I writhed in pain on the floor. Sera's voice cut through the din of my agony, calling to me.
"Victor, let me out."
I groaned in pain, my eyes rolling back in my head as I struggled to remain conscious. "No, I managed to choke out.
Let me out, Victor!
She tried again. My mind whirled, mixing pain with my own pride. I didn't want to let her go. I knew she wanted to escape. She'd free Lena, find Chris, and they'd take Emily and leave me to die. The werewolf had done them a huge favor when he bit me. But I wouldn't let it be that easy for them. After I was gone, Chris would have to fight to free his bride from the magical cell I'd trapped her in. If things weren't going well for me, I wouldn't let them go well for others either.
Victor, please!
Sera tried again when Emily and Chris raced back into the room. He dropped to his knees next to me, pressing a finger to my neck. His pulse is weak and thready. What the hell did this? You said you were attacked?
He has a werewolf bite.
Sera informed him.
They are poisonous to vampires.
Poisonous? Chris furrowed his brow, sitting back on his heels as he stared at me for a moment before his gaze flicked to Emily. Were you bit too?
Yes, I...
Help her! Help her! I said with a cough that brought the metallic taste of blood into my mouth. We need to get you looked at, Chris said.
No!
Emily shouted, her voice filled with panic as she rose and backed away.
You have to help Victor.
While her wounds need tended,
Sera answered.
she won't die from them. She's not poisoned. Humans can withstand werewolf venom. Victor, let Lena out of her cell to help Emily.
Trick, I answered.
No, it's not a trick.
Sera said.
Emily needs those wounds to be tended. Lena is a doctor. Let her do her job.
And let Chris do his.
Emily eyed me before shooting the doctor a pleading glance. I don't know how to fix this, Chris said with a shake of his head. Sera gripped the bars, her knuckles white.
Something in the werewolf's saliva interacts with a protein in the vampire's blood. You'd have to counteract that.
I can't do that, he answered, screwing up his face.
Chris, please.
Emily begged. I can't do it, Emily. I'll never isolate this in time. He's on the brink of death now.
No, you have to try.
She said.
Please. I know you hoped for this, but please.
The comment struck me despite the pain ravaging my body. Chris had hoped for this. To be honest, Emily, yes, I did. I think we should let fate make the call. His death would be a blessing for all of us.
No!
Emily sobbed.
Chris,
Sera said.
you can't do that. We can save him.
But should we? Chris asked.
We have to.
Sera answered.
He has a chance to be redeemed. We have to give him that chance.
Chris's cold demeanor sent a chill down my spine as he towered over me, his words dripping with a different type of venom. You don't deserve to be saved. All this arguing, I said as a burst of energy shot through me. If the positions were reversed, I would let the doctor die. There you have it. See? He's not redeemable.
Yet you wouldn't let everyone die. It looks like you fought to save Emily.
Sera countered.
And she still needs help. Let Lena care for her.
Don't worry about me. Please, someone do something to help Victor.
Emily said as tears streamed down her cheeks.
Chris, get me out of this cell.
The bars rattled as Sera tugged against them. You can't get out, Angel, I hissed, my voice breathy and breaking. Chris's nostrils flared as he leaned over me, his features menacing. Let her out. You'll never get her out. She'll die in there. I chuckled, but it turned into a bubbling cough as blood spilled over my lips and ran down my cheek.
No.
Emily lamented.
Please, someone help him.
I told you, Emily, I can't do it. Even if I wanted to, which I don't. But even if I did, I couldn't. He's on the brink of death. I can't isolate the protein that fast, and then find a counteragent. Sera rattled the bars again with a growl.
I can cure him. Let me out of here.
My features pinched at the words. Sera was a healer? If I let her out, what was the chance she'd actually healed me instead of running off with Chris Wright? Emily's eyes went wide. She snapped her glassy eyes to Sera.
You can help him?
Yes.
Sera answered, jiggling her cage again.
Victor, let me out.
No, you have sight,
Yes,
she admitted.
I have soul glimpse, but I am also a healer.
I hadn't realized angels could be both. Sera must be a special model. No wonder I'd been so attracted to her when I'd bitten her.
In fact, I think the only reason you're alive right now is because you bit me. My blood must be keeping you going.
Emily hurried to the cell, tugging at the bars.
Victor, let her out!
I groaned as I considered it. It's a trap,
It's not.
Sera answered.
I give you my word.
Which is useless, I shot back, a loud growl escaping me as pain bloomed in my chest.
You don't have much time, Victor. Let me out now, while I can still help you.
Let her out, Chris said, his angry face hovering over me. My lower lip trembled as I gave in, too tired to argue. I hadn't trusted anyone in a very long time, and I wondered if I would die the first time I did. The cell dissolved around Sera, and she raced toward me with Emily in tow. Chris rose from his crouch, catching Sera around the waist before she could reach me.
Chris, let go. He won't last much longer.
Yes, I know, he answered, not releasing his grip on her. You promised, I said to Sera, my eyes pleading for another chance. She did. I didn't. I won't let her help you. Chris's features twisted with disdain, hardened as he held his wife firmly.
Let me go, Chris,
she said as she struggled against him. No, Sera! He deserves to die for what he did to you, for what he's done for all these centuries. Let nature take its course.
Let me go,
she shouted, thrashing against him. No! He held tight to her waist, stopping her from getting any closer to me.
Chris, let her go!
Emily pleaded, sobs filling her voice.
Don't let her help him.
Lena chimed in.
His death will break the spell over me.
Sera stopped fighting, and I resigned myself. These were my final moments. I would not survive this. I would die, defeated by a human and a werewolf, two of the creatures I hated the most. Emily dropped to her knees next to me, tears staining her cheeks as she wrapped her hand around mine.
I'm sorry, Victor.
She said, her features taut.
I'm so sorry.
You did nothing wrong, I whispered. I'm so sorry to fail you.
You aren't failing me.
She answered.
I want you to know, I would have gone through with it. I would have married you. I think you could have been saved.
I wagged my head. I doubt it, but it's a nice thought. Thank you for thinking so highly of me.
I don't doubt it.
Emily's face fell as she squeezed my hand before she shot a pleading glance at Chris.
Please, Chris. Please let Sera help him.
Emily, as soon as he's dead, you're going to feel differently. I promise. You're going to be glad I did this for you. For all of us.
Her shoulders shook with sobs. Emily, I whispered. He's right. You'll be better off without me. She raised her teary-eyed gaze to me.
Chris, please.
Sera said.
You're better than this.
No, I'm not.
he answered. I wasn't ever going to cure him, Sera. I was going to kill him with this serum. Now I don't have to.
Chris.
Sera's voice was filled with pleading, but her husband stood firm.
I won't do it, Sera. Not after what he's done. He killed you. He took you from me, and now he's going to pay for that.
I shifted my gaze to the ceiling above me as my vision clouded. My chest constricted, making breathing difficult as my heart hammered against my ribs. The venom surged through my veins like liquid fire, searing every nerve in my body. These were my final moments. Memories of my past sins flooded my mind, each one a painful reminder of the darkness that had consumed me for centuries. I would soon succumb to the poison that pulsed through my heart and every other inch of my body. As I lay quietly, reduced to nothing more than a corpse, I shifted my gaze to Emily. She could have saved me, but I would never have the chance. I would die only hours after having found my salvation.
Chapter 16. Emily. My lower lip trembled as I stared down at what I assumed to be a dying Victor. Sera had confirmed what he'd told me about werewolf bites being poisonous to vampires. The man I'd been terrified of when I'd first discovered his nature had been crippled by the supernatural attack. And I'd suddenly realized how intriguing I found him, how much I wished for him to find a new life, and, oddly, how much I had hoped for that new life to be with me. Many people would tell me I was merely having a reaction to my breakup with Max, that I was rebounding, but I couldn't deny the draw I felt to Victor. Was it a draw that would end up being my own downfall? Across the room, Chris blocked Sera from doing anything to help, despite her finally being free from her makeshift prison. Victor's face contorted with agony, his knuckles white as he curled his fingers into tight fists, sweat glistening on his forehead from the poison coursing through him. The effects of the bite I'd sustained were agonizing, but given his reaction, it was magnified 1,000 times for him. The entirety of my arm ached down to the tips of my fingers from the bite on my shoulder, and my forearm burned from the scratches.
Emily.
Victor whispered, his shaky hand reaching for my face. I pressed his fingers against my skin, feeling the heat burning into me. Sera, I sobbed. I think he's dying. He's burning up. She shimmied under Chris's grasp, but he held her firmly.
No, Sera. Let him go and we'll be rid of him and his problems.
I can't, she cried. I was sent to save him. You know that.
Maybe this is saving him.
Chris argued. Sera vehemently shook her head as she tugged against him again. No, this is not saving someone. He whipped her around to face him, his features taut.
No. You were sent to stop his reign of terror. That doesn't mean you need to ensure his happiness or even his life. Think, Sera. Use sense.
Her features pinched as she stared up at her husband. For a brief second, I wondered what would happen if Sera decided Chris's heart wasn't as pure as she expected. She tugged a glove off of her hands and pressed it to his cheek, her features softening as they connected. This isn't what's in your heart.
My heart is stupid,
he said with a shake of his head, though the anger creasing his own features released a little, and he wrapped his hand around hers. No, she promised him. No, it isn't.
It's the reason I love you.
Well, it shouldn't be the reason you love Victor.
He huffed out.
Sera, please,
You want to help him. You just are still so angry about what happened between us.
Yeah?
He shot back.
Sera, I nearly lost you because of what he did.
But you didn't, she whispered. He slid his eyes closed, pulling her closer, their foreheads pressing together. I studied them, wondering what it may be like to have such an oddly close relationship. They drew strength from one another, made each other better. My eyes flicked to Victor below me. His breathing had turned ragged in the moments that had passed, but his focus remained on me, though his eyes had begun to cloud. My heart pinched as I felt his fingers start to go limp in my hand. "Sera!" I called, my voice filled with panic. I snapped my gaze to them as Sera pulled away from Chris, a silent understanding passing between them in a single gaze. She stepped back before he pulled her closer, planting a kiss on her and cupping her face.
Save him.
Sera offered him a nod, and my heart leapt with hope. "Victor, hang on! She's going to help you!"
It's too late.
He breathed, his voice weak as his body began to give out. "Please, hang on!" Sera rushed to Victor's side, dropping to her knees and assessing the wound. "Is this the only bite?" Victor's head barely nodded as he struggled to answer her. "I'm not sure," I said, my voice rushed. I loved him." My voice broke as I admitted that I had run to the cabin, terrified of the wolf. "It's okay, Emily," Sera said, her voice calm and steady as always. "Do you know of any other bite wounds?" "No," I choked. "Chris, can you take her and look at the wounds she's got?" "No!" I shouted, my eyes going wide with fear as Chris stepped toward me.
Come on, Emily. Let's get you patched up while Sera works.
"No," I said again. "No, I want to stay with him."
Go!
Victor hissed. "No!" I shook my head vehemently. "No, I'm not leaving." Fear twisted my gut into a tight knot, and my trust in Chris and Sera began to fade. I worried they were removing me to shield me from witnessing Victor's death, and his encouragement only deepened my certainty. Sera eyed me before she gave me a slight nod. "All right, you can stay, but you cannot interfere. Do you understand?" "Yes," I promised, shooting a warning glance at Chris. "Please, just help him." Sera tugged off her other glove, tossing it aside.
Sera.
Chris warned. "I have to," she said as she blew out a shaky breath. "What is it? What's happening?" "I have healing powers," Sera murmured, her focus on the wound. "But I also have soul glimpse." Her trembling hands hovered over Victor's wound.
She needs to touch him to heal him. But that means she'll see all the dark, nasty stuff clouding his soul.
Chris said.
His darkness has nearly killed her once.
"But she touched him before, and she said she saw goodness," I answered.
Yes, but what little there is, if there's even any left of what she saw, may not be enough to make this easier for her.
"I have to," she answered, her eyes squeezing shut as she pressed her fingers into his wound. Victor howled in pain, causing my breath to catch in my throat. I'd expected the touch of an angel to be far more soothing than it seemed to be. A groan escaped Sera, and tears poured down her cheeks. Her lower lip trembled, her features pinching as she worked to heal him.
Sera?
Chris murmured as he dropped to a knee next to her.
Sera, pull back.
No! I shouted, reaching forward to cover her hand with mine so he couldn't pull it away.
She has to!
He's no better, I argued, noting his pale skin and ragged breathing. Chris pressed 2 fingers to the other side of Victor's neck, his head wagging and a curse escaping him. Well? I prompted.
Still weak and thready.
A sob escaped Sera as tears continued to pour. It's so dark. Chris reached for her hand again, but I slapped his away.
He's killing her!
He shouted. But she has to do this, I insisted. She knows what she's doing.
She doesn't know when to stop.
Chris argued.
Besides, this isn't helping. He's no better. All she's doing is hurting herself.
Sera wailed in agony as she kept her hand pinned against Victor's neck, her body shaking all over.
Sera, you have to stop!
Touch her, I said, my heart in my throat as I made the suggestion, desperate to help Victor and Sera. Chris screwed up his face.
What?
Touch her, I answered, trying to steady my voice. She draws strength from you. Touch her. Chris's forehead creased, but he reached for his wife, pressing a hand against her cheek. Her trembling quieted, though her breathing remained heavy.
Wow.
Chris said after a moment, puffing out his cheeks. What is it? I asked. A tear rolled down Chris's cheek, and he hurried to wipe it away.
It's like he's sucking the life right out of me. It's awful. I can't imagine what this feels like for Sera.
My eyebrows knitted as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Was Victor drawing on Chris's life force? Or was what Sera saw so dark that she had to drain Chris of all the energy she could to survive it? Chris cupped Sera's other cheek, his eyes sliding closed as another tear rolled down, clinging to his jawline. He pressed his forehead against her.
I'm with you, Sera.
She moaned a slight response before the pinched expressions on their features intensified. Something's not right. Sera, what is it? I asked as she struggled to choke out the words. Something. Her breathing grew labored, her eyes finally snapping open as she tugged her hands away from Victor. Her chest heaved from the effort she'd just put in, but her expression didn't change once she'd let go of him.
Hey.
Chris said, still clinging to her.
Are you okay?
Her lips tugged into a frown. I tried my best, but I couldn't heal him. I couldn't fix him. It's too late for that. The words stopped my heart. What? Sera wiped at the tears on her cheeks as she sniffled.
It's okay, Sera. You did your best. You tried.
Chris said.
But maybe this is for the best. Maybe it's meant to be like this.
Sera slid her eyes closed, biting her lower lip. I can still save him, but not like this. I can't heal the wound.
You're not making any sense.
Chris answered with a shake of his head.
If you can't heal him, then you can't save him.
I can stop him from dying. I can heal him, but not with my hands. She answered, shooting him a consoling and penitent glance. His features tensed, his jaw clenching.
Sera, no!
It's okay, she tried, but he interrupted her.
I said no!
Chris's head vehemently wagged back and forth.
You tried. You did your best. You couldn't save him.
But she just said she can, I answered, stuck in a state of total confusion. My lack of understanding left me feeling helpless, grappling with the weight of decisions that could determine life or death without enough knowledge to weigh the odds.
No. Sera, he killed you the last time.
And this time, he won't. I told you, I came back stronger.
You don't know that.
Tears formed in Chris's eyes. I shook my head. I don't understand.
My blood.
Sera said simply, her sparkling green eyes flicking to mine and filling with concern.
My blood can save Victor. He needs to feed off of my blood.
Absolutely not!
Chris answered.
He doesn't always secrete the poison,
Sera argued.
and even if he does, I can withstand it. Plus, you have your antivenom.
Yeah, well, I don't trust myself on that. What if I screwed up? Sera, I can't lose you again.
Chris, this is the only way.
Sera's voice, a soft whisper filled with an apology, highlighted her own fears and misgivings in the plan. Sera, I didn't know what to say. I had no idea if this could help, or if in helping Victor, she would hurt herself.
It's okay.
She answered, giving me a reassuring glance, though her eyes remained filled with trepidation. Chris hung his head, his jaw taut from tension.
Sera, please.
I'll be fine. And it will save him. We have to try.
Sera patted his cheeks before giving him a soft kiss. With a lick of her lips, she lowered her wrist toward Victor, her fingers twisted into a tight fist.
You need to feed Victor. This is the only way.
I squeezed my eyes closed as Victor's fangs emerged, and he plunged them into her wrist. The yelp that escaped her made my heart race as I wondered if this would work, or if I'd lose both Victor and Sera.
Chapter 17. Victor. Pain overcame my senses as I struggled to maintain consciousness. The poison ravaged my system, and despite Sera's healing touch, a warmth I could feel radiating through me, it failed to alleviate the agony from which I suffered. The fervor of her healing capacity waned, struggling to fight the deep hold the werewolf's poison had on my failing system. She wept bitterly as bits of my soul bombarded her, giving her yet another taste of the darkness that ruled my soul and now threatened to break Sera. The sweet angel's hands trembled as she fought to continue her healing efforts, but they were fading. The intensity surged a bit as Chris placed his hands on her, passing his strength along to her. But it failed to overwhelm the venom with the stranglehold on my system. But Sera wouldn't give up. She held on until I could barely feel any strength from her at all. My senses faded in and out as I struggled to stay alive. Another argument, more bitter than the one before it, ensued between Chris and Sera as she fought to save my pitiful life. Chris argued about the danger, and I knew his misgivings also stemmed from the fact that my miserable life didn't deserve to be saved. He wasn't wrong. I'd left a long, wide path of destruction in my wake. While Emily and Sera fought to redeem me, I wasn't certain there was anything left worth saving. Sera argued against Chris with a new plan that she was certain would save me. Before long, she thrust her wrist out in front of me.
You need to feed Victor. This is the only way.
A tantalizing offer on most days. The sweet promise of angel blood would have normally had my mouth watering. I could still recall how her blood had tasted the last time I bit her. But today, it didn't register as desirable or enticing. I only saw it as a shot at life, my chance at redemption. Her blood would counteract the poison. It would heal me. If I wanted to survive, I had to bite her. Without further hesitation, I plunged my fangs into her pale skin, eliciting a yelp of pain from her. On any other day, I would have delighted in such a cry, but today things had changed for me. As her blood drained from her body into my system, I could feel strength returning. Next to me, Emily sniffled as she stroked my hair, the bond between us incredible despite our short time together. "Okay, that's enough," Chris said, but Sera stopped him from pulling her bleeding wrist from my mouth. "Sera,"
He needs more.
she argued. I detected a note of fatigue in her voice, but she was correct. I hadn't had enough of her blood to overwhelm the werewolf's venom. As I continued my feast, seeking to overwhelm the poison entirely, Sera's pallor grew paler and paler. Her eyes struggled to stay open, and her breathing turned ragged. But I couldn't stop now, or it would be all for naught. "Stop!" Chris shouted at me. I yanked Sera closer, disappearing from the room and taking her to my ancestral home where I could finish my feeding privately. Slowly my strength began to return. I could once again feel the life force flowing through me, and my vitality rebounding. I dropped her wrist as the last of the burning pain from the poison disappeared. I grinned as I wiped at a dribble of blood that ran down my chin. "Well, my dear Sera, that was amazing." I inhaled deeply, adjusting my collar and sleeves after the trouble before I glanced down at Sera. Her pale form lay trembling in a heap at my feet. I crouched closer. She struggled to breathe, weakened from the amount of blood I'd stolen from her to heal me. "Sera?" I asked.
Cold.
She said as I stroked her hair. I traced a finger along her cheek, surprised by the iciness of her skin.
No.
She sobbed as our skin touched. "Are you dying, Sera?" I asked. I'd seen many of my victims pass away in similar circumstances. The human body was an interesting thing. Take a little too much blood from it, and all sorts of terrible things happened, usually resulting in death. It appeared angels may suffer a similar fate. A tear rolled down her cheek as she fought to speak.
Chris.
"Could the good doctor save you?" I questioned. "After his behavior, I may prefer he suffer your loss." Her lower lip trembled, but she didn't react further, likely realizing there was nothing she could do. "He tried to kill me, Sera, more than once."
I saved you.
She answered. "Yes, you did. Angels tend to be too kind." At this point in my centuries of living, I was nearly immune to death, having seen it so often, and caused it just as many times. I slid a lock of hair behind her ear. "I could save you now. What do you think, She didn't answer, but I knew she understood from the disgust that flashed through her eyes. "I could make you like me. You would rise again and join my ranks." Her glassy eyes slid to mine. I expected her to protest. So many people begged for their lives in these moments, while others asked to be turned, not understanding what they were getting into with the request. "What do you think, Sera? Shall I take you from Chris and make you one of my brides?" She uttered one word, and it struck a knife to my heart.
Emily.
The words stopped any pleasure I found in this situation, bringing it to a grinding halt as I recalled her soft, dark eyes and her sweet demeanor. I imagined her disappointment if I didn't help Sera. If I let her die, or even if I turned her. Could I argue that I had to do it? I wasn't certain Emily would accept that. The weight of Sera's life lay in my hands, and a battle raged within me. My darkness whispered seductively, urging me to take advantage of this opportunity to turn her and add her to my ranks. But the memory of Emily's gentle touch and the warmth in Sera's eyes pulled me in the opposite direction. Could I really condemn Sera to death, or a fate even worse? What would Emily think of me if I did? My nose wrinkled as a battle waged inside of me, my darkness fighting for survival, while the light Emily offered waged a war against it. The woman made me weak, vulnerable, and I didn't like that. But yet, I couldn't help but be drawn to her tenderness, a frail human side that still managed to show a strength I'd never expected. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself scooping Sera into my arms and returning to the villa. "She's sick," I announced the moment I arrived to a chaotic scene. "Oh no," Chris groaned as he grabbed her from me, cradling her close to him. "Sera?" A curse escaped from him as he laid her on the soft cushions of the couch and pressed 2 fingers to her neck. "Let me out of that cage! I need her help!" I eyed the doctor warily. "I'm not sure, Doctor. You betrayed me. Why should I help you?" He snapped his gaze to me, anger and fear dancing in his eyes. "Help her! She saved your life!" "You warned her not to." He rose from his crouch, his fingers curling into fists.
Stop this!
Emily shouted, drawing my attention away from the game I'd been so used to playing.
Stop it! She needs help!
Her eyes fell on me, a fiery anger burning through them that made me wince.
If you won't let Lena out, I will help Chris.
She twisted to face him.
What do you need?
His features devolved into a panicked question. "I don't know. Blood?" The determination in his eyes was replaced by fear as he glanced down at Sera's body, her wings now visible. No, he murmured, dropping to a knee next to her. "No, Sera, stay with me. Stay with me. She's ice cold." Emily raced to his side, her features pinching.
What's happening?
Her wings are showing. The last time that happened, she died. She died because he poisoned her. I held up my hands in front of me. I didn't use poison this time. I just fed. "You took too much from her!" Chris shouted, his voice breaking. "You killed her!" Emily grabbed a blanket from the back of the couch and spread it across Sera, tucking it around her. "I had to take it to live," I argued. "She said she was strong enough." "But she wasn't. Your darkness combined with your appetite killed her. Again." Chris's nostrils flared as he struggled to keep his emotions inside.
Stop! Stop!
Emily said with a shake of her head.
Look, I'm a universal donor. I can give her blood.
"Okay," Chris said with a nod of his head. "We'll do a transfusion right here. I'll grab what I need from the lab." I shifted my weight. I hadn't killed Sera. Yet. But Chris would if he attempted this misguided medical treatment. If I said nothing, her death would be his fault, not mine. Except I knew better. For the first time in centuries, guilt roiled through me as I imagined Emily's tears as Sera took her final breaths.
Why didn't you tell us?
She demanded of me. I swallowed hard, preparing to do something I hadn't done in a long time. Help someone other than myself. With my eyes fixed on Emily, who rolled up her sleeves to prepare for the transfusion, I said, "That won't help." "No one asked your opinion," Chris answered, His voice heated as he stormed across the room. "She has angel blood, not human blood. If you want to kill her, by all means proceed with this treatment. But if you want to have any chance in saving her life, you need to let her body heal." Chris shook his head as Emily stared at me, her forehead creasing as she tried to discern the truthfulness of my statement. "You're lying," Chris accused. "I'm not," I said, my eyes never leaving Emily. "Emily, I wouldn't lie to you. Sera cannot be saved with your blood. In fact, it will kill her faster than my poison did." "Don't listen to him, Emily," Chris said as he backed to the door. "I'm a doctor. She needs a transfusion."
Wait,
Lena chimed in from her cell.
he may have a point.
No one asked you, Lena!
Chris jabbed a finger at her.
You're his lackey. You'll do whatever he tells you to. This could be all part of his plan to rip Sera away from me.
You said her blood was different. You analyzed it.
Lena answered. Chris shook his head. "Not that different." "But different enough," I said. "It will kill her."
Then what do you suggest we do, huh?
Chris's voice took on a shrill tone as it threatened to break. "Wait," I answered. "Unless, of course, you prefer I turn her into one of my kind."
You don't touch her,
the man shot back, poking a finger at me in warning.
Is there anything we should do to help her, Victor?
Emily's quiet voice asked as it held back a sob. I licked my lips, pleased at least someone was willing to listen. I don't know that much about angels and their recovery, but I think we should keep her warm, monitor her for fever, shift her onto her side so she can breathe easier.
That's it?
Chris shouted. Comfort is the best we can do. Her body needs to heal itself. Chris shook his head, unwilling to accept my solution. He dropped to his knees again, angling in closer to Sera as he pushed Emily aside.
Sera, honey, open your eyes, come on.
Chris, she's too weak.
Lena answered.
Sera, wake up.
He tapped her cheeks firmly in a desperate attempt to revive her. She can't wake up, and if you do wake her, she's going to suffer a setback. My voice boomed, annoyed with the doctor's panic.
You said you didn't know anything about angels.
I said I didn't know much, but I know some things, I shrugged. Maybe if you touch her, give her your strength. Chris's lips formed a frown as he shook his head at the suggestion. Annoyance etched into his features.
Sera, come on. Wake up.
Chris, leave her.
Lena argued.
I need her to tell me if he's telling the truth before it's too late.
I think he is,
Emily answered, her gaze meeting mine and sending a swirl of emotions through me. A pang of guilt pierced me, along with a surge of pride. She trusted me, but I'd nearly killed Sera. Emily's unwavering belief in the goodness buried within me made me feel exposed and vulnerable. Despite my years of darkness, she saw something worth saving in me. Could I live up to her faith and be the man she believed I could be?
I don't. I'm sorry, Emily, but I don't trust the man who killed, then kidnapped, then imprisoned my wife. But you don't have any other choice, my voice boomed.
He's right,
Lena answered.
As much as you hate this, Chris, we have to trust him and hope for the best.
Chris licked his lips, his eyes turning misty as he struggled to do nothing but count Sera's breaths and stroke her forehead. He wrapped his fingers around hers, their skin touching.
Come on, Sera. Fight.
His lower lip trembled and a sob escaped him.
I can barely feel her warmth.
Emily rubbed his shoulder in a weak attempt to console him as I looked on. Would Sera survive? Or had I killed the one ray of light that could have offered me a way out of this life?
Chapter 18. Emily. My heart wrenched as I clutched Chris's shoulder in a desperate attempt to offer some form of support, I imagined it did little good, based on his tear-filled eyes and his sniffling. He tightened his grasp on Sera's hand, rubbing it with his other one.
Come on, Sera. You need to pull through this.
I slid my gaze to Victor, who stood an arm's length away, his features stoic. We sat by doing nothing for Sera at his advice. I had precious little information to help me assess whether or not this course of action was correct. According to Victor, a transfusion to replace the severe blood loss she had sustained would make her worse. What Chris had assumed would be a life-saving option would actually kill her. Chris didn't believe Victor's assessment, but Lena did. However, her judgment was suspect at this point, due to her allegiance to Victor. My features pinched as I stared down at her pale, lifeless form. Poor Sera. She'd saved Victor by giving him her own blood to reverse the effects of the werewolf's poison. She'd been desperate to save his soul, but it may have cost her her own life. If she died... I shook my head, refusing to think that way. But I couldn't stop myself. The fight that would ensue between Chris and Victor would be epic, though I was certain Chris would be on the losing end of it. Would I be able to stand by and watch my friends die? I found my voice, forcing strength into it as I watched Sera's breathing turn ragged. Are you sure there isn't something more we could do for her?
No.
Victor admitted.
I told you I don't know much about angels, and I don't have any connection to any information to find out. I'm not exactly welcome in her circles.
So while we sit here and watch her struggle to breathe, there may be something we could be doing for her, and you just don't know it?
Chris said, his voice breaking as he struggled to hold his emotions in check. Victor shrugged.
I don't know. I just know that you can't give her human blood. It'll kill her.
Of course you know all the things we shouldn't do. That's interesting.
Chris shook his head, his lips tugging into a deep frown.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
Victor answered. I studied him, searching his face for the truthfulness of his statement. I returned my focus to Sera, my heart racing as I watched her labored breathing. I couldn't shake the sense of distrust toward Victor, yet a part of me couldn't deny the inexplicable pull I felt toward him. With his murky past, I wasn't certain I could trust him. Were Chris's suspicions justified? With a trembling lower lip, I approached him. Can we talk privately? His features softened, and he bobbed his head before he slid an arm around me and led me from the room to a balcony under the stars. Moonlight bathed the villa's balcony in an ethereal glow, casting long shadows that danced across the stone floor. The cool night air carried a faint scent of jasmine, mingling with the sound of distant crickets. I shivered, both from the chill in the air and the weight of uncertainty that pressed down around me. Victor pulled me closer to him.
Cold?
Worried, I answered. If she dies...
I don't think she will.
He answered before I could continue. Don't you? I searched his face for a shred of assurance. Are you just saying that? Or do you really believe it? He brushed a lock of hair from my face, and I couldn't deny the warmth that coursed through me from the simple gesture designed to comfort me.
I really believe it. Is there something you aren't saying to me that you want to?
I wrapped my arms around me, casting my gaze sideways. With a lick of my lips, I tried to wrangle my emotions. A part of me didn't trust him. Did I dare admit it? Would the confession rouse his anger and make the already unstable situation even more difficult? Victor, I need to ask, are you certain the transfusion would kill her? I focused my gaze on him, searching for even the slightest sign of dishonesty. His lips parted, a slight pinch to his features.
You don't trust me.
Guilt roiled inside me. I want to.
But you don't.
He stalked a few steps away, his fingertips grazing the stone railing as he stared out into the darkness. I understand that things are complicated between you and Chris. He just admitted to something that had to have stung you. This would be a fitting punishment. Victor huffed out a sharp breath, shaking his head.
And do you believe that I would do that? That I would let Sera die after she saved me because of her idiot husband's choices?
I searched my mind for an appropriate response. Sera said... He twisted to glance at me, his dark eyes boring into me.
What?
I know you don't have the cleanest past, and the pull of darkness must be alluring. His jaw tightened at the words, and I wondered if he may admit something to me when a shout sounded from the living room. My heart rose into my throat as we both raced inside.
Something's happening,
Chris said as he clutched at Sera's hand, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Sera, honey, please. Stay with me.
I hurried to Sera's side, pressing a hand against her forehead as she panted for breath.
Her breathing shouldn't be like this,
Chris said, his words mixed with a sob.
How do you know?
Victor challenged. Chris snapped his gaze to Victor, his features sharp.
I'm a doctor. That's how. I wasn't aware you had a medical degree in treating angels.
I understood Chris's concern. Sera's breathing was abnormal and frightening. The short puffs she took made it seem that she was struggling to breathe or survive. Her clammy skin indicated that she'd turned feverish. She's burning up, I said.
Wait,
Chris said with a shake of his head.
How warm? Angels have a higher body temperature than humans.
He pressed his own hand against her forehead.
Yeah, this is hotter than normal for her.
The sweat on her brow, too, I said as I poked a finger at it. Is there something we could give her to help with the fever?
Yeah, aspirin.
Chris said with a nod. I glanced at Victor, who shrugged.
I know she can take aspirin. She's taken it before. It won't hurt her.
With a nod, I backed toward the door. Do you have it in your bag?
Yeah,
He answered.
thanks.
I hurried from the room, snaking through the halls as quickly as I could. I was loath to leave the two men alone. Even a few moments could mean they'd come to blows, or worse. As I pushed into the lab, I scanned the room, my eyes locking on the black bag. As I crossed to it, I tried to keep my own emotions in check, but the situation was turning more desperate by the second. With each minute that passed, Sera inched closer to death, rather than further from it. As I opened the bag in search of the bottle, I couldn't stop the deluge of tears that fell as I grabbed the digital thermometer, too. Too much had happened over such a short period, and I didn't know how I would handle any of it. Too much uncertainty remained in front of us. A warm hand slid around my shoulder, and I opened my eyes, expecting to find Chris. Instead, I stared into Victor's dark eyes. My features pinched, and more sobs escaped me as I clutched the aspirin bottle and threw my arms around him.
You're doing the best you can for her.
He soothed. But it may not be enough, I answered as I pulled back, wiping at my tears. She may not survive this. She's getting worse,
But she can't be.
he answered.
Every moment that she survives means her body is replacing the blood she's lost.
Then why is she not improving? It could be that every moment that passes means more of her organs shut down. The blood loss could be too much for her system to take. Victor lowered his gaze to the floor, his forehead creasing slightly.
She said she was stronger.
Maybe she didn't expect this.
But she did. It was the poison in my bite that killed her the first time. And she said she was stronger this time. Stronger against a bite.
Then why is she fighting for her life? I said through clenched teeth. Victor didn't answer. I sucked in a breath, trying to wipe away my tears so Chris wouldn't see them. If he thought I was losing hope, it may upset him. I need to get these to Sera.
Emily, wait!
Victor called as I pushed past him into the hall. I need to get these to Sera, I repeated with a wave of the bottle. I didn't wait for a response before I rushed down the hall and back to the living room. I found them! Chris pressed the thermometer to her forehead. The reading made my eyes bulge. 110? I choked out.
Angels normally have a body temp of 105.
He answered.
So while this is a pretty high fever, it's not as high as you think.
He stared down at the aspirin bottle clutched in my hand, his voice bolstered by taking action to help her.
We need to get her to swallow those.
Should we grind them up? Put the powder on her tongue? He wrinkled his nose at the suggestion.
That'll take too long to get into her system. She needs to swallow them.
She could choke. We don't know if she can swallow or not.
We have to try,
he said as he held his hand out for the bottle. I passed it along before I retrieved a glass of water from the pitcher on the drink cart as Victor rejoined us in the living room. Chris shook 2 pills from the container as I delivered the water.
Okay, Sera. You need to be a big girl and swallow this.
He pried her mouth open, placing the white tablet on her tongue before he took the water and carefully poured some into her mouth.
Come on. Swallow.
She didn't react to it at all. With his lips pressed into a thin line, Chris pinched her nose closed, until finally, a swallowing motion was visible. He pried her mouth open again, searching for the pill.
She got it!
The triumph in his voice bolstered my own hope for the situation. We repeated the process with the second tablet, then settled in to wait to see if it would help with her fever. After 20 minutes, Chris aimed the thermometer at her forehead again and took a reading. With a disgusted sigh, he tossed the instrument away.
No change.
Maybe we should give it more time, I suggested. But just as the words left my mouth, Sera's breathing seemed to grow shallower, her skin turning an ominous shade of gray. Panic seized me as I realized each passing moment brought us closer to the point of no return.
And maybe he should take us somewhere where I have better access to help her,
Chris said as he jabbed a finger at Victor.
She should have an IV, more monitoring on her heart, her organs, her...
That's not really necessary.
Victor answered with a shake of his head.
Isn't it?
Chris shot back.
Because I'm pretty sure she's dying. She hasn't improved in over an hour. In fact, she's gotten worse. And nothing's helping her.
I can help her. I can save her.
Chris's eyes went wide at the admission, and my heart sank. Had Victor merely been waiting out the situation before he offered this? If he had a way to save her from the start, why hadn't he said it?
You can help her? That's funny, because a second ago, the only thing we could do was hold her hand and put a blanket on her. Now suddenly you have a way?
Victor's jaw clenched as Chris's accusation hit him. For a fleeting moment, a shadow of guilt flickered in his eyes. But he quickly masked it with a stoic expression.
I didn't mention it before because it's a final resort.
I think we're there.
Chris argued.
I think we've been there since you brought her back on her last legs.
Victor let his gaze fall to the floor again before he raised his eyes.
Do you want the help or not?
Chris scoffed, his eyes raising to the ceiling.
Unbelievable. You did this on purpose. Do you see what he is, Emily? Do you see why I hadn't planned on helping him?
My lower lip trembled, as I couldn't deny the facts in front of me. Victor had a solution the entire time, but he allowed us to suffer. Maybe Chris had been correct about him.
Chapter 19. Victor. I stared down at the pale form of the angel on my couch. Her ragged breath, clammy skin, and inability to awaken after my feeding did not point to anything positive. She'd claimed she was stronger, said she'd been prepared to deal with my brand of danger, but it seemed she'd overestimated her own abilities. Chris, with Emily's help, had administered medication that hadn't produced any effect on her system. My eyes fell to her wings, no longer masked from view as her body continued to fail. Emily suggested more time, but just as the words left her mouth, Sera seemed to take a turn for the worse. I could see the panic rising in Emily's eyes at the potential loss of her friend, so I offered help, only to start another argument with Chris. But I knew my solution would work, and that it may be the only way to save her.
What's the solution?
Chris finally prompted. I arched an eyebrow. I could turn her. Chris's eyes widened with disbelief, while Emily's furrowed brows betrayed her growing concern, forming an unspoken dialogue of doubt and apprehension.
Turn her?
She asked. I could make her like me. A vampire. It would save her life. Chris stood frozen for another moment before he scoffed.
Are you insane?
Chris's accusation struck a nerve, triggering memories of my past misdeeds. I clenched my jaw, struggling to silence the haunting echoes of my darker impulses.
I'm trying to help. You're trying to make her into a monster!
Chris wagged a finger at me, his face reddening.
A sick freak like you!
Hey,
Emily said with a shake of her head.
I don't think that's true.
Don't you?
Chris shouted.
Really? Because Sera thought it. Sera, a woman who saw his soul for what it was, found it so dark and disturbing that she literally almost died.
She also saw goodness in him,
Emily screamed back. Chris huffed out a sharp laugh, shaking his head.
Oh, I bet! Isn't that convenient that you'd pull that out of thin air now?
I didn't.
Emily said with a deep frown.
She told me that earlier, and I believe her. She was insistent on saving him.
Oh, come on, Emily, Chris argued. I really thought that you were smarter than this. But it seems like either he's got some sort of mind control on you, or you're just enamored with this attention he's giving you.
Emily's jaw dropped open at the words.
I can't believe you just said that.
As the argument ensued between the two of them, I flicked my gaze to Sera. She was barely breathing as they continued to fight over trivial nonsense. I crossed to Sera, stroking her forehead. The heat that rose from it indicated that her fever hadn't broken. She wouldn't last much longer. I scooped her into my arms, cradling her against me as I carried her to one of the villa's bedrooms. As I made my way through the halls, my gaze fell onto her face. I loathed what I had done to her in a way I had never felt before. Guilt surged through me, compelling me to act, to save her. As I hovered over Sera, the thought of condemning her to my existence sent a shiver down my spine, a cold reminder of the darkness I carried within. Chris was correct when he called me a monster. And while I had once enjoyed this lifestyle, driven by dark desires and outlandish acts, My interest in Emily, coupled with Sera's belief that I could be saved, one that she'd risked her own life for, it no longer appealed to me. But I had to act. If I didn't, my only chance at salvation would slip through my fingers. Chris would never save me if she died. And while he probably couldn't manage to kill me, staying alive, being a slave to this existence, would likely be a worse punishment. I pushed through the door into an elaborate bedroom, locked the door behind us, and slid Sera onto the silk duvet. Her wings fluttered slightly as I stared down at her, pressing my fingers to her nostrils to ensure she remained breathing. An ever-so-slight rush of air tickled my skin. I brushed her hair back as I eased on the edge of the bed next to her. "I'm sorry, Sera, but I have to do what needs to be done." I huffed out a laugh as I rubbed a lock of her hair between my thumb and forefinger. "You know, I'm starting to worry about myself. The old Victor, the one who hadn't met Emily, he would have turned you in a heartbeat. This one..." I shook my head at myself. Well, I'm not too sure about the new Victor. Silence stretched between us for a moment. "I guess," I finally said, "we can chalk this up to being selfish. See, I need you to save me. You promised, after all. And after all the hoops you jumped through to keep me alive, well, it seems like a waste to just let you go and die before you can do me this one last favor." Somehow, admitting that the only reason I was about to morph Sera into something she'd likely detest was to save myself eased the pain, but only slightly. "And I'm certain clever Chris will find a way to save you, maybe even turn you back into an angel." I glanced toward the ceiling. "Though I don't know how they'll handle things upstairs." I wiggled my eyebrows as my fangs filled my mouth. "In short, Sera, I'm really sorry about this, but it must be done." My lips parted, and I hissed as I prepared to pierce her neck and drain her of what little blood remained in her body. My pulse raced, the familiar surge of adrenaline and serotonin rushing through me. I bent forward, the sweet, floral scent of her hair filling my nostrils. My teeth grazed her flesh, the salty tang of sweat dancing across my taste buds as I waited for the deluge of blood to flow. But then I froze. Plunging my fangs into her neck would revive her, give her new life, though an entirely different one. She would be robbed of all the innocence that had driven me to bring her to my villa in the first place. And Emily, sweet Emily, would she forgive me this transgression, or would this be the act that stopped my own salvation? I curled my fingers into fists, trying to firm my resolve right along with it. This had to be done. There was no way around it. But I still couldn't stop the guilt from roiling through me and twisting my gut into a tight knot. "I'm sorry, Sera," I whispered. I opened my mouth again, preparing to bite her, but again I froze. My lower lip trembled as I pulled away from her, rising on unsteady legs and stumbling a few steps away. I scrubbed my face. "Get it together, Victor. This has to be done. 2 days ago you would have been delighted by this." With a twist, I faced her again. "Except now you can't." I squeezed my eyes closed with a heavy sigh, pressing my thumbs against them. My features twisted as a war waged inside me. A pounding on the door, followed by a deliberate twisting of the knob, announced my time was running short. "Victor, open this door!" Chris shouted. I ignored his demand, desperately trying to focus on the decision that lay in front of me as Sera's life dwindled.
"Victor, don't you hurt her!"
Chris said before he banged on the door again. "Oh, Sera," I murmured as I crossed to her again, taking her hand in mine. "I don't know what to do. I can't help but think you'd have some words of wisdom right about now. But unfortunately, you're not quite here, are you?" With each thunderous bang against the door, the tension mounted, casting ominous shadows of doubt and dread over the impending confrontation, hinting at the irreversible fate awaiting us all. I was running out of time. I had to make a decision. Before long, the door would come crashing down, and Chris would haul me away from Sera. The time I wasted in fending him off could mean her life. You see, the thing is, Sera, I think I have to bite you, because you're my only hope. You're the only thing that holds the darkness back from consuming me entirely. And I desperately want to find some light for Emily."
Victor?
Emily's voice called.
Victor, please open the door. I know you think you're trying to help, but Chris is really upset over Sera. I think it's best if he's with her.
The corners of my lips tugged up at the words. She's trying her best to use reason. But reason isn't working too well for me right now. In my mind, reason tells me to pierce your flesh with my fangs and drain you of your blood.
Victor, please.
I heard the insistence in her voice, the frightened plea. But I wouldn't open that door until I was certain. I don't see another way, Sera. Do you? A loud bang crashed into the door again. Chris wasn't going to wait much longer. And with Emily's pleas not working, he was going back to his brute force methods. "I'm sorry, Sera," I whispered again as I adjusted a lock of her hair and leaned closer, forcing myself to do what I knew had to be done. Seconds before I could bite into her vein, a jolt shot through me. My features pinched, my brows knitting slightly together. A strange sensation passed through my withered heart, and I cast my eyes upward. "Hello?" No one answered. Typical. "Look, I know we're not on the best of terms, but I've got one of your angels down here, and she's in pretty rough shape. Now, I know this will sound strange, but I don't want to make her like me. But I don't see any other way to save her." I waited, sliding my gaze from the ceiling to Sera. She looked as morbidly grey as ever. I wasn't certain what I expected to happen. God had left my life a long time ago. The incessant banging at the door continued. "I'm sorry, Sera," I whispered. "I tried, but your boss, he doesn't like me very much. Looks like it's up to me." As I poised to unleash my primal instincts, the door splintered with a sickening crack, a stark metaphor for the fractured state of my soul and the irreversible consequences of my actions. Chris burst through the door, his face red and his fists tense at his sides. "Get away from her!" he growled. "Leave, Chris. I'm saving her life." He barreled toward me, and I rose, taking a defensive stance, my fangs still bared. I'd bite him if I had to, though I had no desire to taste his wicked blood. Before he could slam into me, I waved a hand in the air, sending him flying back against the wall. "I'm doing you a favor, Chris. You'll see." I returned my attention to Sera, but the good doctor wouldn't give up that easily. He climbed to his feet and flung himself through the air, latching onto my neck and tugging me backward. I grabbed his arm, tugging on it before I loosened his grip and flung him away.
Stop!
Emily's voice cried. "You need to tell that to him," I answered. "She doesn't have much time left. I can't save her any other way. I tried. Believe me, I tried. This has been your plan all along," Chris accused before he threw a punch my way. I blocked it, grabbing his hand in my palm and forcing him back against the wall, my fangs showing I prepared to sink them into his neck. With him incapacitated, I could deal with Sera.
Stop!
A voice said. I froze. My lips parted in disbelief before I slowly twisted to find Sera, awake, though looking weak. "Sera?" I said as Chris wriggled from my grasp, pushing past me and racing to her side. "Sera? Oh, Sera, are you okay?"
I'm okay.
She said, a voice weak but strong. He wrapped his arms around her as I remained across the room, stunned by the turn of events. "Oh, baby, we came so close to losing you." She held him tightly, her eyes flicking to me. I wondered if she knew how close I'd come to destroying her innocence. Chris pulled back, shaking his head. "We need to get you out of here. Victor nearly turned you into a vampire."
I know.
Sera said, her gaze floating to me again. I lifted my chin, determined to stand my ground.
He thought he was saving my life.
Chris snorted at the words. "No, he was trying to hurt you."
No,
Sera shook her head.
no, he was trying to save me. And he did. He saved me.
My forehead creased at the words, as did Chris's. "What? No. Sera, I stopped him just before he bit you."
It wasn't that.
She cupped Chris's face in her hands.
It was his prayer. Chris, he saved me. And now, we need to do the same for him.
My heart stopped at her words. Had I had a hand in saving Sera? And would it be my salvation? Or would this turn out to be a cruel joke that would only plunge me further into the darkness?
Chapter 20. Emily. My brow furrowed as Sera said the words. Had I heard her correctly? Chris must have thought the same thing before he snorted a laugh in response.
Is what? Sera, I think you may be delusional. You've just been through a trauma.
Sera shook her head vehemently as she slipped her hand inside of his. He pulled his away.
No, you don't get to win me over with your special touch.
Chris jabbed a finger at Victor.
He tried to turn you into a vampire. In fact, he absconded with you and locked the door behind him so we couldn't stop him. To save her?
Victor shot back. The argument continued as I tried to wrap my head around the idea that Victor had prayed for a solution for Sera. Yes, I know, Sera said with a bob of her head as she glanced around Chris. I could hear you the entire time. I know the sacrifice you were willing to make, and the one you did make.
Bull!
Chris said, launching off the side of the bed and pacing the floor.
I don't buy it!
Chris, she answered, her tone even and measured. Victor saved my life. The goodness in him is growing, and we need to help him before it's too late.
It's already too late,
Chris said with a shake of his head. Sera pressed her lips into a thin line, her gaze boring into him. He flicked his eyes to the ceiling with a click of his tongue.
Don't do that.
She arched an eyebrow.
Don't... Fine, you're right. I'll go back to the lab and start working. Wait.
Victor said, his nostrils flaring.
How can I trust that he's going to create a serum to save me and not kill me? He admitted that he was attempting to create a serum to kill me. Well, I'm not going to do that now. Who says you?
Victor answered.
Well, I'll just believe you then.
Good. I'm glad that's settled.
Chris took a step toward the door when Victor crossed his path.
It's not. If you think I was being serious, you're dumber than I thought. Maybe you can't save me after all.
Victor, Sera started when I reached forward to touch his arm. He glanced at me, his features softening. I think we need to trust Chris, I offered. He fluttered his eyelashes, his jaw tensing.
It's my life if I'm wrong.
It's not much of a life if you ask me.
Chris said. I shot him a glare. If what Sera said was true, if Victor had been so moved as to offer a prayer for her, he was changing. We had to capitalize on this to try to save the goodness in him. Chris is going to create a serum to save you, Sera assured us. He wouldn't lie to me.
He did.
Victor answered.
He lied by omission at the very least. While the good doctor assesses whether or not I have enough good in me to live, he continues to show his own dark side.
Chris has flaws, yes, Sera said with a nod. But he also has a good heart. I trust that he would not have used that serum on you, even if he created it.
I don't,
Victor answered. He disappeared from my side and reappeared near Sera.
But I could use some leverage to ensure his cooperation.
Victor slid a hand around Sera's shoulder. My heart sank. Victor, don't. His features crinkled.
Emily.
No, I said with a shake of my head. No excuses. I've seen the man you can be. Don't make me regret siding with you. Victor grimaced, but tugged his hand away from Sera's shoulder.
Fine. Against my better judgment, I will trust you, Doctor. But I'd better see results, and soon.
Without a word, Chris stormed from the room, looking displeased but determined. Sera heaved a sigh, sliding her eyes closed as she melted back into the pillows behind her. She still looked weak and pale, and I imagined, despite awakening, that she had a lot more recovering to do. I crossed to her and pressed a hand to her forehead. I wonder if your fever broke. I think so, she answered. Angels have a higher body temperature. Yes, I know. Chris told me when he took your temperature, and I nearly fell over. You've really been given a rough introduction to the supernatural, haven't you? She said with a soft smile.
Speaking of rough,
Victor answered.
We need to look at the wounds you sustained in the battle with the werewolf.
I'm fine, I answered. Though I wouldn't have been without you saving me. I can help you with those, Sera offered. Sera, you're too weak. She shook her head. I'm certain I'll draw strength from it. Healing can actually bolster an angel. I wrinkled my nose, smiling for the first time since this ordeal had begun. Are you telling the truth, or just saying that so I'll let you heal me? Angels don't lie, she said with a chuckle. One corner of my lips tugged back as I slid my eyes to Victor. Healing him seemed to take a toll. That's different. Healing humans is much easier. Plus, I don't think you'll have the darkness in you that he does.
I think you're being a little dramatic,
Victor said. I turned to find him smirking, surprised he'd just made an attempt at humor. Sorry, Sera answered. You've got a ways to go before you can earn a halo, but at least you're trying.
Who says I'm vying for one of those? I'd like to start with another shot at a normal life.
He backed toward the door.
If you'll excuse me, I need to take care of a few things while you take care of Emily.
He disappeared into the hall, and I shifted my gaze back to Sera. How are you really feeling? Tired, she admitted. But better with each passing moment. We were really worried. Chris was beside himself. When Victor came back with you...
Yes,
Sera said with a wrinkled nose.
I know. I wish I could have said something, but I just needed some time to recover.
So, did Victor's prayer really do anything then? Or did you tell Chris that to convince him to save Victor?
Victor's prayer did quite a bit. He was so conflicted about biting me. It not only saved his own soul, but it saved mine from becoming a creature like him.
Sera pushed herself up to sit.
The real question, though, is how are you?
I just have these few scratches and a bite on my shoulder, I answered. Sera traced her fingers over my arm, and the marks disappeared before she motioned to see my back. I tugged my shirt up, allowing her to view the puncture wounds. Within seconds, they no longer stung.
There,
she said.
Those are gone. Now, how are you?
I wiggled my shoulder and shrugged. Seems fine now. She grinned at me.
That's not what I meant, although I already know a little more about how you feel now.
With a wiggle of her fingers, she raised her eyebrows.
Soul Glimpse has its perks at times.
My lips parted, and I felt suddenly exposed. I wondered how Chris lived with this on a regular basis.
But I'm still a little worried about you, Emily.
Why? I asked. Had she seen some darkness in my soul now that I'd agreed to marry Victor? She pressed her lips together.
I can see your interest in Victor, but is it genuine? Or is it because you feel a duty toward him?
The question tore at my heart. I'd struggled with the same thoughts. What was the attraction I felt toward him? Did I have a savior complex? Was I rebounding from my relationship with Max? I don't know. Tears formed in my eyes as I shot her a petrified glance.
It's okay,
she answered, grabbing my hand through the duvet to shield me from another soul glimpse. I stayed there for another moment with her, before I launched from the edge of the bed to pace the floor. I'm so confused. I have this draw to him, like a magnet, but I don't know why.
He is an intriguing man,
she answered. And a dangerous one. I pressed a palm against my forehead as a few tears escaped to my cheeks.
Chris is trying to fix that.
I shook my head. Or kill him. Sera shook her head.
No, he may have had that plan, but he wouldn't lie to me. Actually, he couldn't lie to me. And my touch strengthens his penchant for goodness. That's why he was so insistent I not touch him.
You have such a strange relationship, I said with a laugh. Sorry.
It's okay.
She reassured me with a smile.
But for right now, I'd rather focus on your relationship. Emily, I fear I may have made a terrible mistake telling you that you were the goodness I saw in Victor.
Why? I questioned.
Because I feel that I've pushed you into a decision you may not have made otherwise. If I wouldn't have said anything to you, would you have feared him? Stayed away from him?
My forehead crinkled as the questions bounced around in my brain, searching for answers where I wasn't sure I'd find any. Had Sera's admission about my effect on Victor tainted me? Had it made me decide differently than I would have if I wouldn't have had that information? I glanced at her face, pinched with concern. I can't answer that. She let her head sink back into the pillow.
I'm sorry, Emily. I think I may have made quite an error in judgment.
I pressed my lips together. Well, it's done now. We need to concentrate on the serum. If you're okay, I think I'll go help Chris.
I'm fine,
She assured me.
please let me know how things are going when you have the chance.
I offered her a fleeting smile before I dashed for the door, slipping into the hall and breathing out a sigh of relief. Tears pricked my eyes again, though, as I failed to escape the questions Sera had placed in my mind. I had moved forward until this point without a thought as to my motives. But now, it was all I could consider. What was driving my actions? Had I fallen under the vampire's spell? Or did I have true feelings toward him? I tried to force my mind to focus on something else as I snaked through the halls toward the lab. Before I entered, I sucked in a deep breath, blinking my tears away. When I stepped inside the lab, I found Chris peering into the microscope across the room. Making any progress?
Did Sera send you to make sure I'm not killing him?
He glanced up from his notes.
I'm not, by the way.
I offered him a soft smile. She said you wouldn't. Your heart is too good. He made an annoyed face.
Yeah, don't let that get out, huh?
Why? I asked as I joined him, scanning the few notes he'd written. Why are you so determined to have everyone think you're a jerk?
Because it's easier. I am a jerk. I'm just also a brilliant scientist. I want to be the person who cures vampirism so I can take all the credit.
You want to cure him for Sera, because she asked you to. I settled onto the stool as he flicked his gaze back into the microscope. Can I ask you something?
I don't know, that depends.
On? He glanced at me.
Is it something weird or touchy-feely?
I chuckled. It's sort of touchy-feely. How did you know that you loved Sera? He burst into laughter at the question before he rose and crossed the room to grab a few vials of chemicals.
Are you serious?
I am. He froze, drawing liquid from one vial with an eyedropper, his gaze floating in mid-space.
I don't know. I just knew.
But just like that? I snapped my fingers.
Yeah, I'm afraid it was a case of insta-love. That seems to be all the rage with these supernaturals.
He raised his eyes to mine, his brow furrowing.
Don't tell me you think you're in love with that freak.
I pouted, unhappy with both his statement and the way it made my heart sink and doubt.
Emily,
He said with a shake of his head.
you can't be serious. I mean, I get that you agreed to marry him to buy us some time, but love? Come on, he's like the most awful person on the planet.
But he's not, I argued, surprised by my own fierceness to defend him. Chris fluttered his eyelashes.
Sera obviously is special. That's why I fell in love with her. Victor is, well, he's special, all right, just in a terrible way.
I swallowed hard at the words. What he said made sense, but then, why did I feel this way?
I guess love doesn't always make sense.
He finally said with a sigh.
I mean, I don't get it, but if that's what does it for you.
The words hung between us, almost like a challenge, as I searched the depths of my soul for an answer.
Now I have a question for you.
He said. I raised my gaze to him. Yes?
What if I can't save him? Are you willing to become a vampire to save him?
The question stabbed at my heart. We'd come too close to facing that situation, and I, once again, had no clue how I would react. Would I stand by his side? Or would I have to admit that my obsession with Victor Cross had more to do with me than him?
Chapter 21. Victor. I pushed into the hallway from the overcharged, overly tense room. Sera had recovered by some miracle without me needing to turn her into a vampire. But that hadn't stopped Chris from railing against me like he usually did. I couldn't understand what an angel saw in a lowly human to begin with. But when you added in Chris's personality, it made no sense whatsoever. Frustration and disgust gnawed at me as I considered the doctor's erratic behavior and past betrayal that left me questioning his motives. I couldn't trust him. But I'd been forced into doing just that, at least if I wanted any chance at saving myself. And I did. Desperately. Was there some way that I could guarantee the results so that I could live a normal life with Emily? She had intrigued me from the start, not just with her uncanny resemblance to my Amelia, but the strength she exhibited too. She seemed able to resist the stranglehold I normally could place on humans. She must have been a special breed. At her prompting, I'd given in, allowed the good doctor to continue working on a serum to reverse my vampirism. Was I setting myself up for more failure? I'd have to wait to find out. In the meantime, though, I would manage my other affairs. I entered the living room, and Lena rose to stand, clutching the bars as she stared at me with pleading eyes.
Well?
Sera's fine, I answered.
Is she?
Her implication was clear, despite the words not being spoken. I shook my head, wondering for a brief moment if it would have been better if I'd turned Sera. Chris would have been forced to save me if he wanted to help his wife. No, she miraculously woke up. Lena's eyebrows shot up, her surprise obvious.
Wow. Really?
Silence stretched between us before she added,
You seem disappointed.
Sera as a vampire would have been interesting. I wonder how Chris would have handled it when his precious Sera bit into him instead of making him feel all warm and fuzzy.
Thankfully, we don't have to find out.
Lena shook her head.
No one wanted to see Sera suffer that fate.
Suffer? I threw my arms to the side with a grin. I'm hardly suffering.
Yet, it seems you are. You're desperate for help. Why is that?
My nostrils flared as I refused to meet her gaze. I'm not desperate. Except I was. I had another chance with a woman who was quickly growing to mean more to me than any revenge or conquering any territory.
I don't know.
Lena answered, her voice taunting.
You seem pretty desperate to me. I think it has to do with not looking bad in front of Emily. I think you actually have a thing for her.
I allowed my gaze to fall to the floor as the words sliced at me. Well, lucky for me, I can have her one way or another, I finally answered. But that's not why I'm here.
Finally willing to free me so I can help Chris with the serum?
I shook my head as I approached the bars. No, I need you to do something else for me. Something very important. Lena arched an eyebrow.
Please, not another kidnapping.
No, I said, my voice turning to a low growl. I need you to make sure that monster that attacked me and Emily is dead.
What?
Lena screwed up her face before she shook her head.
No way. I'm not a licensed werewolf slayer. I'm a doctor, remember?
I haven't forgotten, Doctor, I answered. But you're also my helper for the time being. And I need help.
You go find out if he's dead.
He's less deadly to you than he is to me. Do you want me to drain Sera of blood again in the event that that creature still roams the earth? Lena offered me an unimpressed stare.
So, in other words, you're afraid to go looking for this creature, as you call it, But you're totally fine sending a defenseless human woman instead.
I furrowed my brow, feigning thought. Yes, that about sums it up. Her expression didn't change.
Why are all you men such cowards?
I'm hardly a coward, but I do have a sense of self-preservation. The thing sustained a pretty deep wound courtesy of a fireplace poker that Emily carried. But that doesn't mean it's dead. I approached the fireplace and grabbed the poker, shifting it from hand to hand before jabbing it through the bars. Here, take this in case it's still alive and licking its wounds. Make sure it doesn't survive.
I'm not killing the thing.
Lena answered, her voice incredulous. Well, you could let it maul you instead. I suppose that's your choice, but if I were you, I'd kill it. Lena snatched the poker from my hands, a grimace on her lips.
Fine. I'll handle it.
Good luck, I said with a grin before I sent her to the woods where we had been attacked to find the flea-bitten varmint and confirm its death. With a deep inhale, I crossed to the French doors and strode onto the balcony, sucking in a deep breath of the night air. Would this be one of my final nights as a vampire? Or would I continue to live in this miserable existence? Emily had been correct when she'd suggested that vampirism wasn't a way of life. But it had been mine for so long. I wasn't certain I could adjust. And what if I did and lost Emily anyway? The disappointment that floated in her eyes at every turn meant that was a strong possibility. Could I be the man she devoted her life to? I heaved a sigh, deciding that would only matter if Chris managed to find the cure he'd promised. I considered checking on his progress, but decided against it. A quick check on Nina's progress showed her still creeping through the woods following a trail of blood toward what I hoped would be the beast's decaying body. With nothing but time on my hands, I wandered through the halls of my villa back to Sera's room. With the door open a slit, I peered inside, finding her alone and resting. I slipped into the room, crossing to the bed where she slept and easing onto the edge. Her eyes fluttered open, and she focused on me, a slight smile crossing her face.
Victor.
Sera, I answered, a fleeting smile crossing my face. How are you feeling?
Much better, thank you. And I think you'll be glad to know that Emily is completely healed.
So, I said, tracing the outline of the cover over her. You did a bit better with her than you did with me. She arched an eyebrow.
I did quite well with you, by the looks of things.
I flicked my dark gaze to her. But I nearly killed you.
Nearly killed and killed are two very different things. I told you I was stronger this time.
I launched from the bed, pacing at the foot of it. You should have told your husband that. We almost came to blows over it several times.
I know. I heard the entire thing, remember?
So you said. But I wonder, I said as I spun to face her, how true that was.
Angels don't lie,
She answered. I narrowed my eyes at her. So, you heard all of my private confessions? The corners of her lips turned up.
I did. I must say, Victor, your depth surprises me.
I snorted a laugh. What makes you think I have depth? I was merely protecting myself. Had I turned you, your husband would have gone berserk. She offered me a knowing glance.
Remember, I've seen your soul, Victor. I know you have depth.
My nostrils flared as I turned away from her.
It's not a weakness, you know?
Says you, I retorted, whipping around to face her. When your husband comes at me with an injection of unknown origins, what will my depth get me then? Sera heaved a sigh.
I know you don't want to trust Chris, but he will do what he's promised to do.
Or he'll kill me. Tell me, Angel, what will you do if he betrays you?
He won't.
She answered confidently, but I couldn't latch on to her assurances. They felt empty to me.
I know it's hard for you to trust Victor.
Trust? I burst. Your husband admitted to trying to kill me. Do you honestly believe I should trust him?
I'm sorry that happened.
Are you? I shouted. Are you really? Or are you merely sorry he didn't succeed?
Of course not.
She said with a shake of her head.
Victor, I was sent back here to save you.
I narrowed my eyes at her. Tell me again how this works. The big guy suddenly decided that my reign of terror needed to come to an end, or what? Sera pressed her lips together, the conversation wearing on her.
There's nothing I can say that you won't argue with. You're nervous, and you're looking to lash out.
Spare me your psycho babble, Sera. I'm not lashing out. I'm trying to discover why, suddenly, I'm a priority. She shook her head, her shoulders lifting.
I don't know. Angels aren't privy to all of the information. We just get a case and work to help the person.
I shook my head at the words, hating that I needed to put my trust in someone.
I know this is hard.
You don't know anything! I shouted, my lips curling into a frown. I swallowed hard, scrubbing my face. But do you know what we could do to make this easier? She set her sparkling green eyes on me, and a twinge of guilt shot through me at even entertaining the thought. I pushed past it. I needed to protect myself, and this was the only way I knew how. We could create a set of circumstances where the good doctor is forced to save me. I answered with a devilish grin.
We've already done that.
Sera answered. I'd like a little more assurance, if you wouldn't mind. She shifted in the bed.
What do you suggest?
I grinned before I flashed my fangs. How about if I turn you into a vampire after all? Then Chris can test his little serum on you. You'll be the test case. What do you think, Sera? How is that for a plan? Disappointment etched Sera's features.
Victor, there is no need for this.
Isn't there? I thought it a rather brilliant plan myself. It certainly ensures that Chris won't try to kill me, doesn't it?
This really isn't necessary,
she said with a shake of her head.
Chris's more base instincts are just that. He won't act on them.
Let's make sure of that, I answered as I crept closer to her, baring my fangs again.
All right,
she answered, tilting her head to stretch her neck.
Go ahead, if you feel you have to.
Her agreement gave me some pause as guilt crept through me once again. I'd expected her to rail against the suggestion. If she assumed that I would back down because of some weak reverse psychology, she had another thing coming. She'd just cleared the path for me to bite her. I had her permission, and it would firm up my trust in anything that the good doctor created. I perched on the edge of the bed, my dark eyes boring into hers. It'll only hurt for a moment.
You've bitten me before. I remember what it was like. For angels, it's extremely agonizing.
Sera fought to steady her trembling lower lip.
But if you need to thrust that onto someone, do it.
My nose wrinkled at her words. This isn't about power, Sera. It's about being sure that Chris doesn't use this situation to end my life.
Whatever you need to tell yourself, Victor.
My lips tugged into a firm frown, and in a moment of weakness, I opened my mouth, fangs at the ready, and closed the distance between us. Stop! Chris shouted before I could pierce her flesh. What the hell are you doing? I twisted to face him, his features pinched with worry. "I'm assuring myself a solution, Doctor. You want to give me an experimental serum, but I don't trust you. So I'm going to turn Sera into a vampire too. Whatever you plan to inject into me, you'll inject into her first." "No, you can't do that," Chris said with a shake of his head. "I have the serum ready, but I can't use it on Sera." I raised my eyebrows, surprised he'd be that transparent. "Really? And why is that, Doctor?" Chris cast his gaze to his feet, licking his lips as I waited to hear his response. Would he finally admit that he was merely here to destroy me rather than save me?
Chapter 22. Emily. The question hung between us as I swallowed hard, trying to guess at my answer.
"No, I didn't think so,"
Chris said with a shake of his head before he set down his materials.
"Emily, please, think about what you're doing with him."
But I had been. That's all I had been doing was thinking. Did I have feelings for him? Or was it more that I had a savior complex? Either way, I was committed to saving him. "You promised Sera—"
"I know what I promised her."
Chris said with a shake of his head.
"She's the most maddening woman in the world sometimes."
I furrowed my brow at the statement. What do you mean?
"I mean, sometimes I desperately want to do the wrong thing, and she just won't let me."
With a huff, he continued his work. "So, you think poisoning Victor is the wrong thing to do?" Chris plopped onto the stool with a sigh.
"Probably. But it sure would feel good, wouldn't it?"
I wrinkled my nose. Not really.
"Oh, Emily, come on! You can't seriously have fallen for this guy already."
You fell for Sera with one touch, I reminded him. He shot me an unimpressed glance.
"She's different."
How? I demanded.
"Grab me another beaker, please. And seriously?
He asked with a scoff.
If you can't see the difference between Sera and Victor, you're too far gone for help, Emily."
I grabbed a beaker from the shelf and passed it to him, slumping into a seat with a sigh. That's not what I meant.
"Well, you could stand to be clearer then. Because the differences between Sera and Victor are pretty vast. First, Sera's an angel, not a disgusting creature who feasts on other people's blood. She's literally here to help people, not harm them. Need I go on?"
I shook my head, pressing my lips together. Chris had made several good points. There was no reason I should be harboring feelings for a man with Victor's track record. Yet, every time those dark eyes bored into me, it felt like he touched a piece of my soul. My thoughts drifted to Max. My relationship with him had been comfortable, safe even. But with Victor, it was different. Every interaction with him was like walking a tightrope between danger and desire. I couldn't deny the pull I felt toward him, no matter how many times I tried to rationalize it. Was that a reaction to his darker side? Some wild call that answered the vampirism? Once he was cured, maybe I would have a better handle on things. A curse escaped from Chris, drawing my attention back to him. "What is it?" I asked.
"Misjudged the dose and accidentally killed all the cells."
"Accidentally?" I prodded. He shot me a glare.
"Yes, accidentally. I'm committed to getting this right. I just wish you'd think a little more about your future with a monster like this."
"But once you—"
"What?
Chris snapped.
Cure him? Once I cure him, he'll turn into a cuddly teddy bear. I doubt it. Once I take away his need to feed on blood, he'll be the same bastard he is right now. He'll just stop biting people."
I shifted on my seat as the words smacked me like a physical slap.
"I'm not giving the guy a personality transplant."
Chris huffed out a harsh laugh. That doesn't make him worthless, I answered. You're pretty, hard to get along with. Chris pressed his lips together as he lifted his eyes to the ceiling. And Sera still loves you,
I'm not quite as bad as Victor Cross.
he reminded me.
Look, Emily, all I'm saying is that you need to give this some serious thought. Now, if you wouldn't mind preparing a few sample solutions, I'd like to get some tests running.
I bobbed my head as I pushed my misgivings and doubts from my mind in favor of work. Chris and I spent the next hour putting together various levels of a test treatment before we exposed them to Victor's blood. Within minutes of trying the first treatment, the blood cells Chris had harvested from Victor withered and died. Chris dutifully crossed that concoction off the list before checking the other samples.
These ones look like they have a shot at working.
I guess the mixture in that one was overkill, I answered as I blew out a long sigh, drumming my fingers on the table. By the end of another hour, we'd crossed all but one of the solutions off the list. Chris tossed his pen down, disgusted.
This isn't going the way I'd hoped.
Well, I mean, this could take time, right?
Time we don't have.
Chris answered, crossing his arms. You didn't actually expect to stumble upon a cure to vampirism on your first try, did you? Chris snapped his gaze to me.
Yeah, I did.
I screwed up my face. Chris... He launched from his chair.
I'm a brilliant doctor. I didn't think it would be very difficult. I'd already started the preliminary research before this demand from Victor. I didn't have any way of testing any of these, and now...
Now none of them are working.
Which doesn't make me very happy.
He paced the room's length. There has to be a reason these aren't working. Some ingredient that's causing the cells to die off.
No kidding. Or maybe there isn't going to be a cure for vampirism.
I stared at the list of chemicals we'd used and pointed to one. What if we ditched this?
We may as well give him sugar water if we don't use that. That's the thing that's going to modify his cells to stop needing the blood.
Okay, I said with a nod. Then we need to keep that. But what if we removed some of these others? Chris shook his head, biting his thumbnail.
Those help the first chemical absorb into the body. No, this can't change. We're just not hitting the right combination or something. I don't know.
My brow furrowed as I stared at the list, feeling like a key piece of the puzzle was missing. After another 30 minutes, the final test finished in failure. I sighed as I stared at the dead cells floating on the slide. Chris tossed his pen down in frustration with a curse. Okay, let's try again, I said. Maybe adjust the amounts of each.
What is causing the cells to die off like this?
We could isolate each chemical, expose the blood to it, and test it that way, I suggested. Chris shook his head again.
No, because that removes any interaction between them. And that's important. Single exposures aren't going to take that into effect.
He stared down at the latest mixture before he started to jot down another formula. He stared at it for a minute before he raised his eyebrows.
Let's try this one. This might work. I've adjusted the amounts so it's absorbed more slowly into the cells.
That could work. Maybe it's just overwhelming them with a quicker absorption rate. He poked the business end of the pencil at me.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's get this one mixed and tested.
We worked feverishly to put together another solution and set up another test. I paced the floor as we waited for the first checkpoint to pass, my arms clutched around me. During the downtime, I couldn't stop my mind from returning to my dilemma with Victor. Although I still couldn't find any answers. I consoled myself with the idea that Sera found him worthy to save. but I knew that was only a temporary patch, a band-aid to a problem I would need to face. Chris loaded a slide onto the microscope and peered into the eyepieces. "Well?" I asked, my heart filled with hope.
So far, so good.
He answered, placing a check by the hour mark.
Now, if we can make it past 2 hours, we may be onto something.
I stared at all the X's filling the column representing the 2-hour checkpoint. None of our serums had made it that far. Would this one? I resumed my pacing, wondering if I would wear a hole through the floor as we waited.
Take a load off.
Chris said after a while, shoving a stool my way. I can't. The movement stops me from really having to think.
You mean about how you jumped the gun and agreed to marry Victor Cross?
I plopped into the chair with a sigh. I really don't want to have this conversation with you.
Tough. I may not be Sera, but I can still give you some advice.
I know. Stop being stupid. There's no reason I should feel anything for him. No reason at all.
Except that you do.
Chris answered. I glanced up to find his features softer than I expected. He offered me an almost understanding expression. Except I do, and I can't explain it.
Maybe it is love, then.
He said with a shrug.
I certainly couldn't explain what happened with Sera.
I shook my head. You were right earlier. She's an angel. It's obvious why you fell for her.
Well, not really.
He answered before he leaned closer.
She's an angel, but when she touched you, you didn't fall in love with her, right?
No, but...
But what? She's touched other people before, Emily.
Maybe it's a male-female thing. Maybe...
No.
Chris said with a shake of his head.
She's touched other men before. They didn't fall for her like I did. Victor didn't fall for her.
Well, he sort of did. Chris wagged his head again.
No, he was obsessed with consuming her, but not in love with her. There's a big difference, which means Sera and I simply connected. Period.
What are you saying? He offered me an amused, almost apologetic glance.
I'm saying that despite my rather cynical view, I think love is somewhat indescribable. And I'm not certain it plays by any specific rules. I don't think you need to go on 3 dates first, or have similar interests or anything like that. I think people can just be drawn to each other for various reasons.
My forehead creased as I considered the profoundness of his words. Next to Chris, a timer sounded, indicating the next checkpoint. I'll get it, I announced, leaping from my seat to prepare the slide. I carefully created a sample for him to view, but as I handed it off, my finger slipped and the slide smacked into the corner of the table, chipping it. I grasped for it, not wanting it to smash onto the floor, and caught it, nicking my hand too. Oh no, I groaned.
Are you okay?
Chris asked as I nodded. Yes, it's barely a scratch. I'm fine, but I may have tainted the sample. Chris waved it away.
This serum won't affect your blood at all. I just need to make sure his cells are still alive. If they are, we may have something here.
I bobbed my head as I grabbed a tissue to press against the droplet of blood on my fingertip. Chris loaded the slide under the microscope and peered into it as I held my breath.
Oh!
He said, his words mixed with a laugh. What is it?
We have live cells.
Chris swiveled on his stool, beaming at me.
We may have a winner.
We should keep checking to see how they fare over the next few hours. Chris bobbed his head as he rose.
I'm going to stretch my legs and tell Sera the good news. You want to come with me?
Absolutely, I said, hope filling me for the first time. We snaked through the halls toward the bedroom Sera was recovering in. Chris pushed through the door first, stopping dead. I I ran into the back of him before I stumbled back a step and peered over his shoulder at the scene unfolding in the bedroom. Victor, his fangs bared, prepared to bite Sera.
Stop!
Chris shouted.
What the hell are you doing?
Victor twisted to face us.
I'm assuring myself a solution, Doctor. You want to give me an experimental serum, but I don't trust you. So I'm going to turn Sera into a vampire too. Whatever you plan to inject into me, you'll inject into her first.
No, you can't do that.
Chris said with a shake of his head.
I have the serum ready, but I can't use it on Sera.
I raised my eyebrows, surprised he'd be that transparent.
Really? And why is that, Doctor?
I pushed ahead of Chris. It won't work on her. It's been formulated to your blood. With a shake of my head, I shot Victor a pleading glance. You may not trust Chris, but do you trust me? Victor rose slowly, his dark eyes focused on me.
You have something ready?
We have... I began.
Yes.
Chris interrupted.
Yes, we do. We have something prepared. We were just coming to tell you the good news.
Victor flicked his eyebrows up.
Then where is it, Doc?
I'll get it ready.
Chris answered.
Emily, I need your help.
My lower lip bobbed, but I didn't answer. Instead, I flicked my gaze back to Victor and Sera.
You need to leave her alone.
Chris said.
If you bite her...
There's no reason to, I said. Victor's eyes, filled with guilt, offered me a silent apology.
We'll be okay.
Sera said.
Victor isn't going to do anything to jeopardize his treatment.
You better not.
Chris said with a wag of his finger as he looped his fingers around my arm and pulled me from the room. Chris, we don't know that serum is ready, I ventured as we hurried down the hall. He whipped around to face me.
We don't have a choice. You saw what was happening in there. The longer Victor waits, the more danger we're all in. I need to give this to him, for better or worse.
But...
Emily, we don't have a choice. You saw what he was ready to do to Sera.
I had, and it had been frightening. Victor was willing to sacrifice someone else to ensure a good result for himself. The idea made me question everything all over again. But the look he'd given me when we'd caught him had been confounding. With a bob of my head, I silently agreed, though I worried the solution hadn't been thoroughly vetted and tested.
It's fine. The cells were already transforming at last check. If they're still alive, I think we have it right.
Chris said as he tried to talk himself into the risky move. I pressed my lips together, and he shot me a glance when I didn't answer.
Emily, I need to know I have your support here. If you have something to say, speak now.
But I didn't have anything to voice outside of the concerns I already had. We didn't have much choice. I understood his reason for rushing. I stood by silently as he prepared another batch, loading it into a syringe with shaky hands. Okay. He bobbed his head as though trying to reassure himself before he flicked me a guilty glance.
Ready?
My lower lip trembled as every instinct in me screamed at me to stop this. But instead, I nodded. Ready.
Let's go make history.
He answered. His words, though certain, were filled with uncertainty. As we walked through the halls, each step echoing with doubt, my stomach twisted into a tight knot. We entered the bedroom, and I avoided meeting Victor's gaze. Chris strode over to him.
Ready to be cured?
I felt Victor's gaze boring into me. It sent a chill down my spine. If he went through with his plan to turn Sera, it would change everything.
Emily, I'd like your opinion on this. Is the doc about to perform a supernatural miracle?
I raised my gaze to him and offered a curt nod. Yes. He rolled up his sleeve at the single word and thrust his arm out.
Work your magic.
Chris wasted no time plunging the needle into his arm and sending the liquid into his body.
Now what?
Victor asked.
I don't feel much different. Now we wait. It'll take a few hours for this to work. I'll monitor you throughout.
Chris took a few baseline measurements, and we settled in to wait. I tried to stop my hands from shaking as I slid into an armchair, my eyes on Victor, searching for any signs of distress that he may present. Whatever Chris had just injected into his system would either save him or kill him. And only time would tell.
Chapter 23. Victor. The cold liquid entered my blood with a sting I hadn't expected. For a moment, the searing pain made me want to wrap my hands around the doctor's throat and choke answers from him. I glanced to Emily, shifting her weight from foot to foot across the room as she monitored the administration of what would supposedly be a life-changing serum. She told me it would do what the good doctor claimed it would, yet I detected something in her eyes that hinted at a deep-seated worry. Was that because they had betrayed me? Or was she second-guessing her decision to marry me? I wondered if she'd find a reason to back out of the deal, especially if the serum worked. Or had this been her way out? Had she and Chris concocted a plan to save her from me? Chris finished administering the medication to me, and I stared down at the small puncture wound in my arm. Now what? I don't feel much different. Now we wait, he answered. It'll take a few hours for this to work. I'll monitor you throughout. He pulled a few items from his bag to take what he called baseline measurements as Emily eased into an armchair. I paced the floor for a few moments, every twitch of my body detectable to me as I wondered if I had been betrayed. My eyes fell on Emily. It seemed she was trying to avoid my gaze, directing her eyes anywhere but to mine. I was about to ask her to step outside with me when I heard Lena's call. My eyebrows pinched, and I shifted my focus, tuning into her vision. She stood in the clearing I'd dropped her in hours ago.
Hey, Victor. I'm finished. You can bring me back now.
I nearly rolled my eyes at the demand as I drew her back to the villa. Excuse me, there's something I need to take care of. Whoa, where are you going? Chris asked, leaping from his seat on the edge of the bed next to Sera. I have some private business. No, that's a bad idea. I shot my eyebrows up. Really? Is that your expert opinion? It is, he answered, crossing his arms. And since I am the expert who just saved your miserable existence, you should probably listen to me. If you saved me, I don't need to listen. I should be fine. Unless there's some problem. My gaze snaked to Emily, who still refused to look at me. I didn't screw it up, if that's what you're asking. Then there's no problem. I'd still like to monitor your progress, in case of an unforeseen side effect. Monitor it when I return, I answered as I strode to the door and left them behind. I smiled as the slamming door echoed in the hallway before I disappeared from it, manifesting myself in the clearing in the woods in front of Lena.
There you are,
She said.
I've been standing here for 10 minutes.
Sorry, I had pressing matters to attend to.
Like what? Terrorizing Sera more? Or was it Emily this time?
Don't mention her name, I growled.
Oh, we're touchy about her. Is that just because she looks like your lost love? Or is there something else about her?
None of your concern. I'd given that question a fair amount of thought since Emily had shown up to rescue Sera. Besides looking like my Amelia, a woman I'd loved so long ago, Emily had a personality so different from my first wife. Where Amelia had been soft and unassuming, Emily had a hidden strength, a depth I hadn't even begun to explore yet. And it was this that had made me want to tie her to me for the rest of her life. She hadn't given in to my mind probe in the woods. She'd attempted to save Sera, and she selflessly agreed to my less-than-respectable plan to prevent her friends from coming to harm. Emily intrigued me for many reasons.
Wow, you're in a really sour mood. Things not going the way you'd hoped?
Just tell me what I want to know. Lena cast her gaze in the direction of the blood trail.
Yeah, he's dead.
Really? I asked.
No, I'm lying just for fun.
She snapped her fingers.
Darn, you caught me.
With a deep sigh, I shook my head. I don't appreciate the attitude.
And I don't appreciate you sending me to do a job, then second-guessing me. If you wanted to see it for yourself, you should have tracked down the poor thing.
Poor thing? I huffed out a laugh. You can't be serious.
I am. I felt bad. I found it in a crumpled heap, looking like it had been trying to crawl somewhere to get help.
That creature is a menace to society. Werewolves should be hunted and systematically removed from this earth.
Wow,
Lena said with a raise of her eyebrows.
says the vampire wreaking havoc for centuries.
If you think the destruction I've caused is bad, you ought to take a look at what werewolves have done over the centuries. Trust me, it's a lot worse.
I'll take your word for it. Look, are you going to take me back to my prison cell, or am I free to go?
I set my hands on my hips, staring into the woods in the direction of the blood trail. No. Go back and get me a trophy. She wrinkled her nose.
What?
A tightening of my muscles made me grimace. You heard me. I want something to hold in my hands and know that beast is dead.
Get it yourself. I'm not doing that.
Oh, come on, Lena. I said as a cool breeze drifted past me, not alleviating the tightness in my chest. It's not that hard. Pull out a fang or something.
No,
She answered with a shake of her head.
I'm not going anywhere near that thing. Just because I felt sorry for it doesn't mean I'm not afraid of it.
It's dead. What's to be afraid of?
Another werewolf friend dropping by, that's what. No way, I'm out. Take me back to my cell or cut me free.
With a roll of my eyes, I gave her a dismissive wave. Fine. Go. I'm finished with you.
Really?
She asked, a stunned expression on her face. Yes, really. Go before I change my mind. She backed a step away.
Am I going to get 5 minutes away and then have to scramble back here when you change your mind?
No, I answered, brandishing the puncture wound in my arm. I'm cured, see? Any minute now, my hold over you should disappear entirely. She narrowed her eyes at the hole in my elbow.
Chris found a cure?
So he says. I'm awaiting the miraculous transformation now. Lena wiggled her eyebrows.
Wow, he's quick. Well, I guess this is goodbye then. Good luck with everything, Victor. I really hope I never see you again.
Oh, I plan to keep in touch. Once I'm human again, I'm sure we'll see each other at all the parties.
I doubt anyone will bother inviting you. Once you're human again, you'll be more alone than you were as a vampire. At least this way you can't force people to your side. As a human, I doubt you'll have anyone.
I narrowed my eyes at her, the words slicing at my heart as I recalled Emily's distant look. Was Lena right? Would I lose any chance I had with the woman who intrigued me so?
See you around, Victor.
Lena said as she twisted on her heel and strode toward Chris's cabin. I watched her go until I could no longer see her, but her words lingered, twisting around into my mind and my heart. After another minute, I returned to the villa, standing in the living room for a moment before I used what remained of my hopefully diminishing powers to conjure a scene that would warm any woman's heart. I took a step back and grinned at the candlelit table under the moonlight on the balcony, complete with champagne, chilling, and a variety of delectable foods. I hoped Emily would be impressed. I strode through the halls, pushing into Sera's room.
"There you are,"
Brus said with a shake of his head.
"You're 10 minutes late for your checkup."
"Quickly, doctor," I said as he took a variety of measurements. "I have more business to attend to." He finished, jotting a few notes down before he waved me away.
"Okay, I'm finished."
"Well, is everything progressing as you hoped?"
"Better than I hoped,"
he said with a lift of his chin. "Good." I twisted to face Emily, who stared into the cold hearth, her chin in her palm. "Emily, will you come with me?"
"Where are you taking her?"
Brus asked. "None of your business, Doctor." I kept my eyes trained on Emily as she slid her gaze toward me before she bobbed her head. I offered her my hand, and she slid hers into it, rising from the chair. As I led her from the room, I wrapped her fingers around my elbow. "I have a surprise for you."
A surprise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Is everything all right?" I asked. She forced a fleeting smile.
Yes, I'm just anxious about this treatment.
I slowed as we traversed the hall. "Is there some reason?"
I just want it to work. All of the tests were good, but anything can happen in the field. When I had my treatment for Kalen's syndrome, it didn't go as planned.
"What do you mean?" I asked as I resumed my walk.
I got really sick. The first few treatments took a toll. In fact, Sera was picking up a prescription for me when you stumbled upon her.
I recalled the moment. The bag had Emily listed as the patient. She shot me a sideways glance.
You almost killed her that night.
I chewed the inside of my lower lip. Yes, I was a different man then.
Were you?
Emily asked.
I want to believe that, but...
Her words cut off as we reached the balcony, and I waved a hand over the setup.
What is this?
My thank you for your help, not just with the serum, but with everything. I guided her to a chair and helped her into it. You have changed my life, Emily, in more ways than one.
I really haven't done much.
She answered as I poured a flute of champagne for her. Haven't you? You know, I have been intrigued since I met you in the woods. You resisted my powers then.
I don't know why I can,
she said, rubbing the back of her neck. I took a sip from my own champagne glass as I settled into my seat. Because you are an exceptional woman, and that is only one of the reasons I asked you to marry me. She shifted in her seat, her discomfort clear. Have you changed your mind about your answer? Her fingers absent-mindedly traced the stem of her glass as she stared at the bubbles in the pale yellow liquid.
I said yes.
But did you mean it? Or did you say it because you felt you had to? Her eyes flicked to mine.
Does it matter?
To me it does. Her gaze held mine for a moment, her forehead wrinkling.
You are really an enigma to me. I can't understand you.
Am I? I'm a fairly simple man. Soon, that's all I'll be. Butterflies flitted in my stomach as the conversation continued. I wondered if the transformation from vampire to man was happening. She offered me a smile.
Somehow, I don't think a simple man is all you'll be, even if you're no longer a vampire.
I'd still like to know what you find intriguing. She glanced around the balcony.
This One moment, you're so tender. And in the next,
In the next, I prodded.
you're ready to turn Sera into a vampire to test Chris's resolve.
I glanced down at the white linen tablecloth. At times, my darker nature cannot be ignored.
And is it your darker nature that wants to marry me?
No, I answered as a pain shot through my body. I grimaced, stretching my neck as I gritted my teeth and rode it out. Emily licked her lips, her fingers curling into fists. Emily, if you don't want to marry me, I won't force you. Her eyes rose to meet mine, a mixture of fear and concern evident in her gaze. But before she could answer, another sharp pain ripped through my body. I cried out, doubling over.
Victor?
Her voice sounded shrill, though far away. The edges of my vision blurred as she leapt from her seat and raced to my side.
What is it? What's wrong?
Pain, I groaned. Terrible pain. Emily gasped, her eyes going wide as another wave of the overwhelming torment raced through me. My eyes turned glassy as the pain drowned me. Gasping for breath, I reached out for Emily's face, desperate to ground myself with a touch. Emily, I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. Help me.
Chapter 24. Emily. I was stunned, my pulse racing as Victor gave me another choice about marrying him. I thought I'd resigned myself to it when I agreed. Or had I simply grown comfortable with the idea? I didn't know anymore, and I didn't seem to be able to trust my feelings. Every time the man looked at me, I melted inside, wanting to know more about him, wanting to spend my life in a partnership with him. But a part of me feared that I'd only done that out of some sort of hero complex. When Sera had told me he could be saved, had I merely substituted action for emotion? My fists tightened as he took away his demand, making it my choice. It felt like an impossible decision. Was my interest only stemming from the breakup with Max, or was there more? Things had moved so fast, but Sera and Chris had been married within a week of meeting. Was it so wrong for me to find happiness in a similar shortened time frame? My chest tightened as I struggled to find an answer, shooting him a look filled with dread. But before I could find any words, his features twisted in pain, and then he cried out, doubling over. "Victor?" I called, my heart pounding against my ribs. I rushed around the candlelit table to his side, feeling for a pulse. "What is it? What's wrong?"
Pain,
He grunted out.
terrible pain.
I gasped as his condition deteriorated in front of my eyes. He wheezed, desperately trying to inhale a breath as a shaky hand reached for my face.
Emily, help me.
"Okay," I said, bobbing my head as tears filled my eyes. I stepped away from the table, my mind whirling. But Victor's fingers lingered on my hand, his grasp turning icy. I stared down at his grip on me, my lower lip trembling. "I'm going to find Chris."
Emily.
His weak voice shook as he spoke. I grabbed his cheeks, focusing his gaze on me. "I won't be long. I'm going to find Chris." He slumped onto the table as I let him go, and I raced from the room, worried that I'd find him dead when I returned. The thought plunged a knife deeper into my heart than I expected, pushing me to move faster through the halls to Sera's room. I burst inside, breathless from my frantic flight. Chris snapped his gaze to me as he curled next to Sera, holding her close.
What is it?
It's Victor. Something's wrong. Chris leapt from the bed, racing to grab his medical bag.
Symptoms?
Pain, glassy eyes, icy fingers, difficulty breathing. I recounted as we raced from the room with Sera trailing behind us.
So basically he's shutting down.
The words hit me like a physical slap as I nodded. Yes, I'm afraid so. He cursed under his breath as we dashed down the hall toward the living room.
What was he doing just beforehand? Did he seem normal? Was he exerting himself in any way?
No, he... My voice cracked as tears filled my eyes. A warm hand slid onto my shoulder, and I twisted to find Sera behind me. It's okay, Emily. Take your time.
Yeah, but also hurry up because your answer could mean his life.
Chris added as we reached the living room and crossed it to the balcony. Victor lay across the table, his eyes closed and his breathing barely visible. A cry escaped me, and I turned towards Sera, who wrapped me in her arms as Chris hurried to Victor. He peeled an eyelid up, flicking a light against it, before he slid his stethoscope into his ears and pressed it against Victor's chest. Is he breathing? I choked out.
Barely.
Chris said as he tugged the stethoscope from his ears and slid it around his neck. Sera soothed me, stroking my hair as a groan escaped my lips. Did you see anything to indicate this in your tests? She asked.
No.
Chris answered. My lower lip trembled as I shot him a glare. That's not true. Sera's features pinched as I wiped at my nose, sniffling.
Emily?
Chris said, his voice a warning. This wasn't tested as thoroughly as we should have, and you know it! I shouted, tears falling to my cheeks.
We did our due diligence. We did what we had to do.
My features twisted as anger brewed inside of me, my fingers curling into fists. Sera stroked my hair again, leading me to the couch and easing me onto it. My eyes lingered on Victor's slumped form. Emily, Sera said, her voice stable and soft. Tell me your concern. We failed with a number of serums. They killed the cells, sometimes right away. She nodded as she clutched my hand, squeezing it. And then we found one that... I wiped away a few tears that fell. It lasted past all of the others. Okay, she answered. But you have a concern. We didn't test it further. We should have. This could be a reaction to it that we missed. Or perhaps there's something else happening, she answered. Maybe. I sniffled as I shot Chris a glance as he worked on Victor. I want to be in there. Sera nodded as she wrapped her arm around me as I rose, supporting me as my knees wobbled. How is he? I asked, guilt roiling inside of me.
Not great.
Chris admitted.
Can you help me get him on the table?
Between Sera, myself, and Chris, we managed to pull Victor onto the table, flat on his back. His head lolled to the side, as though he was already gone. Chris grabbed hold of his face, clutching it tightly enough to pucker his lips.
Victor, come on, buddy. You're supposed to be a miracle, not dead.
He slapped his cheeks a few times, before Victor groaned, his eyes fluttering open. He immediately winced in pain, crying out.
There he is,
Chris said, as he worked to prepare a syringe to draw blood.
How you feeling, buddy? Terrible.
Victor admitted.
Emily.
I'm here, I said, breaking free from Sera's embrace and racing to his side to take his hand. He reached for my face, a slight smile on his lips.
Sweet Emily.
"You're going to be okay." I forced my voice to stay strong, despite the tension bubbling under my surface. He huffed out a laugh, his features pinching.
No,
"Don't say that. Chris's serum..."
is not working.
He finished for me.
I'm dying, Emily.
"No!" I said with a sob, tightening my fingers around his hand.
He's not wrong.
Chris said, as he held up a sample of the blood he'd drawn.
I need to look at this under the microscope, but this doesn't look good.
I twisted to see a tarry black substance filling the tube. My features scrunched. "That's his blood?"
That's his blood.
He answered.
We didn't have this happen in the trials. You know it.
The words, meant to bolster me, only shredded my heart more. "It was too soon. We should have..."
We did what we had to do.
Emily,
Victor's weak voice whispered.
it's okay. It's okay. You tried.
"No," I answered, fresh tears falling. "No, Victor, just hang in there. We can fix this." His eyes filled with tears as he caressed my cheek.
I'm going to check this out. See what's going on with the cells and what we can do to counter it.
Chris waved the dark blood in the air.
Emily.
Victor called. I let my eyes fall back to him. "Chris is going to figure this out."
It's too late for that, I think. So much pain and so much.
He didn't finish the statement, letting it dangle between us as Sera set her gloved hands on his shoulders. "Try to rest, Victor. Chris may find the solution,"
For what it's worth.
he said, his dark eyes fixed on me.
I would have been proud to be your husband. And I know I said you didn't have to marry me, but could you not answer that question? I'd like to die thinking you would have.
"I would have," I answered, desperate to hold back my sobs, but failing. "I would have. There's something between us. I don't know what, but I can't deny it." He smiled at me, before his eyes clouded and his features pinched in pain. "No, no, no," I said. "Victor, please hold on." His eyes slid closed, and his head lolled. My heart lurched as I pressed 2 trembling fingers against his throat. His pulse, weak and thready, still thrummed along. "He's still alive," I said as I flicked my gaze to Sera. "Please help him." Sera stared down at him, her gaze soft and a sadness in her eyes. "I'm afraid I can't, Emily. There's nothing I can do for him." "Please try. Your touch can heal him. Please, Sera." She pressed her lips together as she shook her head. "I can't heal this. This is different." I broke down in uncontrollable sobs, tears dripping from my chin as I laid my head against Victor's chest. The barely perceptible up and down indicated his closeness to death. "I'm so sorry, Emily. I thought we could help him." "We never should have tried the serum." "We had to. He couldn't continue on his path, and the draw to his darkness was too much. We had to try." "But we killed him," I cried. "We killed him before he had a second chance." I buried my face in his shirt, twisting it in one fist. I'd lost a man that could have been my forever. And the only thing he'd known before was that I'd wavered on that. He had never hesitated. Emotions roiled inside me, shifting from second to second as I shifted from guilt to grief. Sera rubbed my back as I sobbed, but it did nothing to ease the pain I felt. Faced with his death, I could no longer deny that I had feelings for him. It wasn't about being his savior or solving a problem. It was genuine caring. I'd never felt anything this profound with Max, so I'd failed to recognize it. And before I could, I'd lost. Footsteps pounded toward us as I continued to sob. Chris raced onto the balcony, his chest puffing for air.
Please tell me he's not dead yet.
Sera shook her head. He's clinging to life. Chris let out a sigh of relief, his shoulders slumping.
Good. Because we can save him.
My eyes went wide as I snapped my gaze to him. What?
We can save him.
Chris repeated.
I figured it out. What went wrong? I know. We can save him.
What is it? Something with the serum? Can he withstand another injection? Chris shook his head.
He needs human blood.
What? I asked.
The sample, the one that didn't fail. When I went back now, I rechecked the blood exposed to that serum, and it was dead, same as the others. But the one you gave me, the one your blood mixed with, still fine and progressing toward complete eradication of vampirism.
My jaw fell open at the words.
So we can save him, Emily. But he needs someone's blood. A lot of it. So here's the pesky question I asked you before. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save Victor Cross?
The words hung heavy between us. But I knew my answer. It was easy. I loved him. And I would sacrifice my life for him.
Chapter 25. Victor. The searing pain at every nerve ending nearly drowned out everything around me. My breaths came in short, difficult gasps as I struggled to stay alive. But I was fighting a losing battle. For a brief second, my mind contemplated whether Chris had done this on purpose. But that would have meant Emily knew. She wouldn't have done this to me. I flicked my blurry gaze to her. Her tears broke my heart, and I quickly abandoned the idea that I'd been tricked. Emily was trying to save me. They'd merely failed at the task. And perhaps that was my fault. My sinister ways had finally caught up to me. Maybe there was no saving me. My mind moved to the brief moments I'd shared with Emily from the first time I'd seen her in the clearing. Her resemblance to Amelia hadn't been the only thing that had drawn me to her. It had also been her strength. She'd resisted my mind-probing effortlessly. Then she'd attempted to save Sera. Her selflessness had impressed me, though it still wasn't the moment I'd truly become enamored. That had been when I'd shown her my past. I never shared that with anyone before. Not even Sera knew the depths of my wounds. Only Emily did, and her reaction to it. Her support had turned the tides. The glimmer of goodness Sera had seen in me blossomed. My withered black heart bloomed to life, swelling with emotions I hadn't felt in years. And I'd come so close to finding peace with a woman I'd never expected to have. But it had been ripped away from me in a cruel twist of fate. My redemption had turned into my demise. The weight of my past sins pressed down on me, contrasting sharply with the hope that Emily's sacrifice offered. As Emily wept over me, Chris burst into the room, his voice warbling as I struggled to maintain my senses. They carried on a conversation, much of which I couldn't make out in my condition. Seconds later, they became clearer as the latest wave of agony died down to a dull ache.
What?
Emily asked.
The sample. The one that didn't fail. When I went back now, I rechecked the blood exposed to that serum, and it was dead, same as the others. But the one you gave me, the one your blood mixed with, still fine and progressing towards complete eradication of vampirism.
My jaw fell open at the words.
So we can save him, Emily. But he needs someone's blood. A lot of it. So here's the pesky question I asked you before. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save Victor Cross?
My heart skipped a beat, torn between fighting for survival and guilt over harming Emily. Emily's lower lip began to tremble as she glanced at me with glassy eyes. "Emily," I said, my decision made in an instant when I noted her reaction. She took a step back from me, a shaky hand running through her hair. "Emily, it's okay," I whispered. "I'm not going to hurt you."
No!
She answered, her voice filled with a sob. I shook my head, groaning with pain. "I won't hurt you. Please, just spend my last moments with me." Emily swallowed hard, shooting a glance at Chris, then Sera before she focused on me again. She licked her lips, her breathing shallow and laden with unshed tears. Sera laid a hand on her shoulder.
Emily, it's okay. Why don't we go sit down and talk through this?
No!
Emily moaned.
No, I don't need to do that.
Her nostrils flared as she sniffed, and she set her red-rimmed eyes on me.
I want to do it. You need to bite me.
My heart wrenched, uncertain how to react. My redemption was at hand, but it came with too heavy a price. "Emily, no," I answered, my voice weak and raspy. "She's right," Chris said, his tone matter-of-fact. "If you want to live, you need to bite her." "I can't," I answered. "I won't." "I'm sorry. Has the serum somehow affected your ability to use critical thinking?" Chris asked, his voice sharp. Clearly, he didn't have a shred of empathy for my situation. "I won't hurt Emily." "Then you're going to die," Chris answered with a shrug. "It's as simple as that." "Maybe not." I tried to muster a smirk. "Maybe I'll bite you, Doctor." Chris clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Well, if anything goes wrong, no one will be around to fix it if you do that. So I highly recommend you don't try it. Plus, I'm not offering. I'm happily human." My nostrils flared as I frowned at him.
Victor, I'm offering.
Emily said.
You have to do this.
I appreciated her offer, but couldn't accept. "I can't, Emily. I can't hurt you like that. I saw your expression when Chris mentioned it. It disgusted you. I won't do that. I want you to remember something positive about me." "Wow, this is getting deep," Chris murmured as Sera smacked his chest. "What?" he asked. She shook her head at him, an unimpressed expression on her angelic features.
Maybe we should give you both some time.
I'd really rather stay to monitor him, especially if he decides to bite her.
"I won't," I answered.
"You picked one heck of a time to turn selfless,"
Chris said, his forehead creased.
It's the wrong time.
Emily argued through clenched teeth. "Emily, I can't hurt you." I reached for her, my hands trembling. She wrapped her fingers around mine.
You won't be hurting me. You'll just be saving yourself.
For what? I asked, forcing a smile. For a lonely life?
For our life together.
She answered. I won't trap you, Emily. You agreed to marry me, but I won't hold you to that. You deserve better than me.
Maybe the serum really did transform his personality, too,
Chris conjectured. Sera sighed, clicking her tongue.
I told you he had goodness left in him. And once that's sparked, it will continue to grow. From the prayer to this, Victor, your redemption is at hand.
See, I said to Emily, when I die, maybe I'll go toward the light and not the dark.
You don't have to die.
She said with a sniffle.
Please.
I rubbed her cheek as she leaned closer to me. The old me wouldn't have hesitated, but Sera was correct. The new me couldn't imagine putting her through this pain. Emily.
Victor, please. I love you.
My eyebrows pinched at the words, though I assume she said them merely to encourage me to save myself.
I'm not just saying it. I've been struggling to determine what my motives are in this. Did I accept your proposal merely because I felt I could save you? Was it some sort of hero complex?
Probably,
Chris chimed.
Excuse us.
Sera said as she clamped a hand onto his arm and dragged him from the room, leaving Emily and I alone. Tears shined in her eyes as she stroked my hair.
Victor, it's true. I know it sounds impossible, but I've never felt anything like this before. This draw, our connection. We've had it since we met. And it's only grown stronger the more we are together. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose this chance we have.
But, Emily, I erupted into a choking cough, unable to finish my sentence.
No,
She said with a shake of her head as I settled back against the table.
there are no buts. You need to bite me. You need to save yourself.
I wrestled with the decision again. It will hurt terribly.
I know,
She nodded as she intertwined her fingers with mine.
but what will hurt more is losing you and knowing I could have saved you.
I frowned, still uncomfortable with the decision.
If you don't, Victor, I'll cut into an artery and give you my blood anyway.
I raised my eyebrows at the strong words. Oh, Emily, I don't know how I became so lucky finding you.
We were meant to be, like Chris and Sera.
The couple shuffled back into the room, Chris with his arms crossed and looking as unpleasant as ever. Emily sniffled again, pressing her lips to my palm before our eyes met. She desperately hoped to save me, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't bite her, expose her to the pain and possibly a consequence she hadn't intended, while Chris had found a potential solution for my vampirism. There was no guarantee it would work on Emily. I wouldn't turn her into what had haunted me for centuries.
Okay,
She said with another sniff.
now, you need to do this before you grow too weak.
With a lick of her lips, I could see her bracing herself for the pain of my fangs sinking into her flesh. She held a wrist over my mouth.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
I reached for her arm, sliding it away as I wrapped my hand around hers and shook my head. No. Her eyes widened.
What? Victor?
No, Emily. I won't do it. I can't. She sucked in a shaky breath.
Then I'll do it for you.
She glanced at Chris.
Give me a knife or a scalpel.
Don't let her do this. I begged of them. Take her away. Chris stepped toward her, reaching for her elbow as she yanked it away.
No, I want to help him.
He's made his choice,
Sera said, her voice soft.
No!
Emily shouted again, tears streaming down her face.
We can save him.
Neither of them answered her. She twisted to Chris, her eyes pleading.
Chris, we can save him.
Chris didn't answer.
Please, someone help me.
Her voice broke as she begged for help. Take her away, I said again. Emily, Chris said. Come with me.
No.
She answered, wrapping her arms around herself. Emily, come on.
Chris, take her. I'll stay with him. Ready him.
The words from Sera sent Emily into a crying fit. Chris wrapped his arms around her in a bear hug and dragged her away from me. She kicked and fought, but he easily maneuvered her from the room, leaving me alone with Sera. She turned to me, her green eyes filled with sorrow. She crossed to me, pulling a glove from her hand before she slipped her hand around mine.
You made a difficult choice, but a selfless one.
I couldn't hurt her. Sera offered me a fleeting smile.
I'll do my best to ease your pain. Your last choice will go a long way to save you.
I'm not certain your boss will agree. She slid her warm hand into mine, a tear falling to her cheek.
I think it will. You saved her, Victor. You made a choice that put her first, at a time when it was life-altering for you, too.
She deserves better than me. Sera rubbed a hand against my forehead.
She truly loves you.
The words stabbed at my heart. Why had I found this woman now and then lost her? Just my luck to die. Sera's features pinched for a second, but I hardly noticed as the pain ramped up again, peaking higher than ever. I cried out as I struggled to breathe, facing what I had expected to be my last moments.
Shh.
Sera soothed as she stroked my forehead.
Breathe.
What was she talking about? I was dying. Breathing was not going to happen for much longer.
Easy, Victor. Breathe.
She whispered again.
Fight.
The pain began to ebb away, replaced by a strange peace. Each breath came easier, as if a weight had been lifted off my chest. I shifted my eyes to Sera. Thank you.
There's no need to thank me. I'm not doing anything.
My features pinched, though from confusion, not pain. You're making this easier. My pain is easing.
I'm not.
She answered.
You're not dying, Victor. I think you're improving.
I searched for the lie in her words, but I couldn't find it. No.
Yes.
She answered.
I need to find Chris, but I think you've survived the worst of it. I think you're going to live.
She released her grip on my hand and hurried from the room as I lay on the table. Even without her touch, my pain had eased away and breathing became easier. Was she correct? Was I going to live? And if so, what would I be? A flicker of hope mingled with uncertainty as I pondered the path ahead.
Chapter 26. Emily. Butterflies flitted in my stomach as I sat in front of the mirror. I hadn't expected my life to look like this, but here I was. In the moments surrounding Victor's death, I'd felt closer to him than ever. Something stirring inside of me, awakening memories of a past long ago, a life with Victor cut short. Sera grinned at me as she crossed the room, the satin dress shimmering in the room's soft lighting. The white silk she carried seemed to float on the air, and I wondered if it was a trick of her angelic magic, or if the veil I'd selected was merely that ethereal. She settled it on my head, pushing the combs into my hair before she set her gloved hands on my shoulders. Ready? I think so, I said with a grin. Did you feel nervous before you married Chris? Excited, she answered. Are you nervous? Maybe. I bit my lower lip before I winced. Or maybe excited. I don't know. Are you having second thoughts? I met her gaze in the mirror and shook my head. Definitely not that. I think I'm just afraid I'll trip down the aisle. You'll be fine, she said with a wink. Chris won't let you fall. With a deep inhale, I nodded and rose from my stool. Okay, I guess I'm ready then. Sera handed my bouquet to me before she grabbed her own and tugged open the heavy wooden door. I shuffled my way into the vestibule, finding Chris waiting for us. He kissed Sera's cheek before he turned to me.
You look beautiful, Emily.
Thank you, I said with a demure smile. Don't let her trip down the aisle, Sera warned with a wink.
Maybe you ought to take her if there's going to be this kind of pressure on me. You're the one with wings.
Sera giggled at him before she gave him a soft kiss. See you soon. Music played, and the church doors opened. Sera disappeared through them before they closed again. My heart hammered in my chest as I waited behind them, my arm linked through Chris's.
You sure about this?
Chris asked.
There's still time to run.
I swallowed hard. I'm sure. You didn't run away from your wedding.
No, but Sarah's an angel, not a vampire.
Reformed vampire, I answered with a knowing glance at him.
Right. Reformed vampire. Looks like I'm the only one who doesn't totally believe in his newfound sainthood.
Hey, even Sera thinks he's got his act cleaned up.
I know.
He answered, shifting his collar.
Can't wait to have this guy over for dinner so we can discuss how he's going to help her move forward on her project of eradicating vampires and other supernatural threats.
Give him a chance, I said.
I'll let you do that.
He turned serious for a moment.
Hey, Emily, if he ever hurts you...
I know just who to call, I answered. But I don't think I'll need that.
I hope not. I really hope you find all the happiness you deserve.
Thanks, I said, as the music changed and the doors opened. My heart skipped a beat as I spotted Victor waiting at the end of the aisle.
Last chance,
Chris teased. I shook my head. I'm going with or without you.
Better be with, or I'll never hear the end of it from Sera.
We started our slow trek down the aisle, making it without incident to the end. Before Chris gave my hand to Victor, he shook his hand, pulling him a little closer.
Don't make me regret saving you.
I winced a little as I joined Victor at the altar to proceed with the ceremony in front of the small group of friends and family that had gathered for our wedding. As the minister's voice echoed through the church, my mind flashed back to those frantic moments in the villa when I thought I'd lost all hope of a future with Victor. The memory of Chris dragging me away, his words about it being for the best, still stung. But here I was, standing beside Victor, exchanging vows that felt like a promise of forever. Still, my mind echoed with the memories. I threw myself on the bed, weeping bitterly. We can save him!
He doesn't want that, and I agree with him.
I glared at Chris. You never wanted him to survive.
Emily...
He pressed his lips together, his features pinched.
I know this is hard, but...
No, I shouted. "You wanted to kill him, and you got your way."
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Chris answered.
But Victor made the right choice in not using you to survive.
"He wasn't using me." I wiped at my tears, but they continued to fall. "I offered."
You don't know what would have happened, Emily. You're not thinking straight. And maybe that's because you're in love. And if you are, I'm sorry.
"You got your happy ending despite your poor behavior." From the look on his face, the comment had stung. And I'd meant it to. I was so upset over my own loss, I didn't care who I hurt. But the knock that came at the door moments later changed everything. Sera had announced that Victor would survive, that he'd turned the corner without needing my blood. The serum had worked. My blood hadn't been the thing that had made the difference. It had merely been time. I'd raced to his side, finding him weak but recovering. From that moment on, we'd begun to plan our lives together. My mind snapped back to the present as we said our vows and exchanged rings before walking down the aisle in wedded bliss. The soft strains of our favorite song filled the air as we took to the dance floor, bathed in the warm glow of fairy lights that adorned the ceiling. I could feel Victor's warm hand against mine, his steady gaze locking with mine as we moved together in sync, surrounded by the laughter and cheers of our loved ones. Each step felt like a promise, each twirl a celebration of our new beginning. Congratulations were plentiful from everyone as our reception got underway, and we shared our first dance as a married couple. I eyed Chris and Sera on the dance floor next to us, a slight smile on my face. You know, I never thought I'd find the kind of happiness they have.
Maybe you still didn't.
Victor teased. I shot him an amused glance. I can't speak for you, but I'm happy.
I'm glad. I never imagined you would be with me.
As the night wore on, we enjoyed time spent with family and friends, and I shared more dances than I could count with them. As Chris twirled me around the floor, his eyes scanned the place. "Am I not interesting enough for you?" I teased.
Have you seen Lena?
I saw her earlier. She was having an argument with Aaron. My nose crinkled. I feel bad for them. I've found my happiness, and they seem to be losing theirs.
Yeah, she's been having a tough time with him recently. I don't know if they're going to make it.
My heart broke for her. That's awful,
Not really.
Chris said with his usual nonchalance.
Aaron's an idiot.
That's not nice, I answered with a shake of my head.
What? I'm being honest. Why does everyone think I'm mean when I'm just being honest? Aaron is intense, and he's always sighing. Have you noticed that?
My nose crinkled. Really?
Constantly sighing. Everything makes that man sigh. It's annoying. It's no wonder Lena doesn't want to be around him. She's probably sick of it.
Well, I for one hope they can work it out. They got married for a reason.
Yeah, it's called Lena didn't have her head screwed on straight. Those two were never well suited.
I clicked my tongue and shook my head. Maybe we should go check on her. You can ask Sera. I'll check the ladies' room.
Okay.
Chris said with a nod before we broke apart. He made his way across the room, seeking Sera, who chatted with a few friends while I pushed into the ladies' room. A sniffle came from one of the stalls. "Lena?" "What?" Her raw voice answered. "It's Emily. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just fine." "It's okay if you're not. Chris and I were concerned about you." "Chris was concerned? Chris, right?" I chuckled at her question. Yes, Chris right.
Are you sure he wasn't body snatched?
Her voice echoed off the bathroom tiles. Chris is a sweet guy deep down, I answered as the bathroom doors squeaked open and Sera peeked in. I poked a finger at the bathroom stall, and she slid inside, her eyes questioning. Oh, hey, Sera.
Hey, Emily. Checking your hair?
Actually, checking up on Lena, who's locked herself in a stall.
I have not. I'm going to the bathroom.
You've been in there forever, I answered.
It was something I ate,
she argued. Sera offered me an amused smile.
Was it something you ate, or someone you argued with?
The stall door popped open and Lena emerged, wiping under her eyes.
See, I'm fine. We didn't say you weren't fine,
Sera said.
But that doesn't mean we're not concerned. You've been going through something with Aaron, and it's important that you know you have an outlet if you need it.
Lena pushed past us to glance in the mirror, pulling a tube of lipstick from her purse and slicking it on before she leaned back to check her makeup.
I know I do. But really, I'm fine. I'm just going to head out to get some fresh air.
Want some company? Sera asked.
No thanks,
Lena said as she headed for the door. She hesitated, turning back to glance at us.
Hey, thanks, ladies. I'm okay. Really. I just need a little air.
As she disappeared, Sera and I glanced at each other. She seems
upset,
Sera said,
but determined to hide it.
I bobbed my head. Yes, maybe she just doesn't want to dampen the wedding by crying on our shoulders.
I'll check in with her tomorrow. For now, let's go back to enjoying your wedding.
Sera linked her arm through mine, and we headed back to the reception room, finding Chris at the bar.
Did you find her?
He asked.
We did. She's heading out to get some air,
Sera answered.
Maybe a visit from her favorite friend would be prudent?
I thought you said you talked to her.
Chris asked. My eyebrows furrowed as I glanced at Sera.
You, sweetie?
She answered as she pinched his cheek. Not me.
Oh, right. Sure. I'll go find her.
He kissed Sera's cheek before he darted away. Hands wrapped around my waist, and a kiss landed on my cheek, too.
Where have you been?
Sorry, just checking in with Lena, I answered.
How is she? She should be back to normal.
Victor said.
She seems to be just a little marital discord,
Sera answered. Victor's lips tugged into a frown.
I assume I had a little something to do with that.
Sera shook her head.
No, she was having some issues with Aaron long before you bit her.
He offered a fleeting smile.
Well, that's good to know, though I still feel some residual guilt.
It's all behind us now,
Sera said.
And with your help, it'll come to an end for so many people.
He flicked his eyebrows up, his gaze falling on me.
Thanks to Emily.
I smiled at him as I slipped my hand into his and planted a kiss on his lips. Thanks to both of us.
Well, you two should get back to enjoying your reception. We'll have plenty of time to discuss this after your honeymoon.
I'm actually looking forward to it,
Victor answered. Before we left them behind, Chris shuffled back in, his features pinched. Everything okay with Lena? I asked. He shook his head.
I couldn't find her.
Sera's features twisted with concern, and my stomach dropped. Sera shot me a quick glance and squeezed my arm.
Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll go look for Lena.
With hugs and kisses exchanged between us, Sera and Chris left my reception behind, hand in hand. Victor and I continued to thank guests for coming as the evening wound down. After Victor kissed me on the cheek, Aaron approached us.
Well, you make a lovely couple. I wish you all the best.
Thanks, I said with a grin. Victor's really an old soul.
The end.
This has been Emily Wins His Heart, Heartbeats and Halos, Book 2. Written by Nellie Steele. Narrated by Kaden, Catalina, and Spencer Brus. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.